Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. If I did a job, I think that pardon me. So good day to you. I should start with that. Manners and everything. Good day to you. So I think that our music is somewhat passe now. It's somewhat passe because our events have since superseded. Of course, Ipade is no longer Ojogbo. Ipade now is governance. So good day to you. Good to have you here. How have you been? How was your day? How was your day? Mine was great, by the way. Yeah, if you're asking, which I'm sure you are, because you care. I'm sure you do. But good day. Good to have you here. good to be in your company. It's always with bated anticipation that I look forward to you joining us here, and it is with relief that I welcome as you do join us. So all of that, good day to you, good to have you here, and welcome. So all of that, so good to have you here. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You should by now be doing that. If you come here with any form of regularity, you should by now be doing that as a matter of routine. Because of course, you look at the numbers and it doesn't often instances, in fact, rarely does it correlate with the viewership. So if you do come here with any regularity whatsoever, then of course, click on the like button because this is part of your daily backdrop now. You may find that hard to believe, but it is. So click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, the same arguments apply. So the same arguments that I just elucidated still applies to the subscription as well. So if you do come here with some regularity, which a lot of you do, then make sure you're subscribed. Why not? What stops you from doing that? Do that. Do that for your friend, one man. So like and subscribe is that rather long-winded essay that I just delivered. So like and subscribe. And then having done that, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, this is that, this is quite important actually. This hyperlink that says StreamYard is quite important because this is what creates the magic that goes on here. So people just click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard and then they pop into the space to say, okay, so what's going on here? These are my thoughts. And that's where the magic, if you want to know the magic formula, it is that hyperlink right there. So click on it. We have been delighting in new and diverse voices for the last few days now, and we are so keen for that to continue. We now have the full complement. You know how long we've been hustling and pleading, like Tinubu said, I begged and danced for it. I begged and danced for it as well, that I wanted Northern voices to be part of our conversation. Now we now have a clutch of not a glotch, but a clutch, a handful of Northern voices. And it's all from clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So our pursuit now is female voices because we rarely, if you remove Zeta, we don't really have a female voice at all on the platform. So really, the totality of it is not even complete yet. So if you're a female voice, we especially want to hear from you as well. So click on that. So that is the importance of that hyperlink. So click on it. And then this one right here that invites you to buy your host cups of coffee. I know that you have abandoned it. So I'll still continue to put it up more in hope than in expectation. So I'll continue to put it up more in hope than in expectation, because it looks as though that space may have died a natural death. So if you want to tip towards the platform, 3 easy steps and Bob's your uncle. So away with your wallet with this one, as Ayo kicks us off with a super welcome. So if you want to tip towards the platform, click on the hyperlink, 3 easy steps, and then you can empty the contents of your card as much as you'd like in there. So thank you for all that. And then the $sign at the bottom of the screen, you can also use that to tip towards the platform as well, as Ayo exemplifies now with a rather handsome welcome message from him. So that's how the show still starts. So Ayo starts us off on a good footing. So Ayo starts us off on a good footing, but what sort of footing is the news presenting us? So we go to this. They say prostitution is illegal in Nigeria. If it is illegal and they want to start making arrests, I think the entirety of the Nigerian political class should be locked up because they're all prostitutes, fair weather friends and all that. So the biggest prostitute, of course, people like Femi Fani-Kayode and the rest of them, but a close runner-up, people like this Galadima, who will hop on any train that is headed towards the money. Why tribunal cannot remove Tinubu? Galadima tells Atiku, Peter Obi. So Galadima, of course, a Kwakwanso man, and Kwakwanso already, to all intents and purposes, already carpet crossed to the APC space. So crossed his Kwakwanso into the APC space that the permutation is actually that the consideration is being given to him being possibly the Minister of Defense. He's been in that position before, of course, under the Obasanjo administration. So they are permutating that. So a total crossover and then the prostitution begins. So a total crossover and then the prostitution begins. So now this next phase. I'm only really bringing you this because I have been monitoring it on Twitter, and I think it's time that we started bringing it into our conversations here. It is Reno Omokri versus the Obedience and the fun that is having with them there. Just educating them after education after education. But one of the subscribers actually forwarded this to me, and he was saying then that he also monitors Reno Omokri's space, and it is too regular to be a coincidence. A lot of our conversations that we have here is being repeated by him in his conversations with the Obedience. So it's one of two things. It's either Reno follows us, and Reno, if you do follow us, we want you on screen. So check your, we want you on screen. Reach out to me. My Instagram is up. So we want you on screen, Reno. We want to interact with you if you are listening. So it's either he follows us, or more likely the case, a lot of the counter arguments at the high functioning space, they are all the same. So the pushback against this alternate lifestyle, alternate narratives that we hear from certain quarters, the pushback against it is so obvious and it presents itself. So a lot of the counter arguments may well be somewhat repetitive. So we look at that as well. And then we look at this one as well. So the latest space that Tinubu is contending with is trip to Paris. And by the way, anything that Tinubu does for the next 4 years is going to be yin and yang. There's going to be criticism coming from the already known quarters, and there's going to be praises coming from the already known quarters. And then there's going to be arbitration by the middle quarter, which I hopefully will occupy. I'm hopeful, by the way. So actually, let me come on screen to say this. Let me remove this. I'm hopeful, and the directional thrust of this platform is that middle space. So you may think the platform aligns this way or the platform aligns that way. This platform, the one man went to more platform, is non-aligned. It's like Switzerland. It's non-aligned. It's really the merit of whatever is in discussion that holds sway. So let me remove Ayo for a moment as well. It's the merit of whatever the topic of discussion, the merit of it or lack thereof that holds sway. So this is a non-aligned space, contrary to what may well be the held belief of certain elements. It's a non-aligned. Do you understand that? Do you understand what I mean? It's a non-aligned space. And if you suspend this belief and park your emotions for a moment, if you look at through the catalog of this platform, it's always been non-aligned. It always has been. So it's a non-aligned space, but it suffers no fools gladly. That's just the thing. The blade is sharp and the cut is swift. That is what we do here. The blade is sharp and the cut is swift. That is for nonsense. So the blade is sharp and the cut is swift. So that is where people might be conflating. But if you look at the thrust of the argument, it's non-aligned. Non-aligned. So non-aligned. Let's bring up the topic. So yes, Paris Summit, Tinubu scores high on first foreign trip. So we find out exactly what led that man to that thought. We find out exactly what led that man to that thought. So now there's a plethora of this sort of storylines. I see this now next headline as a social responsibility headline. Is essentially bringing crucial information to our followership in the vast swathes of wherever they are. So this is a JAPA. There are two JAPA opportunities now opening up. One in Canada and the other one in Germany. So we'll be bringing you the German one. We have a read through just to inform you then, if you are still in that Japa space, some of the opportunities to explore. Germany's immigration laws creates new opportunities for Nigerians. So the Japa narrative, so we spend time there. We spend time here as well. EU observers present final report on Nigeria's general elections, highlights key priorities. So now this is one of the most anticipated spaces in the aftermath, in the afterglow of February the 25th. So this is because, of course, a lot of people are looking for the arguments that elevates their positioning. And a lot of people then, they are also looking to the reports by these international spaces. So there's no one more standardized, more revered than the European space. So especially people are looking to see what the Europeans made of how we conducted ourselves on the 25th of February. So the verdict has come in on that, and then we'll peruse to see if there is any goodies for the obedience space, because it's, of course, potential goodies for the obedience space. This is one of the spaces that I think they have been looking forward to the most. So we'll see if there is any chocolate nibbles for the obedience space. So we have a look at that. And then in the course of, we'll have a look, of course, at whatever other presentations that the panelists bring to the fore, or whatever people send me. You know that the space evolves organically. In the course of the course and thrust of it, people send in all manners of things that they're having a look at, and then we bring that onto the platform, and then that first forms part of the session. You already know the formula. So that's the formula. I am your host, ably partnered and assisted by Thomas, the general. So everything in situation. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, and just relax into it. Surrender, do this, and just surrender yourself to the space, and let us take you on whatever ride this may turn out to be. So let's do that. And by the way, that's our EU thing. I'm going to be presenting it from here so that we get the full flavor of it. So I'm going to be presenting it from here so that we get the full flavor of it. So we hear in their own words what they made of the Nigerian just now done elections. So as I said, lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it, surrender yourself to the space. Let's take you on this wild roller coaster ride, Thomas and I. But until we'll, let's go to the care guys. You know where I'm going. Let's go to the care guys as I catch my breath.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Water, only water, where they see my Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòde. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ó jàre o. Eruku eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Let me give you this one as well. It's just 40 seconds. there it is right there. According to our Malam from the north, everybody votes for Jagaban. So everybody goes for Jagaban. As guys, I bring you this. And by the way, there's still quite plenty of room there's plenty of room in on the studio if anybody wants to come and join. Because of course we do need a panel for us to have a conversation. So there's the hyperlink right there if you want to come and join us on the screen. So if you want to come and join us on the screen, do that as Alexander Gomez joins Ayo in the super somethings, in the super stickers. So let's kick it off with this readout. Tribunal cannot remove Tinubu. This is Galadima speaking to now Atiku and Peter Obi. So yes, elder statesman and chieftain of the new Nigeria People's Party NNPP, Buba Galadima, has submitted that the Presidential Election Tribunal cannot change the outcome of the 2023 presidential election in which President Bola Tinubu was declared winner. Though, according to him, the election was not free and fair. And by the way, I somewhat recoil from this because people seem to very easily surrender to that rather strap line that the election was not free and fair. The election was the freest and the fairest we have so far. It's a better description of it, because saying it's not it was not free and fair is somewhat to negate and somewhat diminish the progress and achievements that we have had so far. This is probably the closest yet to the will of the people election that we've ever had in the history of that country. You know, did you hear anything about ballot snatching? Yeah, not really, no. The violence was reduced to a minimal. People were captured in biometrics to express their will towards their country. So saying it was not free and fair is not the totality of the story of the journey that landed us where we are. Though, according to him, the election was not free and fair. Historically, since 1979, the outcome of any presidential election has never been changed by the court. He added that the NNPP has little confidence in the credibility of the judiciary based on recent happenings in the country. So I think this is somewhat of a negative piece by Galadima. Correspondents report that Galadima stated this on Tuesday during an interview appearance on Channels Television's Political Paradigm. According to him, rather than spend about 10 to 15 billion naira on a wild goose chase at the tribunal, the NNPP would rather use such money to prepare for the 2027 polls. He said, which politician has succeeded in court since 1979 in Nigeria? In Nigeria in the presidential petition case. So a lot of this presentation has been presented severally, but the usual pushback, especially from the obedience space, pardon me a moment. The usual pushback from especially the obedience space, they say, yes, in something, he went to court and then he got the governorship in Anambra and all of this. There is no Justice Mary Odili to give him fake judgments this time around. Sadly, she's deceased because we all know what happened there. When Peter Obi went to lean on Peter Odili, to lean on his wife, to give him that fake judgment that made him a governor. So that's not in situation now. And the weight and substance of the presidential space, it doesn't even give him that leverage. We all know how he became governor. He said, which politician has succeeded in court since 1979 in Nigeria in a presidential petition case? Why waste our 10 to 15 billion naira? Because we heard some people are spending such billion now on social at the tribunal. If we have such money, we will use it to prepare for the 2023 general elections. So I actually thought the piece was him saying then that Tinubu won fair and square, but he's just saying that the system is so rotten, it's not worth the spend. The NNPP is strong. We did not do well because the registration of the party came late. If not for INEC targeting us and our candidate names and logo were omitted in some states, we could have performed better. Lamenting the action of the current chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, Galadima alleged that the INEC was connived with some others to subvert the will of Nigerians. He therefore called on President Bola Tinubu to sack the INEC chairman. The INEC chairman must go. What he did is not up to what Godwin Emefiele did. He colluded with some people to subvert the will of Nigerians. He committed the greatest crime anybody will commit. Actually, let me round it off. Correspondence reports two of the leading candidates in the February 25th poll, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP and Peter Obi of the LP, are challenging the election outcome at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal in Abuja. So let me go back to this comment by Galadima. The INEC chairman must go. It says Tinubu must sack INEC. The INEC chairman must go. What he did is not up to what Godwin Emefiele did. He colluded with some people to subvert the will of Nigerians. He committed the greatest crime anybody will commit. So, assuming, as Enigmatic would often say, assuming without conceding that what he says obtains, what is the incentive for Tinubu to sack Mahmoud Yakubu? If they are saying that sack Mahmoud Yakubu because the election was rigged and it wasn't the will of the people, well, that was the election that emerged Tinubu as the president. So if you are saying that he favored Tinubu, then what is the incentive for Tinubu to sack him? It's just the lack of cohesion in some of these arguments. So sometimes it just doesn't cohere with logic or reason. Doesn't cohere with logic or reason. But let's go on from there. Let's go to the Japa piece just to break it up a little bit. So let's go to the Japa piece. So now are opportunities for Nigerians looking to it's actually I might well even copy this and paste it in the comment section for people who are inclined in that direction. Germany's immigration law creates new job opportunities for Nigerians. The German parliament passed an immigration law on Friday designed to encourage more people from outside the European Union, including Nigerians, to come to Germany to work. According to Interior Minister of Social Democrat SPD and Nancy Faeser, the draft law secures prosperity in Germany. It would only work if the bureaucratic hurdles were dismantled during its implementation. Like many countries in Europe, Germany is facing a shortage of skilled workers. In 2022, the country's labor shortage rose to an all-time high. The Institute for Employment Research found 1.74 million vacant positions throughout Germany. Together with Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz, she emphasized removing bureaucracy and improving the digitization and efficiency of the system. We know that we can only guarantee our future. Let's go to the key things. Here are the key things to know about how the new law opens job opportunities for Nigerians and other nationals. According to the Euronews, the reform are to modernize the country's immigration legislation. I'm going to copy it actually because it's long and winding, and I'm not sure that we want to dwell on a long and winding essay, but I'll copy it and paste it. But the sum total of it is that that space opens up for Nigerians. So that space opens up for Nigerians. Let me bring you this Reno Omokri piece. So this is Reno Omokri going back and forth with the obedience on the Twitter space. It says, thank you for your feedback. So this is in response to, because Reno Omokri, he loves doing that. So he'll put out this somewhat controversial, whatever it is, and then he would then he would put out something very controversial, and then of course he would then get this avalanche of messages from the usual quarters, and then he will highlight one response, one reply, and then he'll write another essay around that. So you all know how Reno Omokri operates. But let's go quickly through this. It says, thank you for your feedback. Lagos and Ogun. So this is, anyway, in the body of it, you'll understand where it's going. Thank you for your feedback. Lagos and Ogun are the manufacturing hub of Nigeria. And please Google it. Ikeja local government area alone consumes, and this is where he prods. This is where he likes to prod and poke. Ikeja local government area alone consumes more electricity than Anambra and Imo combined. So I want, because you have to understand that Lagos is a mega city, and mega cities are densely populated small geographical spaces. New Delhi in India is another example of that. So Lagos is a mega city, and there's a concentration of people that have demands on resources. So he did not add that, but Ikeja local government area alone consumes more electricity than Anambra and Imo combined. Yes, we do appreciate our southeastern brothers and sisters. However, I am not sure it is factual to call Lagos manufacturing sector useless. Whilst it is true we need southeast traders, available facts show that most Igbo traders prefer to sell imported items. Alaba, Ladipo, Onitsha, and Aba markets are heavily import dependent. However, the manufacturers in the Southwest often gave a direct-to-consumer model. For example, Oando, Globalcom, Fort Oil, Guinness Nigeria, Nigeria Breweries Limited, Nigeria Bottling Company, West Africa Portland Company, West African Portland Cement Company, Nestle Nigeria, Flour Mills Nigeria, Unilever PLC, and 7-Up bottling companies, which are either wholly or partly owned by persons of Southwest origin and not dependent on traders, be they Igbo or otherwise. So this is in response to somebody. It says, to a large extent, their consumers go to them, and by manufacturing necessities rather than luxuries, there is always a ready market for their goods and services. This may explain why, though Ondo State has the same population as Enugu State, but Ondo's internally generated GDP is more than double that of Enugu. Ondo has the same GDP as Anambra, although Anambra has a larger population. How do you explain that? Ondo did not have a seaport for years. They just got approval for one in 2023, which is yet to be operational. So their economy is not import dependent. It is built on agriculture and manufacturing. You want to also research the fact that Nigeria had, and this is, I was telling you that, somebody sent this in because the person was noticing the trend of a lot of arguments being repeated by Reno Omokri in his back and forth with the obedient space. So this was something that was highlighted. I'm not going to tell you who highlighted it for reasons of protecting my sources. But this particular paragraph was something that was highlighted by one of our more revered voices on this space. And it's such a specific and a pecuniary fact that it is not readily reached unless the person heard it here. So let me give you it. It says, you may also want to research the fact that Nigeria had our highest GDP growth during the Nigerian Civil War, when our Igbo brethren temporarily left Nigeria. Do not take my word for it. Google it. Who was responsible for that growth? Ghost. So yes, somebody actually mentioned this. You see, this is quite a very, very particular and a very peculiar fact. So anyway, I think you know what I'm saying. It says, you may want to also research the fact that Nigeria had our highest GDP growth during the Nigerian Civil War, when our southeastern brethren temporarily left Nigeria. Do not take my word for it. Google it. Who was responsible for the growth? Ghost. The reason may not be unconnected to the fact that trading does not generate the quantum of economic activities that manufacturing does. We love our southeastern brothers and sisters. We also value their prowess as traders. However, you may find that you have better relations with other Nigerians if you do not use language such as useless and other such demeaning words on your fellow countrymen and women. And of course, signed off Reno Mokri. So that's Reno Mokri, of course, then taking up the might of the obedient. So rather him than me, though, because I've tried and I've suffered the beatings of that space too often to attempt to take it on again. Let's have a look. All right. Let me take you. Let me take you to this. Let me take you to this one, and then we watch the clip of the. Yes, let me take you to this one, and then we watch the clip of the European Union feedback on the Nigerian election, and then hopefully there's sufficient enough panelists for the conversation to kick off. So now it says Paris summit. Tinubu scores high on first foreign trip. You know, I'm only really bringing you this because of the level of criticism that Tinubu's appearance in Paris has elicited. You know, people say, no, he was penciled in to make a speech. He did not make the speech. He did not attend this and he did not attend that. So now this piece now looks to debunk that. So let's see what this has to offer. It says, I'll try and speed through it because it looks, okay, yes, I think I can manage this. Oh, God, it's quite a long one. But this is by, yes, it says, timing matters in everything. Less than 24 hours in office, 2 directives by Nigeria's newly sworn in President Bola Tinubu set the tone for emerging change, reverberating across the country and the world, albeit. So you see this albeit, when I say this word, let me highlight it right there. This is an Alexander Gomez word right there. I'm not sure that I've seen anybody use this word quite as effectively and as liberally as Alexander Gomez, albeit. Yeah, so it says, timing matters in everything. Less than 24 hours in office, 2 directives by Nigeria's newly sworn in President Bola Tinubu set the tone for emerging change, reverberating across the country and the world, albeit initially greeted with consternation and skepticism. Steadily and inevitably, the doubt has given way to applause. On President Tinubu's first foreign trip, June the 20th, 2023 to June the 24th, 2023, to attend the summit on new global financing pact in Paris, France, the 2 master strokes of removing the age-long fuel subsidy and streamlining the dual exchange rates paved way for new friendship, partnership deals, and an inspirational presence on the global stage. The president was attending his first international conference. The historic decision on May the 29th, 2023, to realign the economy in his inaugural speech completely altered the trajectory of Nigeria's financial fortune, redefined trade and diplomatic relations, and showcased the president's image as a reformist and a listener. Other actions on security, financial regulation, signing of bills, that directly impact lives also project President Tinubu to the world for being a people-first leader. So you see, this people-centricism that this author is attributing is a controversial one because, of course, a lot of people will say that he's quadrupled the price of petrol, is made the dollar unaffordable, which has skyrocketed the price point of goods and services and lowered the purchasing power of the average Nigerian person. So how can you then call him people-centric? But all of those are people-centric policies because, anyway, we'll get into that. Because it frees up the economic news that hangs around the allocated funds that are dedicated to those palliations. Because the oil subsidy, is a palliative. The subsidized naira is a palliative. But it's also a noose around the neck of the economy. I hope you understand that, because this is a sophisticated argument that people are making. It's not a pedestrian thing. It's a sophisticated argument. Do you understand? So if you have a deep enough understanding of it, these are actually people-centric policy positionings. And I think this is what this chart is trying to infer, that directly impact lives, also project President Tinubu to the world for being a people-first leader. The two decisions taken on the nation's economy made President Tinubu a toast of world leaders and financial institutions at the summit. The ovation by economic and financial experts for the courageous steps revealed more for the future, with the World Bank projecting after the meeting in Paris that Nigeria will save about 3.9 trillion. It says $3.9 trillion, but that should be naira. 3.9 trillion naira in 2023 and 21 trillion between 2023 and 2025. And by the way, that's about $10 billion that savings. So if you plow $10 billion back into the Nigerian space, and then you strategically spend it towards something that impacts as many people qualitatively as possible, that is a more people-centric policy position, policy redirectioning, than just paying subsidy for Niger Republic, etc., and Cameroon, and you know the argument. The seriousness and quick engagement of critical stakeholders in the economy, like trade unions, oil marketers, depot dealers, the NNPC Limited, by the administration, was also taken by the foreign institutions as a deliberate attempt and not a political convenience to take the country to a new height, as well as various initiatives and measures being out of the drawing board to elevate the impact. So it is quite instructive that the labor union, they huffed and puffed, and then they very quickly backed down. The two-day summit hosted by French President Emmanuel Macron was aimed at repositioning the global financial architecture to reconsider less developed countries who are dealing with debilitating debt hangover, struggling through energy transition, and still reeling from effects of climate change and C-19. President Tinubu seized the moment to start a new conversation about Nigeria, a plethora of sideline meetings. And by the way, you see what this sort of summit facilitates is not so much the grandstanding on rostrums that we saw from the president of Kenya, wanting to print and pick up to show us that he can speak English and he has an education. No, that is not the purpose of this sort of summit that they had in Paris. The purpose, are you listening? The purpose of this sort of summit is the sideline meetings. You know what a sideline meeting is. So when you have a summit like that, which is heavily weighted towards finance and financiers, and it's a global space being led by one of the foremost countries in the world, which is France, or you have all of the big players in that sector congregating in one space, and then they'll have little huddles. So those are what they call sideline meetings. They have little huddles where they market their expertise and try to marry it with the needs of the decision makers that are there. So that is really the importance of this sort of summit. It's not mounting a rostrum and saying that are looking for clickbait, that you are arguing with the president of France so that your people can do whatever palongo dance that they do in Kenya. A plethora of sideline meetings were lined up before he arrived in Paris, and the president was careful in making the right choices for Nigeria's economic prosperity. President Tinubu met with French President Macron at the Elysee. President of Switzerland, Alain Berset, at the Palais, whatever it is, some French word, President of Benin Republic. And by the way, take note of the people that Tinubu are meeting. So is meeting people only that will aid his projection, his trajectory, the forward thrust of his intentions. So it's not just meeting everybody. The president of France, of course, the convener of the thing, so he meets him. The president of Switzerland, Alain Berset. So that's where money is, Switzerland. The president of Benin Republic, he's our immediate neighbor, so they have to talk about the subsidy and how that impacts on him and what the plan is. Director General of World Trade Organization, Ngonjo Kozewela, so he has to meet her. President of African Development Bank, Akinwumi, and President and Chairman of Board of Directors of African Export Bank, Afrixim, Professor Benedict Oroma, and President of European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, whatever his or her name is. So I would rather, and hopefully you would rather as well, but certainly I would rather that Tinubu was meeting all of the people that have just listed than mounting some rostrum and shouting Agbado, Agbado. So we've already got recordings of him shouting Agbado, Agbado, of course. So you can use that for whatever your political intentions are. But I would rather he was having important meetings with power players at the sideline than mounting some rostrum to give a speech. The president also held meetings with Senior Vice President of Airbus, Public Affairs, Laurent something or the other, on aviation matters, and a 2-hour marathon interaction with Nigerian community based in France, where he outlined his vision for the economy, starting with a roadmap on palliative to soothe the burden of subsidy removal. He sought family support for more inclusive growth, especially with technical expertise. So, you almost want to stand up and give a round of applause. You really do, don't you? You almost want to stand up and give a round of applause. Every speaker at the forum thanked the president for taking the bull by the horn and getting the elephant out of the way. You have shown we have a committed and competent leader. You are the first president of Nigeria who has no godfather. You are your godfather. We are impressed with the removal of subsidies and streamlining of foreign exchange. We will wait for the palliatives. Professor Emmanuel Iga, a Nigerian in France, said. The meeting with the Nigerian community was facilitated by Dele Alake, Special Advisor to the President, Special Duties, Communications and Strategy, who highlighted achievements of the administration within 3 weeks, assuring of better days for Nigerians. We are ready for business and prepared to welcome investments, President Tinubu said, whilst receiving the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of Afrixim Bank. So it's a resounding and a categorical success, of course, is outing in France, and there's no equivocation about that. So if you feel that it did not mount a rostrum to shout Agbado, Agbado for you to have something to run naked down the market square with, then that's your burden. that is your burden. You have to carry that. So let's go on from there. There was an incident that happened in Osun State where Adeleke was attacked. So we'll probably play a clip of that in a moment. But let's go to this. Let's go to the feedback by the European Union on the now recently concluded elections, and then we get into conversations. But let's watch this. Let's watch this.
Demonstrated a clear commitment to the democratic process. That said, the election explored an optional rooms to enhance transparency, inclusiveness, and accountability. While we consider the electoral legal framework provides ambiguities in the law. For example, the Electoral Act 2022, which had its first test in a general election in 2023, and other legal instruments evidenced gaps in terms of transparency, accountability, and inclusivity, and left room for uncertain implementation. For that reason, we recommend, and this is our first priority recommendation, to protect the interests of voters through certainty of law for all stages and aspects of electoral processes by eliminating from electoral law and regulations errors and ambiguities to avoid potential for confusing interpretations and ensuring the revision processes are inclusive. A positive aspect of the voter registration process was active youth engagement, with 2/3 of the 9.5 million new registrants being young people. However, there is a need for greater efforts to protect genuine youth participation in elections, and similarly, ongoing underrepresentation of marginalized groups in political life requires robust remedial action. Overall, the collection of permanent voter cards was adversely affected by poor institutional planning and a lack of transparency. To ensure the accuracy and inclusiveness of the voter register, an external independent audit would be beneficial. The campaign was competitive, with freedom of assembly largely respected, as evidenced by the nationwide conduct of rallies. However, challenges such as the Naira, cash, and fuel scarcity and incidents of orchestrated violence were observed to hamper some campaign activities and to reduce attendance. In addition, the mission recorded cases of undue interference by governors, while the campaign was also marred by internal party conflicts. Personality-focused canvassing and misuses of incumbency by governors tilted the playing field, leading to increased polarization, driven by divisive rhetoric based on ethnicity and religion. Candidates' prospects to meaningfully campaign also were negatively impacted by a high level of disputes resulting from candidate registration. The mission noted well over 1,000 pre-election court cases, some negatively impacted or overlapped with the polls. Our mission recorded more than 100 campaign-related violent incidents, including, tragically, assassinations. These and other criminal acts obstructed the campaign, disrupted the elections, and suppressed voter participation. Weaknesses in the legal framework for these electoral offences and others, such as misuse of state resources, intimidation, and vote buying, contributed to inadequate enforcement. Key state institutions, including INEC, but also political parties, failed to tackle these problems. Coming to our second priority recommendation, we consider there is a pressing need to address impunity for electoral offences through robust, well-defined, and effective interagency coordination governed by clear rules on non-partisanship, optimization of resources, delivery of effective investigation and sanctioning, and provision of regular public consolidated information on outcomes. INEC introduced some very positive measures early in the electoral process. For example, it increased the number of polling units and established a system of electronic accreditation of party agents, media, and observers. Public confidence, however, in INEC was severely damaged on the 25th of February due to its operational failures and lack of transparency. While some corrective measures introduced before the 18th of March elections seemed to have a positive, overall trust was not restored and eventually led civil society to call for an independent audit of the entire process. However, there is no legal requirement for qualification and merit-based appointments of the positions of INEC Commissioner or Resident Electoral Commissioner. Prior to the elections, selection processes were questioned, leaving the institution vulnerable to mistrust. We believe that these vulnerabilities can be effectively addressed by, and this is our third priority recommendation, establishing a robust operational framework for the independence, integrity, and efficiency of electoral administration through an inclusive and publicly accountable mechanism for selecting candidates to the posts of INEC commissioners and recs based on clear criteria of evaluation of merits, qualifications, and verified non-partisanship. A number of key issues hindered freedom of expression and limited voters' access to diverse information. For example, analytical reporting was limited due to state level outlets. We are also seriously concerned journalists faced attacks and with little consequences for the perpetrators. Therefore, on our fourth priority recommendation, we consider it essential to afford adequate protection to freedom of expression by developing a comprehensive operational framework underpinned by the skills and means for ensuring prompt investigation and prosecution of all types. Positively, the media raised voters' awareness, fact-checkers stood up against disinformation, and media outlets extensively covered the campaign to both the APC and PDP. Disappointingly, politicians avoided answering merit-based questions during interviews and instead engaged in party infighting. While social media was an important tool for information exchange, campaigning and mobilization, misinformation was massively spread. Additionally, we noted legal provisions such as the Cybercrime Act had the effect of encouraging self-censorship, and we therefore consider amendment of the legislation is needed to safeguard freedom of expression. Detailed operational frameworks to strengthen inclusion are needed. For example, we found that persons with disabilities could not always access polling units and assistive devices were rarely available. Data on registration and voting by internally displaced persons was not published. Women's political participation in Nigeria is not in line with the country's international commitments and provision of equality. The number of women
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Only water. Where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. How you don't come oh.
Do that.
Hapa oh night oh.
Ẹ kú ní sáyọ. Ẹ jẹ́ padà sílé. Kájọjọ.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Ó ti yájọ.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o. Àrùnkárùn kò ní.
All right. Apologies for that. That seems to be my traditional my traditional drop. I don't know quite what happens. It never happens unless when I come online. I'm not going to claim that I'm being attacked or anything. I'm not going to be that melodramatic. But it seems somewhat a curiosity. My system works perfectly until I log on. But let's listen to the fullness of what the EU has to say.
Widely seen as an important step.
Yes, yeah, it's scratching one man. The audio is bad. One man, the audio is bad. The audio is bad. One man, can you hear me? One man.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. The audio is bad. The audio is bad.
On the piece.
On the one you are playing. At least we already got what they are talking about.
All right.
Yes.
I wanted it to get to the question and answer space because there were quite a few interesting questions that was put to him, but nevertheless,
maybe you try again. Maybe you try again now. Let me see. Let's see.
All right. I'll refresh it and see if he picks up. Because there's quite some key things that he has.
Well, it makes sense for us to listen to it. It makes sense if we can listen to it. Yeah, it makes sense.
Let me try again now, and then we'll see if there's any improvement. So, is it on screen now, Thomas?
It's on screen now. Yeah.
All right. So let me play it. Tell me what the audio quality sounds like. Is that better?
No.
Thomas, is that better?
We can't. No. You can't even hear anything. Play it. No, it's scratching. Big
All right.
scratching. Let's just move on. Yeah.
Can anyone else hear me? Can the
can hear
comment
you.
section tell me what's
Yes.
the audio quality of this? Yeah, no, the audio quality of the thing. Can is there anyone else able to hear it better?
There's no audio. It's not talking. I think we just move on.
No. I've muted it. Okay. Let's just move on then. I was so keen for us to get into that, but so let's abandon that then, and then just get into the conversation.
One man, if you can upload it later, then we try later. We have to listen to it. It's very important, one man. Because I've listened to it before.
Yes,
we need to listen to it. Yeah.
Yes, I'll do that. But the thing is, it's 16 minutes long, and the studio can only take 10 minutes.
Maybe that is the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Right. Let's move on.
All right. Okay. Let's kick it off then. Let's kick off the conversation then, and start it off with. I think we traditionally let's start with Olajide Oriade, who joins us, I suspect, from Nigeria. So, Olajide, are you there? Jide, unmute yourself. Jide.
Yeah. Good.
How are you?
Good day, everyone. I'm fine.
Good day to you. Where are you joining us from?
From Nigeria.
All right, brilliant. Whereabouts? Lagos?
Yes, Lagos. Lagos, yes. Lagos.
Yeah, you were complaining yesterday that we don't get enough voices from Nigeria. So you now will be our voice from Nigeria. So are you out and about? I can hear wind in the background. Are you out in public or are you at home?
I'm at home. Yes, I'm at home. I can just move away from my fan.
Okay, no, it's good. Actually, the quality of your voice is a lot stronger than we usually get from Nigeria. So let's get into it then. What particularly what are you looking at in politics today? Let me start it from there. What is occupying the news cycle in Nigeria today? What are people talking about?
Well, basically, the news for today was the incident that happened at Osun State when the governor went for the Eid program.
Senator
and also,
Adeleke.
Yes, and also the president coming back from his trip, and also taking his prayer section and addressing the journalists there, calling for unity and calling for us to pray, and also advising everyone that sacrifice is important for us to move ahead as a country. And those are actually the major things that they're actually the major headlines that we have on the news today, because as it is now, Nigerians generally, I can speak for myself and people around me, my colleagues, sort of look out for news every day, because since this president came in, it seems there's always something on the news.
What are you waiting in anticipation of? What are you looking to see? What's your expectation? What are you looking to see from Tinubu so that you can make up your mind if you're for him or not?
Actually, basically, if I'm to first explain my kind of my person, I would say prior to the election, I didn't. Let me first state that I didn't vote, and my basic reason was looking at the three candidates. I concluded that they were birds of the same feathers. I felt the three major candidates cannot in any way distance themselves from corruption or whatever has happened in the country. Even though looking at the three of them, I felt Tinubu being someone that has been tested before in Lagos, and with a few things I know about him, I felt he would be a better candidate. But then my own skepticism was surrounded about his health and the toll his age is having on him, actually. But
hold on, hold on, Jide. You had Showore and Prince Adebayo there, so so you still had options.
Well. For me, I feel Showore is still not matured to handle Nigeria. He goes up.
Is a schoolboy. Is a schoolboy.
Yes, he goes about his campaign as if he's student union government, and so basically that's why those ones didn't even come to me as candidates. I felt the three major candidates are Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. But then I didn't vote, and I didn't vote for anyone. I only prayed that the best candidate wins. And but though before the election, I knew it was tilting towards a two-horse race between Atiku and Tinubu.
Hold on. I'm going to be pausing you in the course of your narration.
Okay.
Why did you narrow it to a two-horse race between Atiku and Tinubu? Because you live in Lagos, and the noise coming out of Lagos was all about Peter Obi, and he even took this state. So why did you narrow it to a two-horse race between Atiku and Tinubu?
Basically, if we are to analyze the election this way, generally the Southwest are known for their liberality. And because we are a bit liberal, it makes us take some things for granted. The Southwest never turn up to really vote for their people the way they should. Most times, due to some skepticism of probably what they've experienced in the past elections, we know how elections used to be in the times of Maurice Iwu, when it was like war. So a lot of people always want to just stay at home, take the time to rest, and stay with their family, and that's why the Southwest don't really come out to vote.
Are you there? Are you there? Hello?
Show up
We
for
can
some.
hear you, Wamba. Are you making a personal phone call?
No, I think Jide broke off. Yeah, carry on. You lost connection for a moment.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay, so but for the North, we know from time the North, they will turn up for this kind of an event. They will always come out in their numbers to vote. And looking at what Tinubu has been doing, that's why I said it's a two-horse race. I chose Atiku because I felt Atiku is from the North, and then you will get quite a good number of votes from the North. I know it will be slim for him in the Southwest, but as we all know, the Southeast have this tradition of voting PDP all the time. So I felt okay to be a total vote for him from the North, or let me say a large amount of vote for him from the North, and also getting some vote from the Southeast would push him up. I know Obi would get his vote from the Southeast, block vote, but he would not really get the vote from the North because Obi didn't really do anything in the North. I'm in Nigeria, and I will tell you, Obi did nothing in the North in terms of campaigns. For instance, Tinubu, on his own hand, on the other hand, has been during the lockdown. Yes, during the lockdown that we had during the lockdown, we heard of the news of Tinubu going to the north, shipping palliatives, shipping rice, spaghetti that were branded in his name, and opening warehouse in localities in the north so that people in the north can get food. He deliberately left the southwest and went to the north to canvass for his vote. And for the past 3 years, if I'm not mistaken, the man has always celebrated his birthday in the north. So this man has always been like he has been strategizing on how to win the north over to himself. And I knew then I knew then that with what he has done in terms of his investment in the north, he will also gather some votes from the north.
All right. Fast forward to the elections, and then the way it's transpired and the fallout from there. So just give us a quick feel of what you felt happened during the election, and do you think the outcome was a true reflection of the will of the people? So just a short commentary on that.
Yes. I would say that on the day of the presidential election, I didn't vote, but I later on went out to see what was happening in the polling units around my locality, and there was no troggery, no snatching of ballot boxes, and at the end of the day, Tinubu won that particular unit. But what I want to say is the election is more likely a case of partially the reflection of what the people wanted in some areas, and in some areas it wasn't. And I want to say this, that all parties are all corporates in terms of rigging. We know what happened in the south.
Sorry, let's not get too heavily in the rigging, but Tinubu imagine as the president.
Yes.
Even with the rigging and the lack thereof, does it broadly reflect what the majority of the voters wanted?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Looking at the voting pattern, I felt the North gave him his vote because he had worked there. I know of these people that sell water in Lagos. All these malams that sell water in Lagos. I know of one of them telling me that he is going to go back home at all costs to vote for Tinubu. And he was saying it because while the lockdown was on, his family could not eat, his wife and his mother over there in the north, that it was Tinubu's palliative that helped them through the period. So I felt it's a reflection of how each region wanted to vote. The Lagos had always been the situation of Lagos is some people feeling that yes, Tinubu owns a lot of things in Lagos. Does he want to be God over Lagos? And that really came to play in terms of the way they voted. For the rest of the Southwest, it's a normal thing for the Southwest to be that liberal, to vote their conscience the way they feel, and nobody feels or castigate the other for voting the way you vote. But in the Southeast, it was block votes. They voted for who they wanted, and there were also some situations where they were beating people that wanted to vote for others out of the polling unit, and they were heard on the TV. And also in the north, it was a case of the northerners splitting their votes the way they wanted to vote. The people that were for Atiku voted Atiku. The people that were Tinubu influenced by his northern governors, caucus, and all those things also paved way for him. So at the end of the day, cumulatively, when you add it up, it just sums up what happened. That was what happened in the election, and that was a true reflection of what happened. And I'm not saying there's no rigging, and that's why I was trying to put it across that every one of them rigged. But we all know that in Nigeria, when we say rigging, it is always massive around the north, because they have the numbers, they have the porous borders, they have Niger people from Niger that carries the voters card of Nigeria. So they will come in and vote for whoever they want to vote for. And that is why I said any candidate that fails to do his assignment properly in the north would never win an election in Nigeria, because once those numbers start coming in, you realize that you've not done anything in terms of campaigns.
All right, brilliant. So bringing it forward to now, you're saying one of the key things you're discussing is the Adeleke incident in Lagos. So let's just have a quick feel of it.
Oh, well, I feel
wait. I'm playing the clip of it. Yeah. It doesn't quite give us an audio, but so that's Senator Adeleke attending an Eid ceremony, and then it looks as though he was weighed upon by people.
Yes.
And then chased out of the space.
Yes. This is just the typical childish behaviors of our politicians. For me, what happened here is just the governor trying to assert control, authority where it's not where it's not appropriate. That is just the way I will put it. Because listening to the because there was this program on channels on the TV channels news this evening, and they brought the senator in question live, and also the security aide to the governor, and they both started having these arguments, and it was just shameful. But for me, I feel the governor came in and wanted the senator, who was also a senior person, to leave his position for him to sit. And that was the main cause of the whole fracas. And what happened was the governor, claiming that they had security personnel on ground arranging for the governor, preparing for the governor's arrival, and they had already told the man that he was not to sit there, but the man still went ahead and sat there. And that the man that came on the TV was even claiming that they brought buses, that the senator in question brought buses, and he had armed thugs in the buses, and that they were scared, so they had to take away the governor to the jeep. And it's just a show of shame. I feel the governor should stop all this. If you are a governor, you should show some level of dignity and dignify your position as well. You don't go to the street and start boxing and you say you're the governor. I feel the man is getting a lot of blood rush to his head, and he's losing control of some things. What happened there? Because
do you think the people of Osun State made a mistake with this character?
Yeah, I feel so. I feel they made a mistake. I feel they were not objective enough in selecting their leader. I feel probably because of sentiment against parties, which can actually influence voting patterns. But I feel if a party has done, if you are tired with APC, you can vote SDP, you can vote NDP, you can vote, just vote for a candidate that has the charisma to be a good leader, not a clown. Because this man, the CSO, if you had listened to that interview, the CSO claimed that there was red carpet leading to where the governor will sit. But we just watched the video, and it was also heard on channels. There was no red carpet. There was no seat. It was just mat for people to sit down and do their normal prayers. And you came and you went to an opposition, a leader of the opposition, and you requested that he should stand up for you to sit. And the senator even said if he had sat down there and somebody came to him and said, okay, this seat is reserved for the governor, then he would have left the place. But the person that came to him said, and that pissed him off. You can imagine. And I feel the governor should not be making himself a subject of scorn and a comical figure on national TV. I don't know, but I feel the bulk of the problem lies with the governor, because now they are claiming there was an assassination attempt on the governor's life because there are guys that were there armed with guns. And the senator claimed that he came with the Muslim leader that was to say the prayer. That how would he have come with the Muslim cleric, the head imam or chief imam, and still bring talks in the same vehicle that he came with? But I just feel the governor is just looking for a way to assert his authority where it's not appropriate. That's just the way I see it.
All right, brilliant, brilliant. So stay with us, Jide. So stay with us, Jide, and come into the conversation just at will. But let's move the conversation on from you and bring Bishop into the conversation. So Bishop, Jide is telling us that the Adeleke incident is what is holding sway in Lagos. This is what people are talking about. Are you following that space? Just give us a quick commentary on that, and then we go to our topics. Good to see you, Bishop.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, good evening, and fellow Nigerians and compatriots. Thank you for once again finding time to join us. Please do the needful. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Like, and if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. Quite honestly, I would just want to leave it where the last speaker has what he said. I was ashamed to. We claim to be Omoluabi. What went on there, what played out there was not, we should be ashamed. I'm not taking sides. Adeleke has a pattern, and if I were to be Senator Bashir, who is a very respected gentleman, I'm not a fan of his, he will have just played the just dignified silence, leave the place for them. They have shown their character. Others will see it. We will not probably have this kind of show of shame. You can imagine the kind of rowdiness that the governor brought to the Yidi. And I listened to both men, and you will know clearly the other guy, what's his name, that was speaking for the governor was, just making up. I mean, he said immediately they left there, they went and did Thanksgiving, that it was an assassination attempt. I think that was taking the full a little bit over. So I'm ashamed to even want to begin to dignify it. So I just want to toe the line of the last speaker. It was a show of shame. And there's nobody can now say I am nobody came out clean. Nobody came out triumphant in that show of shame. Both the governor and his team himself, and even Bashir, even though he might be right to some extent, but hey, you should have just let it slide and just move on. So that's my short little contribution tonight.
All right. So let me take you to this space then. Senator Galadima telling us then that the tribunal cannot remove Tinubu because, of course, we don't have that tradition in the country. So commentaries on that.
Oh my God! I wish somebody else that I have to talk about, not Galadima again. Senator Galadima, if you go and listen to maybe 10 of his interviews in the past couple of years, maybe 3-4 years, just select 10 interviews randomly. He probably would have said completely different things in those 10 interviews. He had those scruples at all. The same man was posting 4 years ago how Atiku was the best thing God created after he created man and woman. And this last one, he was coming out. I don't know. I think we should just let's talk on something that is productive. For me, I just think the man is a comedian. He's in the mood of. It's just that he's elderly. He's not different from Dino Melaye and who again is there. We have a long list of comedians now. He's not too different from them. And I'm very serious. I've listened to him severally. I thought he was a serious-minded fellow. If they are facts, somebody came on TV a few days ago from PDP, and he was saying very emphatically that PDP gave away that election. That they lost the election before the first ballot because the fact that the failure or the inability of the PDP leadership to reconcile their what do you call it now? The various factions that pulled out. How many senior PDP leaders pulled out since Ayu came in, and both Ayu and Atiku were not able to reconcile just one of them back to the fold, and people were leaving in droves, and they allowed Kwakwaso to leave. They did not manage Peter Obi's space well. They allowed the group of 5 governors, and so the guy said, "Look, let's be very sincere with us." I said there was nothing. Yeah, everybody tried to play some fast tricks here and there, but the truth of the matter is that PDP lost that election before the first cast of ballot. We all know that Kwakwaso has 0. We did the analysis here. So for anybody to go and say that Kwakwaso was rigged, but because he did not want to waste money, that's why it's not going. That's pushing the luck too far. So for me, we can discuss some very serious-minded individuals that make reasonable comments. Galadima did not fall into that category. I beg to submit.
All right. Bishop, you still have the floor, but in the manner of Rudolph Okonkwo, let me introduce an innovation and just really to bring all of the we lost Bishop. Just to bring he's back. Just to bring all of the voices into the conversation. I'm going to go take a sweep round everybody and ask them what they are looking at in the news today. I think I've seen Rudolph do that. So let's kick it off with Thomas. So Thomas, just in a short 5 minutes window, what are you looking at in the news today? Thomas. Okay, let's go to Ade. Ade.
Yeah, hello, woman.
Good to have you, Ade. So yes, I'm just really so that everybody's voice is documented. What are you looking at in the news today? What's caught your attention in the news today? So just give us a 5-minute monologue on what you are looking at in the news today.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Number one, we are all expectant, waiting for Tinubu to send the list of ministers to the National Assembly. So, and the news reported that will probably be done immediately after the Salah break. So, and like has been discussed on this platform, I think the pattern is going to be a mixture of technocrats and politicians because you need both of them to succeed. You can't do away with any of them. And so I'm expecting people like Rufai, people like Ganduje, people like Fashola, and of course, those people will definitely be in the mix. And of course, you have technocrats coming in. And some of the essays to my move up, somebody like the essay for economy might still go on to become a minister. So I think it's just holding the place for now. So that's number one. The number two, the report of the EU, I think they are not realistic because they are far removed from our environment. And any honest Nigeria would say, except we want to be biased, that this is probably the freest and the fairest election we've had.
So sorry, have you had the chance to have a look at the report of the EU? Because we tried to listen to it and it was playing up. Do you know what it has to offer?
Not fully, but somebody summarized it for me, and I just snippets, and somebody did summarize it. And of course, it's possible that people, like someone said today, said even people have actually probably misunderstood what they are saying, because my understanding is that for that election, we can't really hold INEC responsible for most of the things that happen. I think it's just the Nigerian problem. So I think what the EU are saying is just trying to give a broad analysis of, they're talking about the electoral laws, talking about the disabled, talking about women participation, all those things. Those are things INEC cannot do. Talking about how they recruited, officials, maybe we're having professors and all those other people. So I think it's the Nigerian problem. So the only thing that you probably could fault INEC, which at the end of the day you can dismiss, is the promise of the IREV, and which wasn't done real time. But the beavers worked. A lot of people don't know what the beavers is for. It's for accreditation, and for the first time we are not seeing all those bogus figures. Before, you used to have in the Northeast 5 million in a state and things like that, all these Buhari 20 million, all these things. But realistically, if Buhari had contested at this time, he wouldn't have had that. I don't know how many million they credit to him. So the beavers actually worked. So the only thing you can blame INEC for, it's for the high rev uploading, and it's neither here nor there. Yes, there could be some influence, but INEC could argue there's a glitch, technical problem. But then at the end of the day, that will not stand in court. So just to round up on that particular thing, what I'm saying is that the reports that they are giving, they are not comparing, because they are not looking at the other side. The other side of it is that this is the first time we are going to have an election, at least in recent years, whereby the three major parties, we have 12 states each. A lot of governors will lose their seats. I mean, cut them some slack. You can't say it's the worst when people who have means, who have everything, when they are losing election. They couldn't have planned that. So we know that is not perfect, but when we say it's the first and the fairest, nobody is saying that is the most perfect. But compared to others, I think INEC, they've really done very well. They should be commended. And even when you just analyze the whole election generally, as GD has done, when you look at how possible could Obi have won the election when the North didn't really vote for him, especially the Northern Muslim North. How would Atiku have won when he lost Southeast, when Tinubu competed with him in the North, and of course Southwest, most of it is for Tinubu. So this is just common sense at the end of the day, and all these court proceedings, by the time INEC and APC starts marshalling their points, you see that they've just been wasting their time. So I think the report is not realistic. I mean, they are far removed from our environment. So when we say the fairest and the fairest, is because we know what Nigeria is. We know the deficiencies and everything. So, and I think I'm proud of what INEC has done. I think it's a reflection of what's happening, really. Yeah. So that would be my, yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So as succinctly and elegantly as Ade just did, let's take it on to let's go to Darati. So Darati, so you're up next. Just a 5-minute monologue on what you are looking at in the news today, just to document everybody's voices. Darati.
Yeah, good evening, one man. Good evening, fellow Nigerians. I would like us to like and share. Actually, there are some few things I saw. There was a particular thing I saw on the news today. Caught my fancy, and it's about this issue of conditional cash transfer. I heard that that Tinubu already okay. I mean, he already gave his directive that they should start paying some states like Ondo. I think about 4 states. So Ondo State is one of those 4 states. They have some backlogs of conditional cash transfer that was supposed to be paid, and they started paying it yesterday and yesterday. So somebody was now asking whether
it is right for Tinubu to continue with that policy and stuff like that, blah blah blah. So I was actually engaging the person that, well, even though the person that said they should pay it, he knows that the government is owing these people. That the last government was owing them. So I don't think it's a bad thing for him to do that. So I'm going by the issues that we have on ground in terms of this subsidy removal, the economic hardship that it brought along with it, though we know for some time. So I don't think it's not, so there's this mindset that people normally have that, oh, once a new government just come, you just perform one abracadabra. No. So I was engaging with the person, and the person was like, that it's like Tinubu wants to continue with it. I said, there's nothing new about what Tinubu also wants to come and do like that. What he really wants to do is do it very well. The ones that are good, do it well. The ones that are not good, remove it completely. Bring in a policy direction and people that can really manage, do it transparently, with less secrecy compared to what we have before. So I think I was able to engage, I was engaging with that, and then the issue of him coming back into the gains of the Paris Agreement, of the Paris Global Financing Pact. I must say that I'm happy that the youth of Africa are beginning to press the neck of their leaders also, one way or the other, and they are beginning to speak up. So I'm seeing them fighting, and also not that alone. The geopolitical space is also because even Macron, Macron even acknowledged it. I watched a particular video on Zakaria, yes, Farid Zakaria of CNN. He had the personal page. I watched his interview with the French president, and he specifically mentioned Nigeria. You can watch, anybody can go online and also do that on the Facebook. You see Farid Zakaria. He mentioned some countries, 2 countries he mentioned in Africa. Those were South Africa and Nigeria. And he mentioned the European Union and US, China, India.
In what context? In what context did they mention Nigeria?
Yeah, he was talking about the need to bring together countries that have, relevance. I mean, when it comes to global issues. So he was talking about, they themselves in the West, that they've seen that there's a need for them to rearrange the financial architecture of the world, of the global economic order, and they need to bring on board other countries, less developed countries, and developing a few developing economies as well. And he was mentioning, when he mentioned the European Union, US, mentioned France, US, China. He mentioned India, he mentioned South Africa, he mentioned Nigeria. Nigeria and South Africa was the only countries that he mentioned. So that means that we've got something to offer and hard to.
It doesn't mean that. If they are talking about global economic recalibration, they have to bring Africa into the space. And automatically you bring Nigeria into the space because of the size of the country and the size of its economy. So it's not an endorsement. It's just an acknowledgement.
It's not. You might say it's not an endorsement. We all know that on a good day, if not because of bad leadership that we had over the years.
We all know that. But that guy, the mention is not anything new. Nigeria has always occupied that space. So it's not anything breaking or that to be excited about.
We are the one that knows that.
Everybody knows that. Hold on. Everybody on this planet knows that in Africa, Nigeria is the go-to country. The African countries know it. The international community know it. Everybody knows that Nigeria is the go-to country in Africa. Everybody knows. They've always known that.
But based on the challenges that has faced it, many people have believed that probably we have lost our edge. If you look at even the social media, the space was agog. And I saw you also talking about it, that is it compulsory that Tinubu must talk? Even do you know that even what's it called? Rufai and Co. They had a very very big issue with themselves. I mean, Abati was saying that it's not compulsory that the president must talk now. Must he talk to everybody? He knows what he wants to go and do. He knows the people that he wants to go and talk to that can bring in money for him and bring stuff, foreign direct investment and other things that he needs. So he doesn't really need to mind the rostrum and be talking blah 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 blah. And besides, this is his first encounter. Some people still believe that we are not that we are probably we have
Sorry, Darati. I think a lot of people they are missing the point, and they've missed the departure time of the train. So they're still at the station, still waiting for Bula Balu, but we've already passed the Bula. Even if he goes there and says Bula Balu, it's still the president. It's not going to change anything. So I think, and Rufai Husseini is one of the lead voices of that space, just looking for the guy to trip up and make a fool of himself. But we are past that now. The elections are gone. I don't know. He's still looking for Bula Balu.
Yeah, and they can't get it. Even Abatia just like what you
even if they get it, so what? What would that give them? If Tinubu goes
nothing,
to France and says Bula Balu, are they going to, when it arrives back in Nigeria, they will say it's no longer president and say Obi is? It doesn't matter anymore. But sorry, carry on.
So they were saying but was saying that the president does not really need to go to see anybody to talk like that. Even myself, I believe that he doesn't really need that kind of thing. Now there's a way they normally operate their thing even at that level. Probably they would have communicated with one another at the African Union level, like let people just talk. Who they have something to see, let them just talk. And even every country will also still go for their own interest, defend their own interest, try to see who and who can bring stuff, cake to their table. So you don't go and be watching other people's shoulders when you have your own home to defend and your own interest to protect. So and that's what the president has gone there to do. He went there straight to meet the people. Afrexim Bank, you mentioned them, EBRD, Switzerland.
All right, Darat, it's an opening monologue. I'll still come back to you to have a more expansive space to expand more on your thoughts. But let me take the 5 minutes to Ekene to ask him what he has been looking at in the news. So Ekene, you're up next. So Ekene, what have you been looking at in the news today?
Well, man, good day everyone on the platform.
Good to see you, Ekene.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Thank you for everyone. One man, I couldn't concentrate on the news today because I have a lot of visitors. But
are you doing Salah? Assalamu alaikum. Then are you doing Salah?
No, just a friend visited me, so I was not able to concentrate. So, but one of the news I was eager to listen to on Arise was a projection of the, I don't know whether it's World Bank or IMF, I don't know, that is warning against 100 million Nigeria that are in danger of being plunged into poverty. So, and the other electric tariff hike and all that. So, but I was not able, even this man, Festus Okoye, was on Arise News today, but I couldn't get the interview because of the, so, but my own is you see, what I want is a prosperous nation, not necessarily who is in the heads of the affairs of the country. But you see, when I'm against most of the things that are coming out now, because I must oppose an opinion that doesn't match my own opinion. Just like what I'm seeing here, cash transfer to poor Nigerians to reduce subsidy removal hardship. It's a very poor policy that wouldn't expect Tinubu to go towards that direction. In fact, if he does that, I won't rate him high. I won't rate him as a genius that he was mentioned to be. That is not my expectation for this country now, to begin to transfer money to people on a monthly basis to cushion the effect of a subsidy removal. I want something more unique, more productive. We have agreed to endure no matter what it takes for us to get the country back. So this cash transfer, and I don't know why this World Bank will be giving us direction on how to move our country.
It's recommendations, not directions. Recommendations.
It's part of a direction, because most of our leaders listen to all this World Bank direction, or whatever they want to put it. This is a very poor policy. This is one of the policy Buhari used to kill this country for the past 8 years, sharing 10,000 naira in the market and all that. Just a nonsense. I don't know how they think, and I wouldn't want this new government to go towards that direction. But you can't just go and borrow $800 million and begin to share it to people without trying to find an investment in this country where you put that money to begin to generate revenue. You just want to share it. What the country needs now.
Sorry, do you object to the cash transfer as a temporary palliative for the policy changes that are heavily attacking the wallet of the average Nigerian, especially the poor Nigerians? So the cash transfer is to the poorest of the poor in Nigeria to cushion the fuel subsidy and electricity tariff removal, just as a temporary measure to get them over the hump. You think it's a bad idea?
It's a very bad idea. In fact, it's one of the most worst idea. See, I have a timeline for this government, Sha. For me personally, I have a timeline. I have like 2 to 3 years timeline for them, because you can't be judging a government just for 1 month or so. But when they begin to roll out their policy, as somebody or a businessman, you are beginning to understand where their direction are moving towards. So for this policy, they are not moving towards the right direction. This is a very poor policy. If they are determined to move this country forward, I've made it clear. Nigeria will sacrifice, the government will also sacrifice. Let them begin to invest that money. Because come to think of it, even the dollar you are talking about, see, dollar can only be made available when we are able to export more. We should be more productive. It's a fact. So find areas to invest that money. Education. It's better you give free education than this thing. It's better, even if it is primary school education. Even if it is 1 year, or even for 3 years or 2 years. Than this thing. It will be more productive. It will bring more of our kids will benefit more. Give them free education with this more than this thing. How can you be transferring 5,000 naira that doesn't have meaning? Who are the people that are to benefit from it?
It's only because of your economic bracket that 5,000 naira does not have meaning. 5,000 naira can carry a poor family for a week.
Poor family for what? Do you know how the cost of things in this country now?
You know, not every family shops at a shop right like you now. They know.
No, it's not the question of I don't shop at ShopRite, man. It's not a question of shopping at ShopRite. It's a question of you have told us to tighten our belt. Let's move the country. Yes, we agreed. Do you think buying fuel 500 or something that I like it? But I have to endure it. If I've given myself time like that, at least I have to endure this for at least 1 year or 1 year, and then I'll begin to see the country. Then what are you putting in place to make sure that the country become productive, so that all this thing cost of petrol and all that will begin to reduce maybe in the next 2 years or 3 years? The money you are supposed to invest, we don't have money in this country. This money are meant to be invested to generate revenue.
How do you immediately insulate the poorest of the poor from all these economic changes? So their money remains the same, but everything else has gone up by 300 to 500%. So what does the government do in the most immediate? We know the medium to long term, but in the most immediate impact, what can the government do? The most immediate impact.
I've told you, giving free education is even more better than this
Yes,
thing.
but that's medium term now. We are talking about what can they do now. Education is a what, a 5-10 year process. We're talking about right now.
Education is not 5-10 years. Education is an immediate task that we need in this country.
All right.
Educating our young
That's not what I'm saying. For a person to go through an education, each phase of education is 5 years. So you do 5 years primary, 5 years secondary, 4 years university.
Okay, apart from that education, what are the steps that we are making now towards our farmland and all that? What are the steps?
They are recalibrating the security architecture.
Yes, that is what I want to see. Let them put more effort in that area. Let them put more effort in that area, in our farmland. We cannot produce tomato anymore. We cannot produce gari anymore. We cannot produce yam is about 3,000 naira now. All that. So why should you be wasting this money when you know that people can just go to farm and get something to eat?
All right. Bring it home, Ken. So I go to Ajenle Koko. I'll still come back to you, but like I said, the 5-minute monologue. Bring it home.
Yeah, that is my take. And my concern is just how to move this country forward. I don't want things that will bring us back anymore. These are the policies of Buhari, which I don't need again in this country. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Can I stay with us? I'll come back to you in a moment. We go up next to Ajanle Koko and ask the same question. Ajanle Koko, what has caught your attention in the news cycle today? So it's just a 5-minute monologue to what you especially paid attention to in the news today. Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. What I see catching my eyes in the news is the money or maybe loans that international financial institutions are trying to shower on Nigeria due to the policy direction that Tinubu administration is taking the country. We have seen the chairman of African Development Bank offering about 560 or 580 million to help our agricultural sector. And World Bank is offering another $580 million to support women businesses or something. I've not really read that well. And the IMF is trying to give grant of $500 million as well as Nigeria. So I think they are impressed. All these financial institutions, international financial institutions, are impressed with the economic policy that Tinubu is rolling out. And I think for them, without Tinubu asking for loan for them to offer him loan and grant is to send a signal to international investors. Hey, you guys, this is the guy that we are ready to do business with. Come and join us and let us, support him. This is where you can invest your money. These are the policy he's taking that can guarantee safety of your money, the remittance of your money. This is where the opportunity are available for your investment. So it's I'm beginning to wonder that what is going on. The 3 weeks of his policy that he rolled out is they are responding positively to it, and I hope that the investor will respond positively as well, because if the international community, or let me say, international financial organizations are responding positively, I think they will drive investors as well to come to Nigeria and respond, to respond positively. And if they should do that, that will put us on a direction of growth, economic growth. And I hope that Tinubu has been,
Ajane Koko, the trick for Tinubu, or where his skills will be tested, is because everybody agrees with what he's doing in terms of the recalibration of how the country works for the economic and whatnot. But before we get to where he's taking us to, the pain that is going to be vested on the everyday Nigerian is going to be huge. So how he manages that pain for them so that it's not too debilitating, that's where his skills will come into play. This is what we're reading, and that's what Ikene was speaking to as well.
Yes, if he can really take these advantages of this loan and grants that they are offering him, if he can put them into use, invest them in some key sector of the economy that can, stimulate economic growth, I think a lot of Nigerian people will benefit. It will create jobs and, opportunities for Nigerians, and that will take us on a direction of economic growth. I think that we want to wait and see how Tinubu will manage this opportunity well for the advantage of Nigerian people, and turn the economy around for the benefits of Nigerian people. So that is that is the most biggest challenges before him now. And if Tinubu really want to do well, if he really want to, there are some key sector of the economy that he can invest a lot of money in. He can invest a lot of money, put a lot of money into it that will, give us a better future in that country. It will stimulate the economy and give us a better future. Number one is education. If Tinubu can make higher institution education free in that country, that will stimulate economic growth. And the way
higher education free.
Yes, hold on. I will tell you.
Free university education.
Yes, let university.
Where has that model been practiced?
Well, it's practiced in Cuba. It's practiced in some countries.
What's happened to Cuba since?
No, it's sanction from America that is killing Cuba. Don't say what. They have the best of the best doctors in the world, medical doctors in the world, even better than what we have in the United States. They have the best medical facility over there. So let me tell you this: if he can make higher institution free in Nigeria, do you know what it's going to bring? That we empower Nigerians purchasing power. That will strengthen Nigerians' purchasing power, because that money that those parents struggle to pay for higher institution,
rather than
money will be injected into the economy.
Rather than make because that's just a socialist or something, and Nigeria but rather than make tertiary education free, why not make targeted subject matters free, like engineering, medicine, mathematics, nursing, so that then and then you make it so that only the best brains can access it, and then I mean, who will want to pay for somebody going to study Yoruba studies? Of what value is that to anybody?
I think Yoruba study is not important.
It's not as important as medicine or
very,
engineering.
very important.
As important as medicine.
It's more important now
than medicine.
That we save our tradition.
Yeah, but that's peculiar to your tradition now.
Oh yeah, it's the
medicine has universal salability. Engineering has universal salability. Mathematics. Those are things of value now. Who wants to be paying for Yoruba studies in university?
That is what you think. That's
No, it has no commercial.
But if
what
it is
commercial
English
value
language now, hold on, one man.
That has value. English has value.
Let us stop this colonial mentality culture. If it is English language now, it will be okay with you. If you say, okay, let us invest in our children to speak good English, right? That will resonate with you. That'll be good with you. But our culture, the arrowhead of our culture, which is the language.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Does Yoruba studies, does it have commercial value outside of the Yoruba space?
Very well, all over the world.
You will go to France and teach Yoruba studies.
Look, a lot of let me tell you now.
You go to Japan and teach Yoruba studies.
Hold on, let me tell you. The fastest growing religion in the world now is Ifa religion, Yoruba religion. A lot of people are showing interest to know that Ifa religion. And what are you going to use to teach them Ifa religion? It is Yoruba language. So when you don't have people that can speak Yoruba language, how would you be able to teach them? That's your culture. I mean, that's your religion. So look, one man, education free. We give the parents all over Nigeria that spend money, struggle hard to pay for an institution of their children. That savings they're going to be making, they're going to spend it into the economy. And that will stimulate economic growth. That is the way economy is simple. The same thing with health. And when you invest on economy, on education, you invest in the future of your country. Nigeria does not invest on education. Go and look at the budget of Nigeria. It's about 7%, 6 to 7%. That shows that this is a nation that is not serious.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
This is a nation that is not
meant to be a
serious.
monologue.
This is a nation that is not serious for her future and for her development. Go check.
Take a very short interjection from Ekene and Bishop. and then round it off in a very short summary, and then we go on to Prince Daddy. So Ekene come in, and then Bishop, and then Ajande Koko condense it. Ekene, you wanted to say?
Yeah, one man. In respect of Ajali Koko, I don't support the tertiary institution to be free. The reason is this: for you to help your citizens, you don't start from the head, you start from the bottom. So what I mean is this: even if the government should support education, I wish they support primary and the secondary school education, just basic education. The reason is this:
those ones are free already. Those ones are free.
No, I don't see that. I don't see them as free. I know many areas.
No, they are free.
Even if they are free, even if they are free.
Those ones are free. Private, forget about private.
Okay, let me. Even though I have not seen it, but even if they are free, they have to equip them, invest in the schools and all that, and make it attractive. Then the reason is this: once you get your basic education, universities should be by choice. Not everybody wants to go to university. Many people want to be a mechanic. Many people want to be a bricklayer. Many people want to be all that. Tailoring and those things are their occupations. The most important thing is just get that basic education on a very good and as in something, make it attractive. That when you get it, because you can still get Igbo language in basic education, Yoruba language in basic education, all that, English language in basic education, even mathematics. Then after your basic education, you can make a choice. I want to go to university to study medicine. Then let your parents cater for that. I can go to university to study law. Let your parents cater for that. Because after basic, some people might decide to go to trade to get and serve, and after being served, they will be settled. So I don't support the idea of making tertiary education free. The issue stop at a secondary school level, because once you finish your secondary school level, at that stage, you can be able to make a choice on where or direction you want to move your life to. That is my take. So
all right,
that's what I want to
come in, Bishop, and then yeah. No, I'm only taking 2 interjections because we're doing opening because there's still a few people. But Bishop, come in.
Yeah, I'll just say.
Sorry, Darati, by the way, but Bishop, come in. Yeah.
Say that almost 770 percent captured what I want to say. So instead of belaboring it, let me just have a quick pushback on Ekene's submission, if that's okay by you, because he practically captured what I wanted to say to Ajale Koko. The only thing is in the practicability. At the moment Nigeria is now, we cannot afford, even if it is the best idea in the world, continue to carry the university, a free university education on our shoulder, quality education, as it were. So if we concentrate on primary and secondary and make it very qualitative, it will do a world of good to us. But let me just quickly interject something on what Ekene said earlier on. Number one, just 2 things, and I will just itemize them. Number one, the idea of conditional money transfer, whatever name.
Sorry, Bishop, are you going to a different topic?
No. I said permit me to use my time to push back on Ekene, since he has already captured what I wanted to say to Ajale Koko. If you don't permit me, that's fine.
Okay, carry on. Carry on.
It's going to be very few moments. I will just itemize that it is not only in Nigeria. What he is saying is opposed to the conditional cash transfer. That even advanced countries, they do it. They do it in America in the form of what do they call the food stamps and EBT. They do it in the UK. The poor of the poor are given some slack because they will always be poor among us. And the category of the poor they are talking about in Nigeria, if you see them, you will know that if they combine 5,000 in 3 months and give them 50,000 naira at a go, it will make a lot of impact on them. And secondly, And this negotiation for this 800 million naira started a little over a year ago to serve as a palliative for the subsidy removal. It's on that basis that that money is coming, whether it's a loan or a grant. Now, mismanagement or misapplication of fund is what, when you go to World Bank and collect money that you want to use it for the poor of the poor, and you now come back and say, oh, let's use it to build laboratories in the university. That is misapplication of fund. You had a purpose for which you requested for that loan, and they submitted, they supported it because they felt we cannot continue with this idea of subsidy. So if you go and now collect it and say, oh no, you are not changing what you are already guilty.
All right.
Fund. Okay, sir.
No, yes, land it is yes. So do you want to land it in a couple more sentences? Land it.
I wanted to outline 3 points, but it's okay. That's fine. Let's
One man don't have the right to reply. Just 1 second.
You say that's why I didn't want to open it up, because I wanted to get through.
Yeah, but I have the right to reply.
Okay, go on.
So I understand what Bishop is saying. Many countries are doing that. They are giving dishing out cash and all that. But check their status and everything, and how they were able. My point is that Nigeria don't have money now. It is written all over our economy that we don't have anything. So everything that we have now have to go towards an investment that will generate or something, so that in future, if we are going to give palliative, maybe then we do it on our own, not just to go and borrow money to do palliative. It's not done anywhere. When you want to do palliative, even when one man, if you want to give somebody money, you don't give somebody money when you have not invested, when you don't have any profit. You give from what you benefit. You understand? You don't benefit. You just go and borrow money to dash out. We should be investing as a country. Every penny that Nigeria earns today needs to go to an investment. Education is a very good investment, whether free or anything. Giving free education is a very good investment. It's a human capital development that will yield us a lot of profit in the near future. So that's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah. Investment in education is an investment in the future of a country. When you give free education at the higher institution, you are preparing for economic growth, financial growth, scientific growth, technological growth, and every growth that you can talk about for your country. Because the engine room of development of every country is at university level. That is where all the researches are carried out for development of the country. Majority of the researches in all spheres of life are done at the university level. So when you don't develop your university sector, when you don't give your children, when you don't give your citizens, your children, that opportunity to go to that school, you won't be able to discover talents. There are many talents that are rotting away that you see. Some of these Igbo guys that are trading, that are running after vehicle everywhere in Lagos, a lot of them are very brilliant. Some of them that you see in villages, if you give them that opportunity to go to free university, you will discover brain that you can use for the development of your country in various phases of life. What is the population of the students in Nigeria university? They are not more than 1.5 million. Are you saying that we cannot pay for 1.5 million tuition fee? You say Nigeria cannot pay for that? How much do you pay? Each governor, how much do they get for a security vote that is not accounted for. Cost of governance rises every day, and you don't do anything about it. You don't do anything to cut down cost of governance and invest on education and healthcare for the people. Look, we are deceiving ourselves. Go and look at the budget for your country on healthcare. Go and look for the budget on education for your country. It's not a serious country that when Awolowo carried out free education in the 50s, he invested over 50% of the budget on education. That's what gives Yoruba land the edge over other parts of Nigeria today. Investment in the future. That is what education. The United Nations came out with a report that $1 that you invest on education will give you $20 in return. There's no investment that you can do. There's no investment
industry.
There's no industry that you can invest that can give you so much return like education. It's education that gives United States this power that the United States occupy today. Great Britain, all those great countries, it's education. So look, it is the time to get our priority right. We've not been getting it right. And education, free education, and the higher institution is the best way to go. That will discover a lot of brain. A lot of children will troop into university, and you will discover a lot of brain. And that we will start to take our country out of problems that has been ravaging this country. Nigeria is a country that kills talent, but you can recover those talents. You can, discover those talents by investing in education. If the West, if the Jakonde, if Obafemi Awolowo in the Second Republic, if they did not make secondary school education free in between 79 and 83, if they did not make it free back then, maybe we'll still be paying for secondary school education. But they practice it then and show the rest of the nation that this is possible. And where are we today? It's being practiced all over the country. So Tinubu, I hope he knows the importance of education too. It's a guy that went through tough time to get himself educated, particularly in the United States. What he went through, he drove cab to go to sponsor his education and other things.
Bring it to Majane Koko, yeah.
So let me bring it to 1 minute. So is the way forward. Investment make our what do you call it? Our tertiary institution free, and then invest in that sector so that Nigeria can start to discover and preparing for better future. That's my take, woman.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. You can tell when, hold on, who's that? You can tell when Ajande Koko is passionate about something because you can hear that in the projection of the voice. But I was going to come to you next, Prince Daddy, but with your permission, just to break up the testosterone a little bit, let me make a pit stop with Zita, just to break up the testosterone and then come immediately to you. So Zita, good of you to join us. It's not even the weekend. You only ever have time at the weekend. Zita, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good to have you.
Everyone, how are you?
We're all good. We're still at the opening phase, and what we were doing was to have a 5-minute monologue, just for you to have the expression of what caught your attention in the news cycle today. So you get that 5 minutes then, just to tell us then what's caught your attention, what you are thinking about in the news, especially as pertains to our country. Zita, good to have you.
Yeah, I don't really know what is happening in the country, but what caught my attention was what Ajani Koko and Ekene and Bishop was saying on education. I must say that 3 of them, they are right. on the submission they put up. But if you will permit me, I want to buttress a little bit on what they have said. I don't know
5
if
minutes.
Bishop,
5 minutes. Yeah, go on.
okay. I don't know if Bishop is still there. If Bishop
Okay.
will remember what they call adopt. Bishop, do you remember?
What they call what?
Adopt.
Yes.
Okay. So we always talk about the Nigerian government, you know.
Sorry, Zita. Sorry, Zita. I'm not going to interrupt you, but for the benefit of the uninitiated, can you explain what that adopt means? Yeah, carry on.
Adopt is a program that Obio Ezekwesili, right? When she was the Minister of Education. Yeah, I think I'm right.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, when she was the Minister of Education, she did what was called adopt. I'm surprised that they didn't continue with that, because the adopt was for big men, NGOs, to adopt schools. That's what they do overseas. When Ajani Koko says school fees is supposed to be free, yeah, it's supposed to be free, somewhat, but not being paid by the government. So she did that adopt. So many schools were adopted by the big men in Nigeria, renovated, and those students were empowered. The school was updated, upgraded, and they were doing good. I don't know what happened when she left. So I think that was a good program. Then coming to what Ajani Koko said, every brilliant child is not supposed to be deprived of good education. I think I should come from that angle. When I mean brilliant child, I'm not saying that there are children that are dumb. No. What I'm saying is that you have to separate them. There are ones that are good and handsome, and there are some that are theoretical, like university. So you bring back our technical schools where people have to use their hands to make things and learn about it without being bothered with reading and writing. Then again, those ones that are extremely very brilliant, those big men, companies, parastatals, NGOs should sponsor them free. As long as they keep passing, they keep going to school. That's how it's being done overseas. When Ajani Koko said school is free in America, people do attack him. I think he's right. You have to go and find out. School fees is free, but it depends who is paying. Most people think it's the United States government that is paying. No, there are NGOs. So when it comes to my turn, I need to really talk more about it if I'm still awake. I want to discuss, because it's not all about saying school should be free. We should talk about how they are supposed to make that school free.
Yes, it's the workability of it. You know, in the broad,
that's what I want to discuss.
Yes, in the broad principle, who would object to free education? We all know the value of it. This is what congregates us here, so that we're able to have this thought. So we all know the value of an education, but the workability of a free education, a universal free education, right from primary to tertiary education. I mean, yeah. So we'll open up that space. But good to have you on board, Zeta. I know that your fan base will delight in your voice. His fan base delights in his voice as well. Let's bring Prince Daddy up next. So, Prince Daddy, the question, your response. What's caught your attention in the news cycle today? So, a 5-minute monologue to the elegance that is Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. Please subscribe and share. Appreciate it. Actually, I guess the debate about education was more interesting to me. But in the news today, I think it was probably I watched an interview with Terry Kumi with Galadima, and I think it was Bishop earlier. Pretty much summed it up. You know, is a comedian kind of, and he's crafting his way. He's always vacillating, going from one side to another. So, what can we say? You read the article, and it doesn't seem to be like. The article was more about condemnation of the INEC conduction of the election more so than maybe supporting Tinubu directly. Of course, his principal Kwankwaso is palling around with Tinubu right now. So it's politics as usual. Won't be surprised to see him change position again if Kwankwaso, who knows, maybe becomes a member of a APC or whatever he chooses to do the next 4 years. But on the issue of education, actually, I think Kenneth submitted a superior argument based on empirical data or facts, I would say. I think it's more apt to invest in primary education, especially in this day and age, than in tertiary education. And I think what it was trying to allude to that Bishop complimented was that it's quality primary education and secondary education. That's what we need in Nigeria. More so than spend all this money to try to push some people to go study Yoruba so they can die Ifa later in their life. I don't think we should be funding that project. In Japan, for example, the Japanese, I mean, that's why in the 80s and the 70s, they did very well when it came to technology. The Japanese were the ones that miniaturized technology in a lot of ways, made a lot of things small cars, small components. They dominated, and Japan usually heavily invest in primary and secondary education. And I think, again, in today's world, university education should be optional. It's becoming less and less really valuable, I would say, when it comes to university education. There's so many opportunities for people right now to earn good money without even going to university. Just like people know, or some of you know, on this platform, even companies like Google and Meta, Facebook, they are more than happy to hire people right now with high school diploma, as long as they understand coding or scripting, and cybersecurity. All these fields nowadays don't need 4-year degree learning about philosophy and try to compose English. It is just, at this point in time, it's quite useless. You alluded to it, one man. The STEM program, sure, we can't just spend a bunch of money on higher education. The STEM program can be an area to focus on. If you need to get quality engineers and doctors and nurses, that'd be ideal. I don't believe in spending a bunch of money, especially money that we have to borrow to send people to university. It's not worth it. And to wrap it up, or to cap it up, I submit to Ekene's position. We need the quality. In fact, we don't regard too much primary and secondary education. That's why we have so many dilapidated buildings and no books, no chairs, everything collapsing. If we invest in quality primary and secondary education, it's going to go a long way. If somebody can graduate from secondary school and be able to read and write and to engage with people at a universal level, that's quality education. And I think that used to be the case actually in Nigeria, when they have the I guess HND1 or something like that. They used to have a pretty robust primary and secondary education, and I think they call it post-secondary education. Those are the education that we really need to focus on and invest in. That is quality. That is quality education. And in regards to, I didn't read or hear the reading about the World Bank and the IMF trying to.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a moment. I was just really capturing what you were thinking about rather than the talking points, just to document that, just so that I'm not the only one setting the agenda. There might well be something that interests you that's not on the list. Stay with us for the moment, Prince, as I take it round. So I'll take it next to Dewale, who I suspect maybe has gotten home, but the last time he was in a car. Are you still in the car, Dewale? And what are you thinking about Nigerian politics? So Dewale, you're up next, and then from you to Mike. Dewale. All right, let's go to Mike, who was also in a car a moment ago. So are you still driving, Mike?
No, I wasn't driving actually. I think it was the AC that was there that was making us sound.
All right, yeah. So we're having the opening phase still. You say we're 3 hours in already, but we're having the opening phase still, Mike. And what I was inviting was a 5-minute monologue to speak to what is not so much agitating your mind, but occupying your thoughts in terms of Nigerian politics as of today. So a 5-minute monologue from you, Mike.
Okay. Yeah, actually, what you guys were saying about the whole education thing, I thought I kind of had something to it, but what Manazita kind of said, in line of what I'm about to say regarding education. She mentioned like focusing on the most brilliant. So that's what I call efficiency. So what I was going to say is I do agree with Johnny Coco. The education is very, very important. It's very, very keen to societal development. However, I think we have to appreciate the desire that he wants everyone to be educated, but it's virtually impossible for government to make education completely free for all. It's just not possible. I think what we need to focus on is the efficiency, meaning you fund the education of the selected few that are gifted, highly brilliant people. We need to build Harvard special schools, kind of like MIT kind of schools, where you just find the best of the brains of Nigerians and put them there and fund it. You can fund the few that are exceptionally brilliant, gifted, science, all those ones. Yeah, government. But as far as funding the entire country of millions of people, we can't afford it. I know you will tell me that, oh yeah, they can afford it because they tax Mamala Kara and all these people. What they are taxing Mamala Kara, all those 2020 naira, is not enough money to be able to fund education for the entire millions of people. What you tax Mamala Kara, if you put it together, maybe in a day, maybe 100 naira, $1 is about 720. The infrastructure, the cost of funding education is in the billions of dollars. If it was enough, I don't think Buhari would have been borrowing billions from China to build roads because, the infrastructure is in the billions. So we don't have it. What we are paying in tax is just not enough for government to be funding, subsidizing the millions of Nigerians. So the efficient thing to do is to fund the education of the exceptional minds, the few brilliant kind of people. Or you don't need everyone to have the brain the entire country to have the brain for a country to develop. You just need your best to have the brains and to have the opportunity for the country to develop. Now, one thing I would suggest is instead of this thing that we focus so much on saying building schools and this and that and that. Yes, schools are important, but I think what's most important is government to build public libraries all over the country, in every corner, because that's what America do. Really, most brains in America, most people, gifted people in America, they really didn't get their brain from the formal education. They got it from libraries. They started in libraries, running to science books and learn things on their own. And my 12-year-old son, he has read more books, so much books that if he speaks next to a high school graduate in Nigeria, he sounds far more intelligent because he has read way. In Nigeria, people don't read. People are not really. They don't read books like that because there's no access to libraries and things. So our formal education is really not. It's just formal. So what government can do is invest in public libraries, or even we don't even have to rake on government to be doing these things. Even all those of us that are, being Nigerian, we should be forming non-profit organizations and be building libraries and put it, because that's the best way to invest in the brains of your people. You should have free access to knowledge where people can, if you want to learn, there's a place you walk into, big book and learn on your own. And another way they can do it for maybe primary and public is to maybe do a virtual classroom. Today, technology has really made things very easy. We can do things very efficient. Government can design virtual classrooms for all subjects, even from first grade and to 11th grade, of primary 1 to primary 6, where people can do homeschooling. You don't have to go to actual physical building to acquire knowledge. You do homeschooling Once they design classroom, virtual classroom, a teacher teaching, and is recorded and is made available a virtual classroom, and parents can have their children learn at home through that sign up in that virtual.
Does Nigeria have the infrastructure to support that?
Yes, yes. I'll give you an example of public library. In a public library, you have a computer there, right? And if you don't have computer at home, you go to that public library, you log in into that virtual classroom with your kid, your child, and you study, you learn from that virtual classroom. A virtual classroom is basically, because I learned that my older brother's daughter during COVID, that's how they were learning. I'm like, wow, that's where I got the idea from. I'm like, wow, the teacher recorded the lecture and the child log in and they just watch the teacher, watch the instruction of the teacher, and the parent just assist the child in what the teacher is teaching and help the child to understand, and they learn together. And then the teacher, when it's exam, they go to actual place to take the exam of what they have learned. So all is offer is just for them to go and take exam. So homeschooling. So what Nigeria can do, if they can design a virtual classroom, one virtual classroom can educate 1 million children or even 10 million children. So you really don't have to go to physical classroom like we're doing. Everything can be done efficiently these days. You understand? The virtual classroom, children that don't have computer and all those equipment, we build a public library. One computer can bunch of children can come and use it at the same time. I mean, won't spend 1 hour, they leave another child. Bunch of children come and walk into the library, log into the computer and get the education. Or we can have one big hall where a bunch of children come in, big screen is teaching them, they learn what they need to learn. People learn on their own. You understand? Just build that virtual building for them to go in and learn. Parents, you just have to, like Atiku always said, you make it a law for every parent to sign their children up for education. So once government build those virtual classrooms and you make it what do you call it, compulsory for every parent to sign their children up into those virtual classrooms, you educate everybody without spending anything. You spend little or nothing. I mean, what government will spend? So we just got to figure an efficient way of doing things rather than doing everything the old way of, you have to come and sign up for this building in this elementary school here called Agberu Secondary School, Primary School. We can make everything efficient. And as far as what government needs to focus on is the best of the best of the best, the gifted are the ones you have to take and actually spend real money to educate. You understand? So everything can be done in an efficient manner. You know, that's what I just think, sure. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Mike. So well put, Mike. Who's that?
Sorry. I have a question for the last speaker. Am I permitted?
Okay. Ask the question, and then he'll give a quick response. We will document world peace next, and then rather than go straight to our talking points, it looks as though this is an area of interest for the platform. Then we'll open up this education thing for a moment, and then we'll go back to our talking points. But ask the question. The last speaker, his name is Mike.
Okay, Mr. Mike, I like your approach to the whole topic. But there's one thing I want us all to know about Nigeria now is that the gap between those that can afford and those that cannot afford basic amenities even is getting wider. So how do you think the government or can close this gap in such a way that this kind of a proposal of yours would cut across everybody and all the students would be covered, not forgetting the fact that to actually plant those infrastructures, the library, as you said, across all the states or the local governments in the country, it's going to take a lot of funds. So how do you think we can actually actualize that?
All right, that was to you, Mike.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I didn't know. I don't think he really understood what I just expressed. When they design those virtual classrooms and those libraries, it's free, 100%. So all you do is your child goes in there, or if they have computer at home, you log in and learn on your own. So you don't pay anything. It's free. So it doesn't cost government much. If government design a virtual classroom, maybe give you the definition, is basically a recorded classroom where maybe a teacher is teaching, you record it, you make a video, and you post it on a virtual, it's like an internet link. So it's like online classroom. So basically, a parent from home can just log in, and the child will learn on their own in front of a computer at home. And if they don't have computer at home, government should build libraries all over the country. You understand? Same way you are building buildings all over the country. You can build a lot of useless buildings that we don't need. Make a library, and in there you put the computers there. So people that want to learn, that don't have computer at home, children, go in there, log in the computer, and have your classroom there. So it's free for all. It won't cost that much. It costs way less than paying school fees for every child to go and attend an actual school. You understand? Now, I'm not saying that you eliminate actual schools, or actual schools should exist, but for those that can't afford to go and pay for school, you should have a virtual classroom, which is on a computer, where all I have to do is just log in and learn. And then, if you have libraries all over the place, which it shouldn't only be government should be doing that. Even we, ordinary royalty people like us, should be donating money. Even if government can be requesting people to be funding all these libraries, many of us can be donating. Tax-paying people that have money can be donating. And we're building libraries. It's not that complicated and that expensive, So it doesn't cost anybody. It will actually reduce the gap between the extremely poor and extremely rich, because the difference between everyone is just access to basic knowledge, So once your people have access to knowledge, they can take care of themselves. I gave the example of my 12-year-old son. The guy, like the things he knows at the age of 12, I didn't know half of it.
Hold on, Mike. As he acquired 2 years in 10 minutes, it was 10 years. It was 10 years the last time you just spoke. Your 10-year-old son studying it on 12. What happened? What happened there?
Yeah, that's the only I want, son.
You said just when you were speaking, you said my 10-year-old.
No, I said 12. I said 12.
Now you are saying 12.
No, I said 12. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said 12. I said 12.
All right, carry on.
Okay, Mr. Mike,
no, hold on. Okay, so he's understood. Let's go on to...
I understand you, but I don't want to drag it any further.
All right, let's go on to world peace. World peace. You can still push back on it, but let's go on to world peace. Here.
Go to the next person.
All right. Okay. All right. So, what we will do now, since Ajande Koko has opened up that space around education, so let's go in there for a moment. So, I want Zita to lead that space. So Zita, this topic now that seems to that everybody seems to is not so much agitating, but is commanding the space. What Ajande Koko was proposing was that the government fund a universal suffrage education up to tertiary level. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. But then the workability of it, the practicability of it, and more to it, the expense of it, that is where the problem starts. So if you opened up that space and say that, then you're paying for nursery, primary school, secondary school, and university. So for a country our size, with a population our size, is that practical? Nobody disagrees as an idea. But what is the workability of that? Open up that space, Zita.
Woman, it is not workable. First of all, I will say government should hands off. In Nigeria, when individuals manage something, they work. So that's why I say government should hands off. And government should stop giving people license to own schools. They should adopt. Schools are littered every nook and cranny in Nigeria, and they are making education valueless. As I said before, Obi Onyekwesili did what she called adopt. Schools were adopted, they were renovated. If Bishop can remember, they were renovated. They were upgraded. A lot changed because individuals were involved, not the government. When government get involved in Nigeria, there is no consequences for spending that money and not getting back the value in which that money is being spent. So I want government to hands off. Now, let me start picking ideas of how education is being run in most countries in the world. As I said before, a brilliant child in Nigeria should not be deprived of quality education. When I mean brilliant, I don't mean there are dumb children. What I mean is that some children will study. There are some who are very good in hands-on, technical. They want to touch the thing. As they're touching it, they're learning. So number one, the government should separate these two children. They should separate them. Bring back our technical schools. And again, stop giving individuals license to open schools. Let them adopt. Let them sponsor. Let companies sponsor. I remember, if Bishop can remember, I call him because he lived in Port Harcourt. Shell used to have technical school, one in Ogunu and one in Shell Port Harcourt. The one in Shell Port Harcourt is for people who are going to university, and the one in Ogunu is for technical hands. But being what it is, government came in and they start doing man no man. The company has to shut down everything. We know the story. Now, they should adopt 2, 3, 4 people come together. They own a school. They put their eye there. One man, I want to deviate a little. Let me say something because I like saying things with stories. Some years ago, about 10, 12 years ago, a Nigerian child came to University of Chicago to pay his school fees as an international student. The late Professor Grenier was like, how much do you pay? The parents called the person, what? Why don't you people come together in your country, put that money in one school and watch over it? It might not be as good as University of Chicago, but it will go far. It was as if Obi Onyekwesili had that, what that man said, and she did that adopt. Now, if you come to the United States, I will start with United States because most of you on the platform are very familiar with United States. When Ajani Koko said school fees are free, people are paying school fees are free, he's right. But he's wrong because he's saying it as if it's the United States government that is paying it. I schooled in the US. I don't know who paid my school fees. I schooled for free. That's why I was able to say he's right. There are so many things going on that ground. When you go to your course advisor, they will tell you programs they have that sponsor some certain courses, that sponsor some certain people in United States for free. When I mean free, totally free. Tuition free, books free, and some of them, things like cyber security, they even pay them salary every month. Why they school? Nigeria can do that. Pick up all those courses you know that Nigeria need in the dispensation of the now. For those students who are brilliant in that area, they should get sponsored. From primary school to secondary school, make it compulsory. But when you get to secondary school, still divide it into two because it's not everybody. In as much as we say, make it free, make it accessible, make it available for every child. It's not every child actually that wants to go to school. We should respect their opinion and their ability too. We should not force them. We shouldn't waste that money. So by the time you get to secondary school, you still divide them into two. I remember Obasanjo wanted to do it. You divide them into two. At that point, some should go technical, while some should continue. They should still be funded at that level. But there's one proposal I want to make to Nigerian government. The university education they call bachelor's degree, they should break it. so that you don't need to actually do the 4 years before you get a job. They should break it. If you a 4 years course, if you do 2 years, you should be able to get a job with it. Maybe you call it just like they do in the United States.
Are you not talking about the polytechnic model?
No. I'm not talking about that. In the United States, if you are doing a 4-year degree course, like let's say
you are talking about a higher diploma, a lower diploma, and a higher diploma.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about associate degree and the degree proper. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about associate degree and degree proper. If it's a 4 years course, you do get associate by doing 2 years. And then you can work and go back and do the remaining 2 years to get your bachelor degree. So when you break, it doesn't necessarily mean when you come back, you start all over again. All you need to do is to pick those courses that you need to do to complete it to be a degree. That way, people don't need to labor all their life in school. They should break it. In as much as I'm not talking about technical school like we're talking about OND, HND. No, those schools should be totally turned to technical. All those polytechnics, they should turn to technical schools. And the degree courses, just as they break the OND and the HND, the degree courses should be broken.
Sorry, Zita, you're not the first person I've heard say that the polytechnics should be converted to technical school. And I'm not sure why, because the polytechnics are technical schools, but at a higher grade. Is that not dumbing down if we do that?
No.
Dumbing down?
You see, things like this, when you talk about technical school, yes, there are technical school. We are not dumbing it down. Rather, we are upgrading it in the sense that
from a polytechnic to a technical school.
The technique there still sounds technical.
We already have technical schools, by the way, in Nigeria.
That's why I'm saying I'm coming to that. Woman, I'm coming to those.
Which is like a specialized apprenticeship sort of a thing. Yeah, we have technical schools. Yeah.
Wait, I'm coming down to those schools we have. That makes no sense. Woman, I don't know the last time you left.
Apologies, but it will probably round better if you upgraded the technical schools to polytechnics and then, but carry on.
Me, I'm coming to the level of matching those universities littered everywhere. That's what I'm coming to. So this one you are saying upgrading this one, I'm even talking about merging them like University of Lagos. The Ondo State University will turn to University of Lagos Ondo campus. So that the school will have quality. Not building a glorified secondary school, calling it a university. We can turn it to a branch of that university. Like say University of Ibadan. University of Akure, or say University of Ibadan in Akure. That's Akure campus. They should merge all those universities. In fact, if they can bring them down to up to 30 universities for now, let's start with it. So that it will make a lot of sense. Because the way it is now, it's not making any sense. It's not all about paying school fees for free for somebody to go and loaf around in school and he comes out, he cannot ask him a question. You read banking and finance. Simple question in banking and finance, he cannot answer. Number two, one man, I want Nigeria to put a law in their education. Just like you mess up as a lawyer, your wig is removed from you. You mess up as a doctor, you are banned from being a lawyer.
Zita, rather than all this margin, and by the way, it's good as as an expression of frustration with the system, but it's not practical because all these state universities, they are owned by their own sovereign state. So I don't quite know, and they see it as a prestige thing.
Do you know how many? Do you know how many universities are in each state?
Countless, with the private ones and then the publicly owned
That
ones,
is
and then
what I am talking about.
and then the federal ones. But
that is what I am talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is the ownership structure. It would not allow for that convergence. So if you take Lagos State, if you take
I
Lagos
give you
State,
ownership, I take back my ownership. What are you going to do? Is it
no,
not somebody that gave them that license? Is it not
if
the
you
government?
You
revoke it. What is going to happen?
You can't revoke it just like that. That's
and
not.
If
We're not in a
do,
draconian.
and if the government do, you've not told me what's going to happen if government start revoking some licenses of some schools, because most of them don't make sense. So what's going to happen?
A better format, Zita, will be to standardize the curriculum and then hold every institution to that standard. So it's the quality that you want to attack, isn't it? Not the buildings themselves. So if you hold on, Bishop, if you through the Ministry of Education establish a minimum standard bar for every subject matter, that everything has to be taught at this level, and then you have supervisory input into that, that will elevate more the quality of the education rather than converging buildings.
I didn't say you should converge building. Woman, I'm very sure you understand what I'm talking about.
No,
okay,
I understand what you mean.
Let me ask you a simple question. Which certificate will a graduate of a Nigerian graduate, which certificate will he actually like to carry? Certificate of University of Lagos or certificate of University of Akure?
It will be Unilag, but
thank you. Hold on.
Yeah.
End it there. You've answered my question. Let's end it there.
No, but
so
not the totality of it. But
let me finish. What is wrong in calling University of Akure University of Lagos Campus 2?
But there's a reason. There's a reason why somebody will prefer to have a University of Lagos certificate as opposed to the University of Akure certificate, because that will be to do with the quality.
Thank you.
But what I am saying is, if the quality can be standardized, then it wouldn't really matter what the institution is. If the quality can be standardized.
You see, you are doing something. What you are doing is not working. You've been using left hand, standardize, don't standardize, left hand. It's not working. Why not try right hand? You are still telling us to continue the way we are and struggle to standardize it. That's what you're saying. But I'm trying to do something different and see whether, if we go down route,
no, what you're saying is not different. What you are trying to do is to put a band-aid over a gaping wound.
No,
but what I am suggesting is that rather than turn University of Akure into a satellite of University of Lagos, bring the standard of
satellite.
Yes, that's just that's just language. Let's not get fixated on that. What I am suggesting is to bring the standard of University of Akure up to the standard of University of Lagos, which is a standardization.
And that is not going to happen. So what do you do?
How is it not going to? That's easier achieved than what you are proposing.
No, that's not easier achieved. That's not easier achieved. What will be easier achieved is that standard that is in Lagos to be spread across. That's what will be easier achieved.
That's what I said. But not by renaming. That's not by renaming. Not by renaming University of not by renaming University of Akure. That's not how the standard will be. It's by bringing University of Akure up to the standard of University of Lagos, and then every university in Nigeria up to that standard.
Hey, quickly, one minute. So, how do you determine what is the standard for University of Lagos?
Yes. So then the topmost universities will set the standard for the education.
Yeah, so how do you determine standard? Is it standard by the quality of teachers, or the syllabus, or the cutoff mark to get admission?
In totality, including the management.
One man, I thought we're not allowing an interjection.
No, you can interject, of course. I come in, Bishop. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, I told your lie by trying to improve that's not what I wanted, but I told your lie as against what Azita is proposing. And I want to say that, look, in the past recent years, a few universities, private universities in Nigeria, have come up very strongly. I mean, the last ranking of African universities, I think it was only Covenant University that came among the top, top 20 or top 10. Coming up the best university in Nigeria repeatedly over time. Same thing, Dito, University of Babalola University. These are relatively new universities, but they are doing wonders. So it's possible to up the standard or the qualities of other universities across the nation. That's one. Two, I don't think we have too many universities as it were presently. It's just that the rush to be a very big university, large, we have universities that are specialized in some instances. I mean, some states in America, they are not really big. If you go there, universities, this
we're losing you, Bishop.
That's so. Sorry about that. Am I back? Can you hear me?
You're back. Carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Carry
okay,
on.
I'll come back. Okay. So basically, I don't think we have too many.
All right.
Am I lost?
No, you are breaking intermittently. Yeah, you are dipping very heavily, Bishop. Yes, I think Ekene wants to come in. Yeah. Come in, Ekene.
One man. Okay.
Sorry, let Ekene interject. Ekene come in. Yeah.
One man.
Okay, one man.
Only in Nigeria that I hear Nigerians say that collocating universities doesn't work. Only in Nigeria I hear people saying that. Universities
can I have my
are collocated. They are collocated. University of Lagos, all those.
Go ahead. Let Ekene come in. I think Ekene wanted to come in. Ekene come in.
Okay, one man. Thank you very much. Madam Zita, thank you very much for your analysis. But for me, I don't know. I don't talk much about universities and all that. And the reason, I know my reasons. But the only thing I will agree on all your explanation is maybe that issue of privatization of the university. But my take is how. You remember we started this topic on, as in terms of the palliative, the option that the government should be taking immediately in order to begin to get our country working. And I disagree with the ideas of sharing cash and all that. That these areas of our primary and the secondary education is an immediate something that they need to start to invest in. And I've made my submission very well. You see, when you talk about university, definitely university should be by choice. I don't know how much I can explain it as a Nigerian.
Ekene, let me maybe I must have using the word university a lot to make it, to streamline it. No, I'm not streamlining it. I'm talking from primary to university.
Okay, that's okay. But the reason I stop from secondary,
and they should be separated. People who wants to go to school should go to school. People who wants to learn work should be given opportunity and good environment to learn work. Some people learn by hands-on, and some learn by reading.
Hold on, Bishop. Let Bishop to land.
So
my question
that's why
along
I
with it.
said, Ekene, when you listen to me,
Yeah.
I said immediately after the primary school, normally that's where you learn most of your communication language. That's what I would call it. If you are serious in primary school, you learn your communication language. That means you prepared yourself to go into the world, right? In secondary school,
that's my take.
in secondary
Yeah.
school, I think it was Obasanjo that turned it to 366, whatever. In secondary school, it should be divided at that point. The people who wants to continue the grammar of university should be one side. The people who wants to do hands-on should be the other side. Then they take it from there. The other one will go to university to further that Asabi read. Then the other one that is technical should not go to technical school to further that is Asabi work. Are you getting my point? I'm saying
I'm
the
getting your
only
point.
place I disagree is the place telling the government to fund this. That is where I disagree.
But the reason I said that government should, but the reason I said,
hold on, let Bishop come in, and then I will bring other voices into the conversation. So Bishop, come in.
Okay, is it for my interjection or for my own presentation?
No, for your interjection.
So what I was saying earlier on, set it aside, as Madam Zita was saying. Then I want to address one thing. Ajalekoko always make a reference that we only allocate 7% to our education. I don't think that is factually correct. He said it several times, and it's not factually correct if we look at the whole gamut of how education is funded in Nigeria. Our federal government is responsible for some universities. For some federal Ministry of Education is responsible for 0 primary school in Nigeria. 0. It's responsible for about 104 secondary schools, the one we call unity schools, and federal government colleges and King's colleges, as you may have it. Then some straight federal universities. What I mean is this: it is not Federal Ministry of Education. The budget for Federal University of Agriculture Abeokuta and Federal University of Fisheries or Federal Technical is not being funded by Federal Ministry of Education alone. So when we just take the aggregate of what federal government spends and say that is the budget of what we are spending on education, we disregard what state is funding on private education and over 500,000 secondary schools across the country. Our federal government only holds 104 secondary schools. So the state funds the remaining one. And if we now say it is only the fund of 7% that federal government is using, there are secondary schools that Ministry of Defense funds. Air Force Secondary School, their money does not come from Federal Ministry of Education. Federal University of Fisheries, Federal University of Agri, they are under different ministries. Then we have PTF, we have different funds. So when we just come up and say, oh, we are only spending 7% on education in Nigeria, that is completely very misleading. That is the small fraction that federal government is spending on its own share of direct institutions, institutions that are directly under the Ministry of Education. And I can name them here. It's just in a very micro, too minute. It's very little compared to what states are spending on secondary school, on polytechnics, on colleges of education, and what have you, and what have you, and what have you. If we put that side by side, it's just like maybe 10% of the total funding. If we aggregate all of them, what the Ministry of Works is doing in the ministry, in our university, what the Ministry of Science and Technology is doing in our university, about 5 different ministries have expenditures in the Ministry of Health in taking care of our teaching hospitals. So by the time we put off, and it's a teaching hospital, even though it's affiliated or associated with university, is actually a citadel of learning. is where we train our doctors, in practical. So, but Ministry of Education is not the only one that funds them. Ministry of Health funds them also. So Ministry of Health is Ministry of Health is also please just let me land in 2 minutes. Ministry of Health is also contributing to funding education in that sector. So when we keep repeating this idea, we only spend 7%, it is not factually correct. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let me bring Fatai into the conversation, because I think Fatai has actually come in for this space. So Fatai, what inflection do you have on what's been discussed so far? Good to see you, Fatai.
Hello, Ahmad. Can you hear me? Am I having feedback?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, thank God for that. Actually, I was kind of like a little bit lost in the conversation, but you kind of cleared up a little bit by saying, like, because the perception I was getting is like Baba Jaliko's point. Like, it seems to me everybody is saying like it's a crazy idea essentially.
Fatai.
Babami.
Fatai, John to the long 1 minute. One man, please. Let me respond. 1 minute. Minute.
Carry on.
You see, Bishop, for everything he said now, it's just story. And I said story because there is no funding that doesn't have budgetary allocation. There is no funding on any sector in that country. As far as government agencies are concerned, including Ministry of Education or educational sector in that country, that doesn't have budgetary allocation for it. In 2022, go and check Nigerian budget is 5.4% that country budgeted on education. 5.4 of the entire budget.
No. Let him land, please, Bishop. Let him
answer him now.
That is number one. So for somebody to say, "Oh, they spend more than that,"
let him land, please. Let him land, and then you can.
Somebody say, "Oh, they spend more than that." He started mentioning all sort of school names and all the rest of the state. Where would they get the money if not from the budgetary allocation to fund those schools? Then number two, 2023, go and look at it. Nigerian budget, the total budget for the year amount to maybe 21 billion. 21 trillion rather, 21 trillion. Go and look at how much Nigerians spend allocated for education. It's disgraceful. 293 billion naira. And you say you want to have a country that will develop in the areas of how do I say it? You think you can have a country that can compete with other nations in the world in all spheres of life? It's not possible when you don't invest on education. On this year, 2023, I repeat again, 293 billion. That was what was allocated on education out of 21 trillion. Just to chip in that point.
Jericho, I agree with you. I agree with you very much on your point. So I don't know. That's a fact. So I don't know what else to add. So
that's fact.
All right. A quick response from. Hold on. Well, can you hold on, please, Bishop? Hold on. Can you hold on? When I say hold on, just do that. A quick response from you, Bishop. Can you hold on? When I say hold on, then please do that. A quick response from you, Bishop, and then we go to. Can you hold on? When I say hold on, can you hold on? Can you hear me, Bishop? Can you hear me?
But I was not saying.
Hold on, just.
Hold on.
Can you hold on? Can you hear me?
It's not like you're not.
Can you hear me?
Else. It's not me you are hearing.
Can you hear me? No, can you? Can you
God.
hold on?
His system is not. It's probably by delay or something. It's supposed to.
Yeah. All right. Let me mute him because I was only going to go to him, but I'm not. I wasn't sure. What I was going to say is, you have your quick response to that. I don't want it to be a heavy back and forth, and then we go to Fatai, and then we continue with the conversation. So to you, Bishop.
You were saying, can I hold on? I was not saying anything, not even a word. You were repeating it like you were not hearing me.
We could not hear you now. But carry on. You have the floor now. A quick response to Ajanle Koko, and then we go to Fatai to continue with this course.
It's okay to deliberate and say, I don't know the language you used. Are you saying that inside of the 293 billion, 219 billion of federal government, that is where all the state that has and the private university that has total of about 79 universities now, or 129, I can't quote. Is that where their own budget too comes from? All the primary schools, both the private and state owns, all the secondary school, both the private and state owns, all their funding is within that 219 billion. I'm saying that there are universities in Nigeria that are specialized university, that their funding does not come from the Ministry of Education. I am saying that there are secondary schools that are federal government owned, but not under Ministry of Education, like Navy Secondary School, like Air Force Secondary School, like all the command secondary school across the country. Is it not money that they are paying to them? Is the federal government, is the 290 billion of the federal government the one that funds state universities, state primary education? I said there are different players. It's only when you just take the one that federal government is spending directly from Ministry of Education. I said that is not factually correct. So if we want to have a healthy debate on that one, let us go and do a table where does this other university, there are schools of nursing in Nigeria, there are hundreds of them that don't take one kobo from Ministry of Education. It's under Ministry of Health. There are the federal teaching universities that don't take, what do you call it? Not teaching everything, teaching hospitals that belong to federal universities that don't take one kobo from Ministry of Education. It's what they are doing there, not education. And they're not educating people on how to become doctors. So if we want to have a healthy debate and fact-based, not just emotional, let us look at it and put the tables down. So you don't call me names. If you have a point against what I said, that 290 billion does not cover the state, bring it out. You are saying it's 5%. I'm not disputing the 5%. I'm saying that 5% only caters for like maybe 50 or 30 universities and 100 secondary schools. There is 0 primary school there. And you say primary schools are not being funded in Nigeria? So if you want to discuss based on facts, let's bring it out and not calling people names.
They didn't call you names, Bishop, but thank you. Let's go to Fatai. Fatai, back to you.
Yeah, I came in for 2 topics. But first, the education part. I think whatever is the technicality of the funding of the education, I think the universally agreed larger point, something nobody disagrees with, is that the education is below poorly funded in Nigeria, right? It's below poorly funded. So that is universally agreed upon. I mean, I don't work in the government to know how they fund each and everything, but I think nobody disagrees that the education is poorly funded. So and what is going on currently is that quality is sacrificed for whatever is the current funding system, whether they say people don't pay so much money or whatever it is, or it's subsidized, whatever, I don't know whatever terminology they used. But the point is quality is sacrificed, and then even with that, it's poorly funded. So, but the point I was going into with I was mentioning Babajane Koko's point, and I think the sense that I got was everybody seems to be like, oh no, let me not say everybody. The opposition to Babajane Koko seems to be like it's a crazy idea. You know, I don't think it's not a crazy idea, right? It's not. There are serious countries that do it. Germany agrees with Babajane Koko. Germany funds everybody education up to university. Everybody, not only German too, even foreigners. Everybody. I think maybe in a couple of years back, a few states decided that okay, let foreigners pay. Let it be. No, that's not even across Germany. Just like a couple of states, few states say okay, let some universities pay. So Germany agrees with Germany. So it's not a crazy idea. The problem.
Fatai, quick question. Fatai, but can Nigeria afford to educate everybody? Do we have the funding?
Yeah.
Do we have the resources? Do we at this time? Do we?
Yeah. Okay. The question about affordability, the problem with the question about affordability is that I will pick it up from, there was one time World Peace was making a point, like, so when these people came up that they are going to increase the salary or at least the basic salary of political office holders up to the governors and president by 114%. I think what Peace was making a point that it was probably a sabotage, right? I think probably right. I don't think the president, the Tinubu, is going to sign off on such unbelievable, in the context of what is going on in Nigeria now, unbelievable stupidity, right? So, but when you have situations like that, for them to be putting up stuff like that, they're essentially saying we have money. You have governors and I don't know how many other people taking security votes. Money nobody knows how much. Maybe they know how much it is, but at least they don't have to account for it. All the governors have private jets. All the, I don't know, I think even maybe local chairman and or chairperson or local council or whatever it is. I'm sure a few of them, maybe some of them also have private jets. So
you see, all that
have the money. Do we not have the money? How do we know?
That money is not a fraction of what we require to pay for education of millions of people. You need
private jet private jet and security votes. We don't know. My point is, we don't know.
Hold on, Fatai. I think Mike was inserting something there, Mike.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we all agree that it's stupidity to be increasing the salary of all these politicians and everything, but people point finger at that increase of that salary. You take that money, they can use it to fund education of everybody. No. Trust me. What do we require?
No. I didn't say that.
I didn't say you. I'm just saying, like, people. Now, this necessarily say you say that because when he asked you that, can they fund it, and he started pointing finger at, okay, the increase of government salary.
I'm pointing to situations that make people to have such opinions. I'm not saying
okay, I agree. Okay, but then, yeah, but you can agree with me that money, if people are saying, oh, that money should be used, that's not a fraction of what we require to actually fund free education.
I don't think there's any serious person who says the increase in salary of whatever it is going to be what is going to be used to fund education. I'm just saying I even remember Prince Daddy said that, do we have the money, which is a legitimate question. Can we afford it? I'm just saying, like, such question of affordability, right? When you raise question of affordability, you give people, let me use Babajani Koko as a symbol, like Babajani Koko, the vibe to say you are talking about affordability, but look at all the money being stolen everywhere. Even the ones that are not stolen at the table, they are stolen right in front of our faces, right? So it kind of weakens the argument about affordability when you have all of these things going on. That's what I'm making. I'm just saying it weakens the argument. I'm not saying I don't know what is how do we even know the revenue budget, the revenue of Nigeria, of the Nigerian state? Maybe after we remove the subsidy, we can start to have a close.
Let me ask you a question, Fatai, just to condense our thoughts. Do you first agree that ideally education should be made free up to tertiary level? Leaving aside affordability or not, just as a broad principle, do you agree with that?
Okay. Naturally, right? I don't have a straightforward answer to be honest, I don't have a straightforward answer to that. And the reason I don't have a straightforward answer to that is that sometimes when it becomes affordable, you get I mean it's difficult to know what it's how it's going to tell on quality of education. But at any rate, the quality is already low anyway. I don't think it's going to get any lower. Hopefully not, right? So you have that. Then you have a country like Germany, like that's a serious country. It's free up to tertiary education. Nobody argues that the quality is lower in Germany.
Fatai.
Yeah.
You know, it's not everybody on one man platform I can be talking. I will interject. Can I interject you?
Sure, of course. You know how much I like to hear from
you. Know, you said something about German education being free. You know, when we say things like this, some people are listening. It would have been very nice if you tell this platform how that free education is being run. In Germany, they really do have private schools, really. Because their schools, their public schools, let's be specific, their public schools are free and they have very high standard and quality. Therefore, the government of Germany finds it difficult to release licenses for private schools. And those private schools that happen to get those licenses are strictly monitored by the German government. Is that true?
No, I don't disagree with you. I think it's going to
Thank
be.
you.
It's going
because
to be, I don't disagree with you.
You know, when we talk, we try to compare. One man asked a question: do you think education should be free? You say you don't have a straightforward answer. You talk about Germany is free. So I want to tell you the conditions in Germany whereby it is free. Would Nigerians want such conditions? If the federal government of Nigeria wants to make education free and shut down almost 1 million private schools in Nigeria, what's going to happen? That was what I was talking about, that woman was interrogating me. It's either way. It's either you let them own it or you take it totally away from them. And whosoever is interested can be part of you. It's as simple as ABC. Continue.
All right.
One man, please.
Can I just answer to?
Can I say
just
something?
respond to Madam Sita?
All right. Take this other interjection. Wrap it up in a condensed, coherent landing port, and then we move on to another topic. I think we are starting to overlabor the education now.
One man, please. I want to say something.
Go on.
I want to say something, please.
Yeah, carry on.
Yes. Please. I would want us to understand the peculiarity of Nigeria. I am in Nigeria, and we know how it is presently in the country. Now, when we start comparing ourselves to Germany, I know that Germany pays a tax that is as high as 45%. Now, when we come to Nigeria,
God bless you.
When we come to Nigeria, I would say if you put it open and say, do you want free education down to the tertiary level? Everybody wants it. Even me, I want it. Yeah, it's only making life easier for us. But I think instead of us going back and forth on this matter, I think what matters the most is the quality of what we have presently is given to us. And I think that stems into three different sections. The first one is we talk about the student availability and readiness to learn. We have a lot of guys here that young chaps that are not even ready to go to school. Come to secondary schools here, you see people, the boys going to play games when the school is on because the school is free education. Now we now talk about the teachers, the lecturers. Are they ready to deliver? That is another aspect of it. Then we now talk about the government. Are you funding it properly? I think holistically, if you are to correct the educational system in Nigeria, that is the three major parts. And I want to say for the tertiary institution, I think the government can only come in by moderating just one thing. If you have Nigerian Society of Engineers setting the final exams for students of engineering from every university in Nigeria, and if you don't pass, you won't get your certificate. You see people getting more serious about what they've gone to school to do.
Thank you. That's the standardization that I was talking about.
What
you said right there is the key point.
We kind of have a situation whereby they know if I can pass through, do my wishy-washy in school and just push it through, I go for service, I'm okay. I think when we start putting these standards into it, it's not about what we have. We have quality Nigerian students going out for competitions around the world, and they still perform. I think University of Ibadan won a competition just of recent. It's not as if we don't have the brains. It's not as if our schools are not delivering what it should be. I think it is about our moderation, the control, the discipline in the system. And when the lecturers don't come to class, I think what Madam Zita is saying, if the government has a policy that says, okay, if your students, 70% of your students don't pass the final exams, okay, for engineering, 70% don't pass, your school will be merged with another school, and your provost become a second-class citizen to another provost, or a rector becomes a class citizen to another rector, taking order from someone. You see people. You see them sitting up. I think it is decadence in our system that is causing all this problem. It is not about the fees or about whatever. Nigerians, the education in Nigeria is still cheap compared to some other places. That is what I want to say.
All right. Condense it all into about 5 minutes, Fatai, and then we move on. I think we've been there too long.
Okay. The point I was going to the argument is being taken away from the issue of the funding and the affordability. So whether lecturers are going to attending classes, whether students are attending classes, whether standardization, these are all under regulatory framework, right? And those all play into the part of maybe the culture, the cultural appreciation for that space within Nigeria. So maybe I don't think it's only in education that you have that problem. I'm very sure you have that problem in other sectors as well. So I think we need to address on a larger level all of these situations. But when it comes to the funding specifically, you raised one point. You raised the issue of tax that you raised the point that we shouldn't be comparing Nigeria to Germany, but I think that is a false point, because people compare to other countries when they find it convenient. When they don't find it convenient, they don't compare to other countries, right? So I'm just raising that framework that I'm just saying Babajalego's point. I don't find it totally crazy, because you can find a serious country doing it. I'm not saying Nigeria is exactly like Germany, right? You can look into the specific things happening there, right? But to say we can't talk about another country because we are not that country, then we will never talk about anything. And people talk about other countries when they find it convenient to compare to other countries. But I think the two serious issues, in my opinion, are the issue of tax and the issue of the private university that Madam Zita raised. Okay, so Germany has I think in total, close to maybe over 300 universities in total, right? Or maybe over 350, 360, I don't know. But the private universities are like 100 and something, 110, 115, thereabout. So it's still a large number, not as large as the ratio you will find maybe in America or something, but it's still a significant number of private universities that you find there. So the real point about thing about Germany, why Germany is able to afford it, it's not really about the issue of tax or the private university. It's about the fact that the money that Germany is supposed to spend on its defense, right? Because it spends less on defense, and that gives it room to be able to put a lot of resources into education. Because NATO takes care of a lot of Germany expenses when it comes to defense. This is what Trump was shouting about when he was president. So NATO takes care of a lot of things. So it gives Germany a lot of room. So that's really the point, right? About Germany being able to afford it. Now, if Germany takes full responsibility of its defense, will it be able to afford it? Well, it's open to debate. But the point I'm making is that it's not a totally crazy idea, right? I think the bigger problem with Nigeria when it comes to affordability, every serious person that I've listened to talks about the proliferation of the universities. Do we have too many universities? Don't we have? I think it's a nice debate. Maybe some people think we don't have enough, but some people think it's too much, too many, and the government will not be able to fund it for a free education. I think even me and Branley already argued this point when I was telling about Branley, maybe, I don't know, many months back, like maybe if they have specialized universities, right, and they fund that few ones, right, and they fund that one for free, and people go there for free, but the standard to get in would have to be high, so you'll be raising only Albert Einstein out of that university, right? So I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that's what has to be done. I'm just, it's looked at a point. But my point is, it's not a totally crazy idea to say they should fund the education for free. If they say they want to be raising salary of politicians, they are collecting security votes. Everybody, all of them are buying private jets. There's a whole lot of waste going on. How much is our revenue? Maybe we will be able to understand how much revenue is coming in from when we start to get the money directly from the revenue from one of our major resource of money, which is petroleum, crude oil and gas. Maybe by then it will be a nice debate. But it's not. But my point is not an idea to be just thrown in the garbage, right? Because it sounds socialistic, right? Or it doesn't work. Well, you work for a serious country. That's the point I wanted to make. And to the point, but if the way I will land, right? I think the implementation of this loan, right? It seems you could make an argument that almost looks like a free education, actually. Free until you graduate and you start working, and then you'll be paying back. It's not totally free, but you could make the theoretical free. But I think that's a good middle ground, the reintroduction of the loan system. But I think it should be expanded. If the gap is expanded, the people who are qualified to get the loan needs to expand, and the time period to pay back needs to be a little bit more relaxed than it's currently here now. I think if they work to improve this framework, which I think we used to have a variant like that. I wasn't alive back then, but we heard that we used to have a variant. I think it was Obasanjo administration that kicked it out. So we used to have a variant of it. If that framework is improved, right, maybe it's possible to have something close to what Babadale Koko is saying. Maybe not exactly that, but something close to it. But in its current form, it's very limited to very few people. I don't think it does really that. It does much, actually, right? Maybe more, but maybe they are trying to look and see how much revenue we are generating to be able, it's a start. Maybe that's the way they are thinking, and maybe they will. But it needs to be expanded so that people can go to school and not have to worry too much about paying. Right? You already have to worry about buying books and feeding yourself.
If I take, if you don't mind, quick interjection. So I know you probably know that perhaps in the world, the U.S. Population of students, they have the highest student debt in the world. Okay, and the reason being because they made getting student loans very easy for anyone to get a loan. Now, and that's why a lot of students, after they graduate and even before they graduate, they default on the student loan greatly.
Yeah, but the American one, that situation with America is because there's a lot of corruption in loan system. The universities.
So what do you think about Nigeria? You don't think eventually, by the way, you see?
No, I'm not saying Nigeria is not corrupt. I don't say it's not corrupt, but it's a workable system, right? If you have, there's a lot of politics going on with the loan system in America. There's a lot of universities putting lobbying the Congress to do this or not do this or not do that. There's a lot of
Well, exactly to the point.
gimmicks
And
going on there.
what
That's
is to
why
say? What is to say
that is
that?
why it's going up like that.
That is right. Well, corrupt. Right now, we can say because the loan is not been given out yet. We can say it's not corrupt yet. But what is this? Who's to say that in the future, in the near future, that all the shenanigans that eventually occur to Americans' student loan industry, if you want to put it that way,
No,
wouldn't
no,
happen?
no, no, no. No, I'm not opposed to your
All
point
right.
there. It's human nature. It's
Bring it
human
to
nature.
nomination. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah,
Land the
that's
point.
human nature. Yeah, that's human nature. Who knows tomorrow? We don't know tomorrow. But in an ideal situation is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
In the hope that the government their toes will be on the ground, right? But whatever system you adopt, human nature comes into everyone.
Okay.
All
Well.
of them.
Okay, well, I agree, but this question, if you can wrap it up with this question, with this is for one man actually. So, and the other people that are trying to compare the University of Lagos to University of Ekiti, just like University of Oxford and what is it? Is it Cambridge, which my dad went to, right? It's a highly regarded university, and I can guarantee that in England, not all universities are equal. If that been the case, why are we so concerned about University of Ekiti being in the same category as University of Lagos? I think University of Lagos, perhaps Ife and Ibadan are in the same category. So we need people, just like here and perhaps in Europe also. In America, there's some universities that cater to people in the rural areas or the people that will go to those schools. And those schools, they don't have the same high GPA or requirements as do, let's say, Harvard or Princeton or some other state universities. So I don't think all universities in Nigeria has to be they have to be equal. I don't think it's a requirement. I think each region, each university should cater to people accordingly. Yes, University of Lagos will be a quality education with all the amenities and quality teachers, but we should allow a university like University of Ekiti, for example, to exist and accommodate people that it needs to accommodate.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. I couldn't agree more. So, I want to open up this new topic space and maybe open it up with Mike, if Mike is still with us. Mike, are you still there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
All right, brilliant. I want to go to this headline on the screen. So, all of these things, all of these new ideas that Tinubu is introducing, the removal of the fuel subsidy, the free marketing of the Naira-dollar relationship, and the new electricity tariff, and all of that. So the weight on that, on the poor Nigerian wallet, the poor Nigerian man's wallet, the weight of it is unbearable. So the recommendation then that the federal government should begin a large-scale cash transfer to poor Nigerians to ameliorate the weight of all of these things. This is a recommendation by the World Bank, and we know that Buhari initiated that program. They say that Tinubu is in the process of doing it, but is this a pathway that you agree with? Ekene says no. What says you?
Giving cash to people just like that, handing out cash. And that here came from World Bank.
Do you not have a social security system in America? I thought you had
exactly, and that's where I was going. So in Nigeria, how do you account for who is who? I mean, like, how do you determine? I mean, how do you account for that? How do you? In America, at least they pay you through your social security or something. So the way they identify you. So how do you? And secondly, it doesn't even make sense. I mean, how much are they giving millions? Are they giving money that will change people's lives? Or is it Usibanjo 5,000 that you hand to people? Would that change anything?
It's 5,000, but Mike, do you not think that it will insulate in the most immediate all of this sudden rush on people's wallets? So I think that 5,000, and I think they pay it in a 3-month space. So a sudden injection of 15,000 to the poorest of the poor, given the sudden hike in prices, you don't think that's a good idea?
No, it doesn't make sense, man. What you can do is maybe do some welfare of maybe food bank or some food, kind of form of a food stamp or something in that nature, but not ending cash, man. That's not changing anything. I mean, and again, how do you, first of all, you're going to invite millions of West Africans to just start crossing the border to come and getting free cash, because you kind of count in Nigeria. No, everyone, it's not everyone, everyone have a NIN number, you know, probably the population of people that have an NIN number. Unless you're going to pay through the NIN number or something like that, that can make sense. But if you're saying telling millions come and line up, how do you even? I mean, you're talking about tens of millions of people. How is that even possible to? Where are they going to receive it? Is it through the bank account, or is it through handing out, standing in line? I mean, you're gonna have millions of people standing in line. How is that even possible? How are they gonna do it? That's one thing. Secondly, it doesn't make sense because you're gonna suffer capital flight because most things we consume in Nigeria is imported. So you suffer huge capital flights. I mean, that idea doesn't make sense. What you can do is put that.
Mike, can it not be a tool for data capture? So you were talking about NIN and all of that. So if they say that you have to be biometrically captured and have some sort of NIN as sort of registration, could it not be a do for some sort of like a biometric?
Okay. If that's the goal, if that's the trying to achieve a goal like that, then yeah, that will make perfect sense. But if it's just to say you want to take people out of a bad condition, no, it's a waste. It's not. It doesn't make sense. Well, that will make sense if it's a tool to for data capture. Yeah, okay, can go with that. But to me, if you want to give any kind of welfare, you should make it in the form of maybe food, a food bank, which will make sense because now you pay that money directly to people that actually grow the food and supply the food, farmers. So you actually inject money into the pockets of entrepreneurs, which have you encourage people to even go into farming because now you pay the farmers to supply the food, and hey, if you are poor enough where you can't feed yourself, hey, come and pick up food, for free, somewhere, like they do in America. But as far as cash, this thing, America don't give their welfare in form of cash. They do in form of what they call this, housing and food and all those things. So now they create whatever welfare money they're injecting into the system. They're actually using it to create jobs for some people. They have something they call what do they call it, housing? What do they call this housing itself? Why is it stop this housing?
Project. Low cost housing project.
Yeah, low cost housing, but it's the name, but it's the name for it. Where you go and rent, So they subsidize the apartment complex where the apartment people will actually get the rest of the payment from the government.
Is it Section 8?
Section 8, yeah, Section 8, all those kind of things. That's how the government put money into the welfare. They don't start handing cash to you like that. Like take cash. No. Because you're not helping, and even things like that will create some kind of inflation because free money means like they know that you are giving that free money to those people. Somebody will just increase the price of whatever it is and you're going to pay to them. So it's a stupid idea, man. To me, you don't do that. It's a terrible way.
All right, let me take you to this next one. So I'll take your comments on this one and then use this to bring Prince Daddy in as well. Anti-Tinubu protester Obiajulu Uja sent to prison. So you can see his face, Mike. You know the guy that was on an aeroplane shouting Tinubu can never be my president, disrupting the flight and everything, to the point that they had to call security to come and escort him off the aeroplane. He's in custody now. They had him checked mentally, and it looks as though now the verdict has come in and he has been sent to prison. Let me just give you a couple of paragraphs and then you give us commentaries on that. Anti-Tinubu protester Obiajulu Uja sent to prison. The Zuba Magistrate Court in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has ordered the Kuje Correctional Facility to continue holding Obiajulu Uja in their custody for further urgent medical treatment for a period of 2 months. Correspondence reports that Uju in early April was carried off a Lagos-Abuja flight after he started a lone protest demanding that Bola Tinubu, then president-elect, must never be sworn in as president on May the 29th. The man was said to be mentally unstable, according to a medical report tendered to the court at previous hearing on the case. But Magistrate Abdulaziz Ismail Mahmood, the trial judge at the hearing on the matter today, referred him back to the medical facility at Kuje Correctional Facility after listening to submission of the prosecutor and defense counsel on bail application, as well as the examination of the medical report, which are presupposed that the defendant is suffering from mental disorder. The magistrate noted that the defendant is of unsound mind and consequently not fit for trial. So do you think they should just set this guy free? Tinubu has now been sworn in. Because there is the danger that they are holding sledgehammers to, there might be a backlash off the back of this sort of headlines. What's your take then on this guy still in custody, Obiajulu Uja?
So his lawyer, what did his lawyer say? His lawyer say he's not fit for trial. Who says he's not fit for trial?
No, the magistrate said he's not fit for trial. But he's insisting still that he should be remanded in custody. So they identified either a permanent or a temporal brain fade on the part of this guy. So not the fullness of mental possession. But it looks somewhat punitive. The way it's coming across, it looks as though they are holding him hostage to his political views. Do you think they should just cut him loose and hand him over to his family?
If they are holding him hostage for political reasons, that won't make too much sense, because I don't. If it's not a threat to the public, and if whatever I did in the plane wasn't a law-breaking situation where maybe there's a law it broke. If maybe it didn't break a law, like in America, if you do something like that, they just kick you off the plane, or unless you make a threat or something, that's when they can charge you for a crime. If he actually did something that was criminal on the plane, then of course I can understand why he has to go to trial. But if there was no crime committed, or if it's just psychological, they seem to be someone that's mentally has a mental issue and they're trying to figure it out. If actually they know that it's not a threat to the public, and whatever his mental issue is, they can just release him to the family to take care of that. But to me, if they're holding him for a political, I don't think it's really fair, to be honest. I mean, to keep him there if it doesn't pose any threat to the public, if they're punishing him because he's not the only one, there are millions of obedience, man. I mean, why punish one guy? I mean, that's not fair. I mean, I don't think they should be punishing the guy because of that. I mean, there's a lot of obedience that are crying every day. I mean, we see them online now. I mean, there are people that are crying worse. I mean, someone like my HO, she's still running generational curse. There are millions of them. There are some of them that were, one video Thomas was showing here, they went to this thing with holy water and everything, some group of women. I mean, those ones are more sick. There are many of them that are sick. I mean, Tinubu's victory have they have run them mad, or should I say semi-mad? Well, hey, they will heal. Time will heal them. So time will heal all of them, So he's not the only one, man. There are many of them. So the only difference is just that he did his own on the airplane. I mean, kind of created fear in the minds of many other passengers. Well, I don't know the degree of what he did on the airplane. If he kind of created, I mean,
it was not physically violent. It was just rowdy and disruptive. It wasn't physically violent towards anybody.
Okay, a night in jail should have been enough, or maybe 2 nights in jail with mosquitoes, and that should have been good enough. I mean, but not to keep him and be holding him for months because of that. I mean, I don't see why they should do that. If he's the only one in the world doing that, I can maybe understand. But there are so many of them. I mean, there are so many obedience that are still crying, If you go to Nigeria, I don't want to say that place, that channel, they cry every day there, I mean, I remember this guy named CN, man. This guy literally was shedding tears. He was crying like a 5-year-old boy. And I was
That guy is worse than Pansat. You think Pansat is an extremist? That guy is worse. I've never said anything.
The guy was shedding tears.
Pansat does it with a sense of humor, but that guy, that's actually how he is. He's worse than. Imagine somebody worse than Pansat. Imagine that.
The guy was shedding tears, and after that, he came up with a lie that he killed his brother that same day. And later, he said it was his uncle. He kept changing it. You know, we all know he's lying, and then he's trying to pump these ethnic people to start violence.
I remember when when he brought that story on Rudolph's channel that his cousin or his brother or somebody who died in the course of that thing. And then it was wailing and gnashing for sympathy. And like you are hinting at, Mike, I also thought it was just embellishment for the purposes of you're not bereaved and grieved, and then you come on social media and then trying to leverage it for sympathy, something that is immediate. You say your close cousin was killed in the election, and then the day after you're on social media telling everybody, and it's just I'm glad you picked it up as a nonsense as well.
Yeah, the guy made the very first day when they announced that winner, Tinubu's winner, they all came on that channel, and they were still like, what? They're all raging, you know. The guy started crying, he lost his temper, he started crying, like crying out. And then they're trying to calm him down. Then the guy made up. He said, "Man, they just killed my Kineko, my brother in Lagos." Yeah. And then after that, he came saying it was his cousin. He kept changing it. And then later he said he transferred it to they were slaughtering in Igbo. They were slaughtering in Igbo. I'm like, the guy. Once he's 50 today, he'll still go on all these channels saying they were slaughtering in Igbo just to promote some kind of ethnic cleansing in Lagos. I mean, and he keeps emphasizing on Lagos. So the point I call him, I tell the guy, chill out now. Which one is this Lagos? Is it only Lagos they did violent? I mean, so far everybody's moving on. Let it go. Well, you know, so many sick people like that, you know, they are out there. So I don't see a reason why they should. Only these guys will be getting punished, you know. There are so many of them. Unless they, I mean, like I say, if he doesn't pose any threat to the public, I mean, they should let the man go, man. Go and, you know, punishing him is not.
Do you think this might not be a missed window of opportunity for even Tinubu? Maybe they should just release the guy, then he will invite him to Aso Rock. Remember that that Labour Party House of Reps man that they invited to Aso Rock, and suddenly he became Tinubu. You started. They could have used him in that manner too.
The guy
he will come and say that I'll have dinner with the president, and it's all smiles. Another one in the
once they put money in his pocket, the guy will forget about him. You know, like the cure to his mental problem is money. If they offer him money, the guy will forget that.
Is that not the cure to everybody's mental problem? Money. That's the cure to everybody's mental problem, eh?
Once they offer the guy some money, the guy will forget. He will start swearing for business. Say, I can't go be win concept. They go change now. Money is the cure to this one guy. He was Ricky. The guy was doing Biafra. He was doing before them. When the government called him into office and offered him money, the guy dumped the whole thing, man. Like he abandoned the whole thing. Today, so
he campaigned for Tinubu in I think Anambra State. You know, he actually held a street procession, a street rally for him, which I thought was quite brave on his part, you know, in Anambra.
Yeah, the cure to most of these people, you know, is money. Money offer money. They'll forgive. Even Kano today, government offering good money. The guy he starts swearing for Samuel Ekpa and the rest of them. Say, man,
how much do you think his price is, Kano?
Kano's price will be high, because they want this collection of donations very high. So the government have to bid. They have to bid, you know, higher than that. You know what he's already making from is. I don't know. I heard he's making millions for that donation.
How much do you think Peter Obi's price is? We clearly know that is angling for a payoff. But how much do you think Peter Obi's price is? And do you think it's too late for him to cash out now even? How much do you think Peter Obi's price is?
Peter Obi is a billionaire, man. I don't think he can cash out. I don't know, man. But it will be that, you know, the guy, I think I'm very sure there's an amount of money that can make Obi give it up. Just let it go, Sha. But I don't know what his price would be.
Would $1 billion $1 billion rather, would they
It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Even $1 million, probably you give it up. You let it go, man. You tell his followers to shut up and let's move on. I know something, Sha. There's a amount of money that can pay him off. I mean, if they can pay Ojukwu off, I mean, come on now. You know.
You know, because I've always been, I've always been of the thought that Peter Obi is just clinging on to cash out. There is no part of me that does not believe that. I've always thought that after the elections, I thought the way he was positioning and maneuvering, it was clear to me, at least to me, to my own thinking processes, that he is just because Prince Adewale, when he came on this platform, Ajani Koko will remember, he says that if people knew how many phone calls had exchanged between Tinubu and Peter Obi since after the elections, that a lot of them will be alarmed. You know, Ajani Koko, do you remember when the Prince? Yeah.
I think Obi has moved on.
Bro, Mike, can you 1 sec? One more. Can I take a jibe?
Yes.
Obedience, please don't punch me. I think Tinubu should make him the Abacha deal. Chairman, take on.
Yes, yes, container economy.
I think that's okay. He got his start from there, right?
I kind of want to agree that the guy is cashing out, to be honest, because the guys we've seen him taking picture with even Daily Momo do. The guys moved on in the background. I think what I was saying was that a lot of obedience are donating money to that case, you know, the so-called case, the cost of that case that they have going on. So it's a donation accounts, you know, donate to the case. You know that donation thing is what all this movement agitation is all about. Most of them are out there doing all this. You know, it's a $1 billion industry now. The agitating industry, you know. Even I can give you names of people cashing out. Even Mayegun, the guy is cashing out.
Yeah,
so many of them.
He's cashing out. There's another person that I probably texted to you in the private chat that I know is cashing out big time. And if you know this guy, you will see his lifestyle change just in the course of disobedient thing, to the point of buying properties in London and whatnot.
Even that watch channel, they are cashing out too, man.
Why do you think do you think that guy believes in it? He's Mukun now. He seems it's only because I could not do it. Maybe I should have gone obedient as well.
Even me, I'm like, oh boy, maybe I should have been.
It's like they will open the bank vault and just say help yourself. The way people
the easiest way to cash out is if you can
just say we will reclaim our band-aid, and then they will start to throw.
And then they will talk. And they will cash out donation. Hey, if you can appeal to the emotion of those people, you can shake money out of them. You can shake their pocket. Everybody is cashing out, man. So be that case is the cash out move. They know they can't win that case. It's just they will keep pushing it and they will keep telling, oh, our mandate is coming, and then one place like that they will say, okay, donation here and here. And you see the millions of them are donating and they are raising money.
Even that Aisha Yesufu, she's cashing out.
She's cashing out too. She
doesn't believe in anything Peter Obi, but she has the eloquence, the language skills, and the personality. She's just they are all cashing out.
The day Lai Mohammed announced how much Kanu was making, everybody began opening their own space, and they started appealing to that. Everybody, they were like, Joe, what? Say this guy was making these millions every month from everybody started some of the price cashing out right now.
Okay, stay in that Nandi kind of space for a moment, Mike, and let's see if we can.
You get me in trouble.
No. Let's see if we can arrive. We're not going to. It's not really but the money part is what we're looking at. Let's see if we can arrive at a figure. So the IPOP movement would have maybe 750 to maybe 1 million followership locally and globally. So they have a huge following. So all those followings, they pay monthly
dues.
Monthly dues. So the average Igbo person is a financially well-off person a professional, a businessman, but the average Southeastern person is a financially well-off person. So let's bracket that to about $250 as an average. So $250 monthly from $500,750. We are talking about vast amounts of money that these people are making. Am I wrong in saying that, Mike?
Nnamdi Kanu is one of the richest Igbo man today now. The guy has made a lot of money. He's one of the richest Igbo man today. Kanu. Put it together now. It's a lot of money. That's even his lawyer, this guy, that Benin man. The guy, like, what kind of promise him that you pay him if he can get him out? It's in the millions of dollars. And that lawyer is doing everything.
Are you there?
I had a phone call that came in. So the guy, that Benin man, Zekome, whatever his name is, they are like, the day can't be released. His check will be so fast. That man is going as far as trying to make it an ethnic thing, saying, what has the Igbo man done to Nigeria? He started, the guy is even doing propaganda, he's doing speeches. He wants, because the check is going to collect, at least he's not collecting less than $10 million if you can get the guy out of that place, you know. Kanu has made millions. He's one of the richest Igbo man today now. You said millions of, not the guy's at least what, if not to $200 million. The guy made money out of that agitation. Hey.
You know, when he was caught in Kenya, you know, he flew a private jet there, a private jet.
The man was enjoying his life now, flying around.
All right, brilliant. So let me bring up this. Let me bring up
one
this.
man, can I have 1 second because I have to go to.
Yeah, come in.
Because it's morning already. Actually, it's not anything serious. Because I do, when I said I was only joking about Peter Obi. I mean, it's not a surrender, right? But I always love a fighter. I think Peter Obi is a fighter. Whatever you think of Peter Obi, is a fighter. And I was only joking. I don't disrespect people who are doing their thing, right? So it's just a joke.
Well, it's clearly.
I don't want to. I'm telling you, I was just, it's one man that started it. He's the one asking about the price of.
Don't
so
worry.
I'm really joking.
If they come for you, don't worry.
Just to clear that part. Anyway, thank you, all man. Bye me.
All right, good night, bro.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you for that. Join us tomorrow. So Dewale, good to have you on board. So finally, we did try to come to you earlier, but I think you were occupied.
Yes.
So to it then. Come into the conversation at whichever point you'd like.
I don't even know where the conversation ranging from education to palliative, cash palliative, and it was just bouncing from one topic to another. But give me anyone you want me to talk about.
All right. Let me bring you in from this point. So this is these are the figures coming in. Because there's something seismic happening within the Nigerian space, and all of the data are showing us. There was an article from the Financial Times of London that somebody sent me. But I'm not able to open it on this computer because it's behind a financial paywall, and I'm not going to subscribe to the FT just to read one article. But these are also similar. It says Nigerian NGX All Share Index crosses 60,000 points for the first time since 2008. So the Tinubu bounce, you know, at least in the financial sector, there is no equivocation about that. And the guy, we're still having to remind that the guy has not been in office for even 1 month yet. But the impact is as though he's at the end of an 8-year tenure. So the financial market bounces to an all-time high for the last since 2008 till now. So, what are you making of this response to this guy's now barely a month tenure? You know, usually it's 100 days that we usually use to audit an administration just to touch base with them, but already hits the ground running, is hitting the ground flying. So what are you making of this headline and similar headlines just applauding at the masterstroke moves of the Jagaban?
The Jagaban himself. For those who are not financially inclined, news like this is what we need to be, hearing every now and then. It's very significant because it has to do with the body language of the administration. I believe those who are in the financial sectors are able to read the body language of the Mr. President himself. The only thing now is that he has talked the talk, then he has to walk the walk. This shows that for it to have crossed this threshold is significant. And the performance of these shares also shows that if the government can walk the walk, then that means this is not just a fluke, but the I believe the shareholders also will be, more happy. But I also believe that if the federal government is serious with they have not even started rolling out their plans yet, but by the time the president, submit the list of his ministers and all that, eventually, uh, uh, what do you call it, screen them and approved, then we'll expect, I hope, whoever is going to be selected as the minister of finance and economic planning will also be someone who knows his onions and also can be trusted, and also who will be also have the same body language that the Mr. President also had. You remember when he first, I think the first day or second day when he became president, there was also a significant record also in the what do you call it, in the
in the market.
Yes, financial markets, and people thought it was just it was just momentarily, but it's, we may say it's speculation, but at the same time, most of the time speculation also is also, thrive and right, uh, and also people will have, when the administration have a solid and consistent financial policy, people will be confident enough to put their money, and invest it in the financial market, and with the hope that the policy will be able to, favor, and the whichever economic sector is being invested on will be able to thrive. And it goes a long way. And to me, it's a good news. People may not really, this kind of news may not really attract people that are not really financially inclined, but it's a good thing, because if you are a very uh, uh, consistent investor, you see this and you want, what you
It's
want to.
only people like Kulata that are excited by this sort of news. He will be ordering champagne when he sees
No, no,
that.
I mean, those who are not even really into it, if they talk to their financial managers, they will be, advised, and advised on if they should put their 2 feet into the market completely, or because it seems that that trend continues since Tinubu became president. It's been the market, financial market has been performing, and it shows that I just hope that by the time that Tinubu form his cabinet fully, there will be no, uh, you know, uh, break in communication or disjointed between him and his cabinet, because we don't want administration speaking in, from two different platforms and all that. And that will bring confusion, and that will also affect the financial sector. But by and large, it's a good news, and I hope that trend continues.
All right, brilliant. You still have the floor, Dewale, but I think Jide wants to go to bed, but he's joining us for the first time, so I just want him to have a brief parting words. Jide, how was it for you, the experience, Jide?
Um, Thank you very much. I want to say thank you for having me, and a big thank you to the team. I have been following the group chats for a long time now, the live shows, and I watch those ones I missed. I watch over and over again during the day. Um, but why I asked for the means of joining yesterday was because of what Passad was saying yesterday. Was it Passat or Passad? And as he was speaking authoritatively concerning Nigerians, that was why I felt okay. It will also be good if we have somebody from Nigeria here that can at least give a view of what is happening here. And I want to say thank you to the team. Thank you to everybody. Keep the good work going. And for my parting words, I want to say this is the best time to invest in Nigeria. And I like what the president has done, looking for even the diaspora.
Sorry, Jide. What marketplace are you in? If you are happy to tell us that, what marketplace? What do you do?
Oh, yes, I work for Lafarge Cement. Lafarge
Oh,
Cement, I'm one of their instrumentation and automation engineers there.
all right. Because we want to know how we can access Nigeria through you, if that's possible. But yeah. So yeah, carry on.
So I want to say this is the best time to invest in Nigeria, even for the diaspora. And that's one of the reasons why I said I'm not particularly partisan in this whole election thing. But after the election, I have decided to choose sides now with anyone that performs. And for me, as it is still going now, the president is still performing. And there's a news going on. I think it's breaking news that when he went to London, he actually met with Buhari, and people are already raising noise about it again. But I feel there's no big deal about meeting the ex. They belong to the same party, and as long as I can see the trajectory that he's taking a different course completely from what Mr. Buhari did when he was there. So, as a parting note, I want to say thank you to everybody.
No. Before you say your thank you, you said this is a good time to invest in Nigeria. Can you just identify two or three sectors, or two or three entry points, for people from the abroad that they can use to access investments in Nigeria? Nobody's holding you to it, but what would you recommend as an entry point?
Oh, well, I want to say basically for the diaspora, Nigeria seems to be a virgin land because you guys over there have seen a lot of advanced technologies, advanced ideas that can be brought into the country, and we start making a lot of money from it. But for instance, the guy that started in InterSwitch just came in, and since then we've been having different kind of banking transfer platforms, and they've made their money out of it. So I feel I wouldn't be able to advise and say come into this particular aspect. Anybody that wants to come in should know where his expertise lies, and then see what is going on in the country and how he can actually bring something new into the system, and you would automatically blow. The market is there, we know, and basically it's only in Lagos that you can say you find almost everything that you might say you would find in the abroad or something like that close to it. But in other parts of the country, they are still a bit behind, and they need innovations and ideas. So I think that is what I would like to see on that.
All right, brilliant. Try and join us as often as you can, Jide, because you are in Nigeria, and the quality of your presentation is certainly something we can do with here. So join us. We're here every day. Whenever you have the opportunity, then please join us. So that's Jide now. You know when I always start the session that we hear new and divergent voices. This is yet another example. So thank you, Jide. Have a
Thank you
good
very
night.
much.
And
Thank you.
hopefully we'll see you later. So that's Jide who makes his debut on the platform. So back to somebody then that is not at all a debutant. Back to you, Dewale. So Dewale, the European observers have made their final presentation to regarding the February the 25th election. So is there anything else to be gathered from them? Are they likely to bring anything new or significant to the conversation, Dewale?
Thank you very much, woman. Before I go into that, let me just acknowledge one of our own ministable on the comment section. He says the financial market is progressing, so is the suffering of the Nigerian people. Well, that can be also be seen as true statement. But the thing is this: there's no magic wand anywhere. The journey of 1,000 years has to start with its step, and we have to start planning now. And that is why everything is at stake with this current administration. Even if the government started rolling out money today and giving, let's say, per one Nigerian, you have 10,000, 20,000, even up to 100,000, it will still not solve the problem. You have to target some certain significant economic sector for you to be able to, for the country to be able to distribute the wealth evenly. And I hope you asked the last speaker, Mr. Jide, which of the economic sector that you think the government should target or people should invest their money on. Number one, I'd expected that it would say, agriculture, because Nigeria needs to eat. Once you take hunger out of the equation, the rest can be solved. And also, and that's one sector that Nigerians never really pay attention to. Hardly they even get. Thank God he's into cement manufacturing. But what about people with the fertilizer? Yes, you can invest in those because that will also trickle down to people doing farming. And also with the fact that the federal government cleared road for states and individuals to be able to generate and distribute power, then yes, we need that as well. Then before now, we used to think about financial company like banks, people invest in them, and it's only when the money is available that people invest. So yes, Nigeria needs to be patient. They need to understand. They need to, if they don't know, they can learn that there's no magic one anywhere. It takes time. And I remember in 2000 and 2-3 years ago when the COVID was at the peak, globally. Trump first gave out the first palliative, and then Biden, gave the palliative as well. And those money, by the time they pumped it into the society, also, of course, it created a little, inflation and the bump. But thank God for the for what do you call it, the CBN equivalent in America decided to increase the interest rate so that they will be able to have, inflation can go down a little bit because you have much money in circulation, you begins to experience that. But now, I mean, even though there's still inflation, but it's still relatively, okay. So going back to your question you asked me, woman, what's the question again? I forgot. What was the
No,
question?
we were
Oh
on
yes,
the
the European Union.
on the European
The
Union.
European Union.
I've got their clip, but
Yeah, it was you were struggling
should I?
to pay.
Yeah, should I play it to set the
No, you
backdrop?
don't. No, you
Yeah.
don't need to play. I think
Oh,
I can guess what would be the outcome of their report. I want to guess that it's going to be negative, probably going to condemn the election and maybe give credit in some areas, but not necessarily in overall. But you see, when you have to have a European Union as a body to assess and to adjudge the electoral process in your country, speak volume. I cannot remember the last time any country in Africa ever go to Europe to assess and adjudge their election process. Yes, people may argue that those are advanced electoral process that, but I tell you this, there's no perfect electoral process anywhere. There will always going to be some sort of disagreement, and we've seen it here in America. It happens during the Al Gore in the 90s, and of course the recent one by the Trump. Now every country have their own peculiarity. We cannot, ignore those, peculiarity of those countries, because that is what make that society what it is. So no matter what their result is, we can only learn, and I believe Nigerians are also learning from, you know, all their journey from the 90s, when they struggled to install democracy in Nigeria. Nigeria, there were times in the past where people were being killed during an election. And today, yes, there's still a lot of things that are not irregularities and abuse, disenfranchise of people and all that. Yes, those things are still rampant. I think with time, when we start, you know, taking or our politics is devoid of money or financial inducement, then maybe we will start seeing our electoral process will start having, credibility. But I don't expect and I don't welcome the European Union, adjudging the way we conduct our own election. To me, it's not something that I should be listening to, because what is the point? What are they going to tell us? What are they going to teach us? Of course, we all live in it. We live in the country. We see what happened during the election. So I do not expect the European Union to give a very, very, uh, you know, good report. Of course, I think when shortly after the election, some of them addressed the press and they expressed their disappointment one way or the other. And at that time, I strongly believe that inviting, if we were to be other African countries now, or African body, like African Union or something like that, that yes, I will say, you know what, it is we. But I do not expect for the body that would not allow Africa to, assess their own electoral process to be the one to be the auditor. To me, it's a no. But by and large, we should learn. I think we'll continue to learn, and it's reflected in the last election. Yes, people may say it wasn't perfect. It wasn't the kind of election or the result that people uh, hope for, or the process that people wish they could. When people can just vote on their phone and all that. But the thing is, we are learning. Who would have thought 10 years ago that Nigeria will have IREF? Who would have thought that we'll have slimmer margin of electoral voters? Who would have thought that the sitting governors and senators would lose their post by the introduction of electronic system? Who would have thought? But it's a process, right? It's a step that we're taking towards accountability and all that. So hopefully in the future, we'll get it right. And to be honest with you, one man, looking at what happens transpired during the election, I think Nigeria is making a very giant stride, because what happens in the 60s, 70s, 80s, it's not what is happening in this millennium. This is far, far away from what we used to experience in Nigeria. And of course, we live in the years of social media, anybody can quickly send message and put it on the social media and becomes viral now. Those things has always been there, but it's going to get better. But I don't expect a very uh, positive report from European Union. To me,
Yeah, I got one quick question. Like about this EU. What is this with this our affinity with Europe? I mean, like, what about? I mean, are there no other continents out there like Asia, South America? Why don't they invite South American Union, Asia unions? Why? What is this our with this Europe? Like, we have to. What is this tie with Europe and
that's a
Africa?
good question. That's a
We,
valid
we have
question.
we have a direct relationship with them. They were your former colonizers. Are they
It's still
still
a colonized
they're still your
mentality.
daddy? They are your daddy now. Are they not your
So is
daddy?
it the entire Europe that? I mean, EU,
It's a valid question,
European Union.
Mike.
Hey.
It's just a slap on our faces, having a colonizer to be the one to assess our electoral process. To me, it's still this colonialism mentality that the white people know better. They don't. See,
Did they invite African Union observer or it's just European Union?
No. To be
They
fair,
skip
they
African
did.
Union.
No, they did. Everybody was there. Everybody was there.
Oh,
But they
ECOWAS,
don't.
African Union.
if the president
Yeah,
of
they don't give so
Ghana.
much. They don't give so much credence to African Union as they do
But
European
I also
Union because
understand our media, our media house, like the all of them, like when they are giving news, the first news headlines, news about England. I
Do
never
you
hear them give
know?
us news about what's going on in Togo, Ghana, Ivory Coast, like
No, it's
I
just
mean,
recent
even
that
countries
we are
around us, we
known.
don't know what's going on there. But we have to know everything that's going on in England, even if they are. King is sick. We have to know what's going on in France. We learn about Europe. We don't learn anything. That's why we are so we don't know anything about countries next to us. We just learn about all they give us news headlines about continent that's far away. I don't understand. And it's always Europe and America. They don't
Do
tell us. They
you,
don't tell us anything about Asia. Sef.
Mike? Do you remember when, shortly after the election, Britain, said that they're going to impose the visa restriction on some political or politicians that aided the or caused a problem then during the election. You remember that?
I remember.
And it was celebrated on Asleep Television. They
Some,
were, as a
sorry,
matter of fact,
even here on this platform, some people celebrated it.
that was disheartening. I look at it the fact that there's some certain status you will attain in life that you won't even need visa. It's when you are poor and you are still trying to make many of your life that you'll be sleeping on the road in front of embassy trying to get visa or jackpot. If
Adrian, good morning. Hello.
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So, can we also look at it from this angle? Why are they releasing their findings at this time when we even have a petition in court? What do they stand to gain by causing chaos in our country? I
Is this
think
Simba?
yes.
You sound a little bit different. What happened?
it sounds half asleep. I think it's just waking up.
Oh,
exactly.
but you're okay, Sha?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So, as we are saying, this colonial mentality, this kind of the belief that we have that they are more superior to us, whatever they say about us is sacrosanct. It's like a God telling us certain things. That's the way we take them, and that is what is also giving them the effrontery to say anything they like about us. To me, the timing of releasing this result. Don't you think they want to use it to cause a kind of chaos or influence certain things in our electionary process in Nigeria?
Well,
because if we have a case pending in the court and then they are now releasing whether it is positive or negative, it has a way of influencing what will be the outcome, and can also sensitize the masses in certain way, whether favorable or not favorable.
So to me, what we're supposed to condemn what they have done is actually it's not we are
You,
not,
you know,
it's not
Simba. You know what? You see, if you look at what I always say is the root problem of our problem are this bourgeoisie class of Africa, honestly, because to be honest with you, what the British did and all these French, what they did was when they came to colonize us, they took a group of people, they took them young and took them to England and just brainwash them, like wash away their Africanness and just turn them to Englishmen. So they created black men, Englishmen in black skin kind of situation. So now when they left, those people they just took charge, and then everybody else, for you can access to those institutions, positions, jobs, all those things, you have to be that class of person. You have to be a bourgeoisie, if someone that's that's why they would tell you if you can't speak English, you can't get a job, or if you don't speak English very well, or if you go to what is our people, you can't tell me that people the highest IQ in Nigeria, people that speak English the best. You can't tell me that. So we have these bourgeoisies where they are it's like they are white men, Europeans in African skin. That's what they are. And unfortunately, are the one still in charge. They are always the one making all these decisions. And that's why they always go to their European brothers or fathers for everything we have to do. They themselves don't believe in the African person, the African minds. They don't believe in us. It's like they only believe in their fellow white men, according white men in black skin. So they see themselves through the eyes of their European masters. And unfortunately, that's why Africa is not moving forward. Because when I go to every time I travel to Nigeria, because I'm really connected to the deep rural parts, our people there, they have their own education. They are educated in their own right. You understand? They are very articulate. They are, they speak parables. They understand a lot of things. They can reason very well. But
hold on. Half of the problem we have is what we're hearing from Simba's window. That's half of the problem.
Simba is prayer time.
Let's hear it now, Simba.
Hello, Wakola.
Saudi Arabia.
Look at that. What about the non-Muslims there? Are they not entitled to their slave? But carry on.
Is the
This is from the phone. No, this is from my phone. No, it's not from outside.
Oh, right. I thought it was from outside. Okay, sorry. I take that back. All right. Carry on, Mike.
Like for example, when I travel to I go to places like Australia, go to like those deep villages, or I sit down with the people there. Yoruba people, we have our own education system, like where those people that are going to learn our traditional stuff. These people, like when they have to learn the Odo of Ifa, right? For example, like those people, like the amount of knowledge they have to acquire. Oh my God. Do you know it's equivalent to at least 4 master's degree? Because they have to memorize, like, for example, in each stanza, which is 356, right? In each stanza, for you to start, you have to memorize 4. You have to start with two different stanzas we have to memorize, and then, but these people, it's a continuous education. Some of these babas, they know at least 15 in each. So that alone is the education. This is philosophy I'm talking about, raw philosophy. Now, if you're gonna say with these people, they are highly intelligent, far highly intelligent. Every time I sit down with those babas, it's like I feel like I'm foolish, and I have college degree.
But it's learning by rote, isn't it, rather than learning by understanding? It's a bit like
no. I'm telling you, you have to understand it now. You have to. These people are very intelligent people, highly educated.
Is it not repetitive recitation?
No, it's not reciting. They have to break it down. Oh my God, it's so mathematical, man. I'm telling you. Like, okay, when they do divination for your stuff like that, that story is like they really have to break. It's philosophy. It's just it's philosophy. The root of all knowledge is philosophy. Now, if philosophy gives birth to all sciences, so it's philosophical teaching. And those people, they are very intelligent people. They are very ethical. Like but we don't see them as educated. We just say, okay, this guy, so we don't see them as educated. Even way more noble. But to me, they are just as educated, But we can say, okay, expertise as far as okay, you went to school to study medicine and things. Yeah, we can say that. Yeah, it's just your medical knowledge. But we see those as dumb Africans. But then we have to put these bourgeoisies because their own, is they speak English. Some of them can maybe just went to school to study social studies. I mean, maybe sociology,
Mike, let
and
me
then
tell
we
you
can
a
make them
story.
president and say you can be president over this guy that knows,
Mike,
So
let me tell you a story.
Sorry, we hear that story in just 1 microsecond. But what Mike was saying about the Ifa's relationship with science and all that. A lot of people actually believe that the computer that we're using now is based on Ifa divination or Ifa
binary.
The binary system. I think they say it's based on Odu or Yeku, which is what you're seeing on your screen now.
Ejiogbe.
No,
Ejiogbe. Ejiogbe.
Combined, yeah.
Is that a Ejiogbe?
No, this is Oyakumeji. Yeah. This is Oyakumeji.
This is Oyeku now.
Isn't that surprising that Arafat knows about Ifa?
If you are Yoruba, if you don't know, you are not Yoruba to me. Honestly, you don't know basic. What you are looking at is Oyakumeji.
When I was about to become American citizen, I was doing my, the test of American histories and all that. Then I went for the interview. Of course, I aced the entire test, which was, to me, is just ridiculous questions. They make you listen to all those jargons. The one thing is that you are an immigrant, you know more about American history than the people that were born in America. To the point that you ended up teaching them about the history, the one that you learned. So the adjuster looked at me and said, she had a effrontery to ask me if I wanted to change my name, my legal name, my own biological legal name given to me by my own papa and mama. I look at the woman. There's a way you communicate. Like, are you seriously? Like, so you expect me to change my name to what? To stone, wood? What do you want me to change my name to?
But was your last name issue?
Huh?
So was your last name issue?
They have conditioned the whole world to believe that
my last name was the issue.
Just
I don't give a damn about whether it's an issue.
No. I was asking if your last name was issue. That's why she wanted to change it.
Ejulalu.
Even if it was Shango, I would not for 1 second change my name. For what? The funniest thing? I didn't give any of my children any English or any European name. No, I give them.
I really hate that. If you don't have a tradition of Christian names in your family, and then you go to abroad and then you start to give your children.
My father changed his last name because his grandfather was the number one priest in his town. That even the Oba of the Ikorodu gave him that name. And my father, because he became a Christian, he changed his last name to Imboman name. Like I say Oklahoma. He changed our last name to English name.
I look at the woman, she looked at me and she apologized. She said, "I'm sorry." I said, "It's okay, but what were you thinking? Expect me to?" I was, as a matter of fact, I was at the mercy of hers. If she decided not to approve me, that means I won't become an American citizen. But
that is what is actually going on in the country now. People don't bear traditional name again. People don't give their children
that will embrace and rush to that opportunity to change their. I know of a co-worker who changed his middle name to first name. His middle name was English Bible name, biblical name, and he decided to change it to his first name. For what? So that people can pronounce your name. Well, if you're having trouble, because I have a last name that is very, very strong, like a real strong name. I've never for once heard anybody bearing that name ever. But
That's where you're coming from, but I tell you, it's not unique to black people or Africans.
Is your last name Ologunagba?
My own is even bigger than Ologunagba.
It will be Ifa something. I'm sure it's Ifa something.
It's not even Ifa. My own name.
All the only.
My own name.
Koko.
My last name is stronger than that. Like when you hear it properly pronounced, you will take a second look at me like, what?
Are you saying?
Those are known names. You can guess from now to tomorrow, you won't get it. But the bottom line is, yes. As a matter of fact, my last child, when she was born, and we were doing naming in the church, dedication in the church, and the name was plastered on the screen, and people were reading. I was like, "What the heck?" Like when the name was pronounced, they were all looking at me. Really? Yes, and I won't change it for a dime. None, never.
I hope you are not from Okeogun. Your name is not Abogunbangba.
I'm from Ekiti State.
Ekiti, okay.
So you can imagine what kind of name I will be having. I'll be bearing.
My funny, yeah.
No, I'm not from Ifa. I'm from a royal house.
Okay.
It'll be Oba something. Oba something.
It's not the one Oba. You see, my name reflects Oba Ade, right? But the thing is, anyway, away from all that, but the bottom line, the other woman looked at me and she apologized. And I said, look, let this be a learning point for you. I know you're still going to see other people, you being a case manager, but the bottom line is that if you're going to put the question across, let it be just, look, even this process, you can change your name legally. We don't have to go through the court and all that. That if you want to do it, it will save you time, and but if you don't want to, that's fine.
Adewale, in Nigeria, where people are not even asked, they are doing it willingly. They are giving their children English names. That is what they.
A few minutes ago, I got corrected by my own wife. I was talking to my little baby, and I was speaking English. Come here. Guess what she said? No, don't tell her come here in English. Tell her in Yoruba. Of course, she hear Yoruba. She hear English everywhere she could. She's not yet speaking anyway, but she'll be able to speak English one way or the other. But Yoruba is something that she hardly hear from people around her, right? So I got corrected because it has to be. We have to start teaching them now. So this mentality of anyway, so yes, sir.
Okay, I want to just respond to Simba. What happened was that when the Oyibos through gospel were able to convince us that Eshu means the devil, where they brainwashed a lot of people to begin to change their names, and people hear your name and say, no, and Oluwa Shekini called, Jesus Shekini called, all this adulterated, I don't know where they come from. And somebody will tell me because my name is Eshu, maybe that means the devil. Eshu is not the devil, but unfortunately, the churches will not tell you that.
Mike,
the origin of it. Yes, please.
What is issue? What is issue then in Yoruba? What is the equivalence of issue?
Before Bishop answer that question, let me just throw this out there. The chairman of the Redeemed Christian Church of God North America in Dallas, his name was
Fadele.
And all of a sudden,
Fadel.
he changed the name to Fadel. The first time I heard that word, I was embarrassed. I was disappointed. I was. For crying out loud. You don't want to identify with Ifa, fine. But in the past they used to say Urukolon Roni. But if you are bearing Ifa, but your name is James, that means that is no longer applicable to you. And you are not even practicing it. But that is what makes you who you are. When I heard about it, and this is somebody who is learned, who is educated, and I'm kind of like society that we live, environment that we find ourselves. Sometimes I don't expect at advanced age that it will impact or change our orientation completely. I even appreciate my Africanness more now that I even reside in America than when I was in Nigeria.
Yeah, that tends to happen, but there's one thing for somebody to choose to want to change their own name to an English name than to be stripped off your name. So those people, even though they may change their name to English name or a version of it, it doesn't strip them of their culture or where they come from. I don't think it's unlike of course the African Americans or perhaps the people in the Caribbeans. Um, so I mean, it's.
Just to your question, Prince Daddy, I think it should mean mischief maker or something, not the devil though. In the Yoruba pantheon, I think
Wait,
Mike will probably know more about that. But
well, hold on,
Eshu
hold
is
on.
a deity. Is a
I've
deity.
Yeah, let me
I've
let
I've
me
heard that
let me.
before.
Eshu is one of the orishas, right? So in the among the pantheon, all the orisha have their roles, right? So Eshu is kind of like the way I can say is the center of gravity of the whole tradition. If you take Eshu out of the tradition, right? If you take it out of the way, you collapse the entire tradition because in a tradition, Eshu is the gatekeeper. You have to go through in everything they do. Eshu,
Okay, hold on
you
a
have to go
second
through it.
before the
So
detailed explanation. One second. The reason I've heard this argument somewhat before, but here's my question: because in any advanced society like the Yorubas, for example, they've always established God as well. Olodumare or Oluwa in that version, right?
yeah,
So,
Olodumare,
okay, naturally, if there's God, there should be something that negates it somewhat, even though the Satan or the devil is not the direct opposite of God. So, in the Yoruba culture, if it's not, what is the so-called opposite of Olodumare or God?
no, there's no
What is
opposite. There's no opposite. There's no
well, that's
opposite.
strange. That is hard for me to believe. See,
What do you
because
mean?
in most cultures, like even the Chinese or the Japanese, the yin and yang, there's always a duality in every culture.
There's positive and negative. Yeah,
Exactly.
Olodumare create both positive and negative together. Even the Chinese, there's no opposite. They are together. The yin and yang, that's why they draw it together. There's positive and there's negative. Even when you
Well,
go and study, when you study Ifa, there's
Anyway,
also Ifa, there's also Ifa. You learn both positive and negative. Everything created in this life was created both positive and negative. Even your electricity you use has positive and negative charge. In science,
okay,
one man,
science
sorry.
alone explains everything to you. I don't know why.
one man.
One man, let me tell you the history of this God
Yeah,
and
but
devil.
before you tell us, the question that I think Prince Daddy is trying to nail you on, what contrast Olodumare? Because
Nothing.
for fear of blasphemy, if you say God and then you say the devil, and then if you say Olodumare, then what contrasts that? Because
But
Nothing.
one man, one
That's
man.
what I'm trying to tell you the history.
hold on, because that's not traditionally people put Eshu there. But if you are now saying Eshu is just a deity, and then of course the pathway to Olodumare, there are several deities that comes under the Olodumare space. So
Oh,
it's yeah. Did you
okay. Let me.
understand that? Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I think you guys are coming from a Christian mindset. That's why you're confused. That's why there's confusion. Like, okay, who contra? Who's the devil? You're looking for the good and bad being separated.
No.
But wait,
Mike,
guy,
hold on. It's
you
not
have to learn
really.
to listen more, man. Chill out.
It's not really from a Christian perspective. If you go to the Chinese and other East Asia, even the Indian culture, they always have the positive and the negative.
Together, but not separate. He's only Christian and Islam that has God and Satan and God enemies as enemies and separate. No. And the history of it, the man that created the Abrahamic religion, the first person that came up with the whole concept of separating negative and evil and creating God and devil as separate is this guy during the Persian Empire called Zoroaster. He's the one that created the concept of devil being enemy of God and fighting God. No,
In
there's
fact,
no
Mike,
devil.
that's what I'm.
There,
Mike,
yeah,
let me support you.
but
The
let me
concept of the devil,
allow me to
the
land.
concept of the. Okay.
Hold on. Go on, Mike.
Let me land. God, the Olodumare create everything in the universe with both positive and negative together. Force, you understand? So without positive, you can't have negative. Without negative, you can have positive. Every human being was created with positive and negative. That's why you have the ability to do good and evil. Everything in the universe. So in the beginning, before the Abrahamic whole thing came about, the whole universe, the whole planet, every human being that knew the concept of life, they didn't know the positive and negative were never. There was no God on this side, devil on this side. In Ifa, there's God, there's positive and there's negative. In the negative side, we have the Ajoguns and the negative spirits, right? On the positive side, you have the Orishas. And Eshu is in the center. He's the only Orisha that can go left and right because that's his operation. You understand? So that's why people that wanted to attack him, they look at his attributes, which sometimes it does negative things, and the only time it does negative things is to punish the people that do negative. They call it justice minister. You understand? He carries justice. He should never attack positive person. You understand? If you're doing positive, he doesn't do that. You understand? It's like a justice minister. So he's the only one that can go negative and go positive among all the Orishas. And it's Olodumare that gave him that ability. And the story is there in the Odu Ifa, how Olodumare gave him the right to be in the crossroad. That's why they call it, he's always in the crossroad, the T-junction. You understand? So the role of Eshu, that's what I told you, is like the center of gravity. And when Europeans came, he's always a gatekeeper too. He controls the roads. In the olden days, Eshu is in every entrance. Every entrance to the market. If you go to the market, you can't steal and exit the market. Entrance to a town, entrance to everything. When Europeans were coming to Africa, Eshu was their problem. That's why they had to take Eshu out of the way to penetrate the Africans. And when they wanted to attack our tradition, Eshu was the deity they had to attack. They know once we take Eshu out of the way, we have taken over. We've destroyed the people. In a tradition without Eshu, you can't even go. You can't get to other Orishas. You have to go through Eshu. It's the one in the crossroad. So that's where they got us. When they started building those schools in Africa, the missionary school, it was the Christians. That's where they catch those children. They didn't catch our fathers. It was the children. They bring them to school. Once they come to school, they start teaching the children that Eshu is devil in the Bible. And when those children go home, they know that their father have Eshu. That's it. And they were finding ways to dissociate themselves from Eshu and trying to connect with the other deities. And it's impossible.
In the Bible, it wasn't the white man that translated the devil to be Eshu. It couldn't be, because it was the Yoruba person that must have chosen the name Eshu to be.
They used him now. Samuel Ajayi Crowder, they used him. Those guys.
What do you mean they used him? They chose the word to represent Eshu, devil or Satan in the Bible. It wasn't the white man that told it.
Was he not a bishop? What they call him? Was he not what they call it? The first African bishop, right? Something, Abi?
Right.
Anglican, yeah. Who was he under? Was he not under the church of this thing? Who were his boss? Were they not the white people? Were they not the one that used him to translate it? It was already a bishop before he came to Africa now in the diaspora. So those people they brought,
it was an Anglican
priest.
bishop.
Yeah, exactly. So those people they were bringing from the world, outside world. They were already converted them, those ex-slaves. We had to use them in Africa to get their way too. You know, some of them they cast them as KC, know their culture. They have to use them, because if you go and spend time with the Cubans, the Brazilians, they will tell you how our tradition was going to help them during slavery to even free themselves from slavery. Those Yorubas that went there later, towards the end of slavery, they were the one that brought our tradition there, and they were using it against their masters. And the Europeans, that's one of the reasons why they ended the slavery. The Brazilians were telling me their stories, and I say, it was even the Brazilian. They said they adopted Eshu as the patron deity, as the role of Olodumare, because they said that was one powerful deity that helped them during slave trade, that even made their slave masters started being afraid of them, and they ended it. So people don't know all these things, man. Even in Haiti, they have to use our tradition to use revolution against the French.
What is evil in Yoruba?
Evil is okay, in Yoruba, evil is just evil. When you carry act of evil, it's evil.
What's the Yoruba word? What's the Yoruba word?
It's like evil deeds. It's natural. We all know that doing evil, and there's consequence to evil. And when you go do, and again, there's no.
What's the deity for Ibi?
No. They are spirits that are negative. We call them the Ajoguns or Ajonu. Ajoguns. Their role is destructive. You understand? They are lower vibration. Now, when people want to do evil to you, they use the negative spirit, the Ajoguns, to do the evil. You understand? It's not Orisha. They don't use Orisha to do evil.
Mike, the Muslim call it Aljonus.
Yeah, they call it Aljonu, but in our tradition, we are calling the Ajoguns. And we have the Mugbedio, the Yamis, our mothers, but they are not even bad. They are not bad, but they can do negative. They can also do positive. So we have the negatives. That's why they call it negative. Our tradition is both. You learn both the negative and the positive. You learn it. So people highlight the negative side of it. If people that do negative, and they say, "Oh, that's what it's all about." But 90% of the work people do in our tradition is positive. It's fixing things, fixing lives.
Do you actually believe in all of this? People will call it hocus pocus stuff. Is it not some sort of a mind control placebo thing? All this IFA and Deity and whatnot.
Oh man, those that are involved, we see it and we know. The thing is, you have to go and get in the community. You see it with your own eyes, and then you can know. So this is not something that we just won't sit down and be doing. I've seen this. I've conversation with Orisha, like someone talking to me.
How did we end up in with a religion discussion from European Union to IFA?
I wonder. It was my call to prayer. It was my call to prayer. The call to prayer.
What is going on here?
It's via osmosis.
No, one man. It was a call to prayer that you heard that changed the conversation. When you said that, okay, that is one of that constitutes about 50% of our problem. You remember?
Maybe your ancestors are trying to tell you to get out of that. Yeah, worshiping Arab.
Exactly.
Talking about problems, I want to play this clip to use to bring Prince Daddy into the conversation. So Prince, this clip now, this is going to fast turn into a problem for Tinubu very, very quickly if this is not addressed. You know how heavily condensed and choked up Lagos is. And you know Tinubu, of course, he claims he's from Lagos. But if this becomes a regular decimal within Lagos, very quickly that space will turn against him. And if Lagos turns against Tinubu, then Nigeria turns against him. What am I talking about, Prince? I'm talking about this.
In the boss, you are where you are.
Jagaban is passing.
And Jagaban that. Only the boss, you know. In the boss, you know. In the kingdom, in the motor, in the motor, Jagabanu, go there. Jagabanu, go there. Go there, go there, go there, go there. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go, go. Go, 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 go. 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 Go, 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 go. Go, go. Go, go. Oh shit, oh man. Jump up, 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 jump up. Jump up, jump up. Jump up, jump up, man. Jump up. Jump up, jump up. What's it? Don't you do it?
So there it is, Prince. Just an endless convoy of vehicular movement. So you could hear the excitement in the voice of that person recording it, Jagaban. But when these people
say it correctly, Jagabanu.
Yes, Jagabanu.
That is Lagos for sure. Mike, are you there? The Lagosians. they have a way of twisting words and sounding different.
All right, but to the wider point that I'm making to Prince, how long before people start to turn against this? Because of course they will shut down the road, they will stop vehicular movement. So that little convoy, that 2 minutes that we saw of our endless streams of vehicle movement, that would have cost the space a good 4-5 hours, because they will shut down the road a couple of hours before it comes, shut it down for the period that is there, shut it down for a couple of hours later. So how long do you think Lagos will tolerate now this sort of movement by Tinubu?
Yeah, well, man. I guess in the future, advance notice would be nice for the state to prepare. But I get a good explanation on a Rice TV by Dr. Batty and somebody else that tweeted in the show. They explained it very well. I think this is Tinubu's first official homecoming, coming from straight from London or England, and it wasn't just Tinubu's convoy. They had the ministers and some dignitaries and some other people, what they call the smaller big men, as they term them. So it wasn't just Tinubu's convoy, and it was estimated, according to some people, about 100, perhaps 120 vehicles that came through. So I don't. It's not going to be often. It's not going to be happening often, for sure. I mean, most of the time it's going to be based in Abuja, of course. And whenever he chooses to want to come to Lagos, they're going to have an ample time to prepare for him. If it's once a year or once or twice a year, I guess that'd be okay. This is not as explained. It doesn't. It's not a big deal, really. It shouldn't be.
You don't think it's a big deal for them to shut down the commercial nerve center of the country for half a day because some rascally guy is coming in from Abuja?
He's not a rascal. He's the president. He's not a rascal guy. But well, I mean, we have. This is part of the sacrifice. I mean, we have to. I mean, he's the president, right? If an American president or any other European world leader perhaps is coming to town and they have to use a convoy, they have to shut down the road also, shut down the streets. So it's. I hope it. Quite frankly, to be sincere, I hope it doesn't happen that often.
Prince Daddy, let us accuse one man for sake. One man, when your queen of England, don't you see how they block road? How many convoy follow the queen? Don't you see how they block the street of Lagos?
Are you comparing the Queen of England? Now
I don't care. The Queen of England is the head of state of its country.
Excuse me, one
and your country as well.
Tinubu is the president of a country, more than UK times 10.
No, hold on. The Queen of England is the head of state of countries, including your country.
I don't care. One man.
Thomas, can you see the way one man is eulogizing? He's a slave master.
Yeah, yes, good on you, Silva.
And he get excited and he's saying it with all confidence. I don't understand this woman. Woman, let me tell you this.
They block the streets of London now when Queen is
don't
going
mind,
out now.
Don't mind, woman. And when he wanted to show us the video, we thought it was one important video that he wanted to show us, not knowing that he just wanted to.
The amount of death threat Tinubu was receiving. We have to excuse him for that. Go all over the internet. The way the obedience are threatening his life.
Let's get back to Prince for a. Let's get back to Prince for a moment. Let Prince land.
I want to interject, but that's fine.
Okay, carry on, because Prince will not push through. But I wanted Prince to lead that space. But carry on. Yeah.
I remember very well when Trump.
Make sure you come at one man, no. Come at one man. I want to give it to one man very well.
I remember when Trump became president. Of course, we all know New York was his home state. So, and he had to come to New York, and he lived in a high-rise building and all that. So, and the SSS thought, you know what, this is not safe for you. But of course, he has to come to New York. He's a New York boy, right? So, and every time it comes, they will shut down the entire Fifth Avenue. And people were like, man, they hated him in the first place, and he will come to town and the entire place will be shut down. Traffic, New York traffic was, is something else. It's a demonic traffic. Let me put it that way. After Los Angeles traffic, then followed by New York traffic, in that order. But we can't stop president from coming to his home state, and there's no amount of beforehand notification that will stop all this. Yes, it was a convoy of so many dignitaries, that went to welcome him. But Lagosian will also have to now, because this is something that's never happened before. Maybe when the military were in Lagos and all that, and I'm talking about when the Nigeria headquarters was in Lagos. That was where they witnessed all these huge convoys, going around, and that was the number of vehicles on the street of Lagos. There wasn't this much.
I thought you were interjecting. They were
you know what?
Carry on.
I think I hijacked it.
I think you hijacked it.
So
land it and then let's
going back. It's gonna be a continuous thing, but probably the convoy won't be this long. And I could smell, the hatred. Should I call it envy? Like Tinubu put it when he had granted interview with BBC, and envy. More or less like envy on Asleep's News when they show these video clips about the numbers of vehicles driving on the highway. But the thing is that it's not going to be an everyday issue, right? Because Tinubu has even been living in Abuja for almost a decade now, as they say. So, but then it's still going to come home on a special occasion like this when there's Salah or special celebration or something like that. It's still going to show up, right? So it's just, we'll be having anywhere president is going. You don't expect there won't be much vehicle. Talking about the president, and not even talk about the kind of system we run in Nigeria. A president is like a monarchy. It must be guided, it must be protected at all costs, right? Not even without these policies that is shutting out every left, right and left. So it has to be protected by every means necessary. So yes, it's not going to be just like Thomas said that your own queen too was protected. That's why the fact that she was the head of state, by the same time not ceremonial head of state anyway. But at the end of the day, still guide her as if his own Jesus Christ was coming to town. Even Jesus Christ wasn't guided, the way they guided your queen when she was alive. And now your same, your crooked king will be coming around and you'll be guided the same way. Anyway, but this is our president, and this is homecoming. In fact, they even criticize him for the little parade that he got at the airport. For crying out loud, the FEMA alone sile. Leave him alone. He's just one president for just a month. Leave him alone. Especially your Asleep News people.
Give him a break, man. Give him a break, man.
All right, give him a break, and let me take a break as well. I was going to hang back for Prince Daddy's input on that. But Prince Daddy, back to you. But on my way back to you, let me just do the administrative stuff, and then we'll go back to your commentaries. So Prince Daddy, as I was saying, he comes in with a super sticker, as it does quite often now. So that's Prince Daddy. You may see that's twice on your screen, but that's him doing it twice. So that's not the same one. So that's Prince Daddy once and then again. And then AB joins that space. So that's AB joining that space. Pansat 3 times in a row. I think this is his third time in about 3 days. And Ayo, of course, the usual AK-47, he just opens up a volley into the super space. So that's Ayo rattling it off, as he often does. So that's AB. I think that was the first intro. I'm not sure if AB is a he or a she, because you can tell the accent even in the chat section. She has the AB has a female accent in the comment section, just from the commentaries, but we yet to be established if AB is a male or female. Ayo continues with the tradition. There he is, opening up another fire there. That's Alexander Gomez, just informing them that the buyers of the platform is to Nigeria and not to any pecuniary interest. At the start of the session, Alexander opens it up. Only after Ayo puts the key in the door will they welcome the eagle has landed. So the eagle has landed. So keep them coming, as Thomas tells you. So now back to you, Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, what I'm suggesting is that yes, the euphoria of victory lands Tinubu back in Nigeria. Not in Nigeria, but in Lagos. And the celebration is understandable and forgivable. But if it starts to come to Lagos with any level of frequency, which you expect him to do as the former governor, and of course, Lagos being his special project, if he goes to Lagos with any frequency, how long will Lagos tolerate this locking down of the roads just because Tinubu is coming into town? So to that space, Prince Daddy, as I take my leave, Prince Daddy, to you.
All right, yeah, thanks, Format. Actually, I don't think Tinubu is going to be frequenting Lagos that often. I don't think so. And if he does, perhaps in unofficial capacity, he's going to sneak in late at night and do what he wants to do, and is gone. Yeah, it's not going to be here that often. That's my take on it. And this, convoy of his escorts, I mean, it's not a big deal. Official visit, okay, so yeah, I know it's on the news. They made it a big deal. Spending all the money buying those vehicles, doing all the wasting money, all this other stuff. It's Tinubu. It grabs the headline with whatever he does. So not a big deal. I don't really care about it.
Prince Daddy, are you suggesting even commissioners in Lagos State, or what they call it, Babajide Sanwo-Olu convoy could be in that convoy? Commissioner in Lagos State could be in that convoy. Friends and family, or friends and friends, can be in that convoy. It's possible.
Oh yeah, no, they did. Dr. Abati did made it official that the governor and some commissioners and some other dignitaries were part of the convoy. It wasn't just Tinubu's convoy, not at all. So, and again, it's homecoming official visit, so it's almost expected. But they made a big deal out of it, and just like you guys have said. Is it Biden moving around the country? Adwale mentioned Trump in New York. Yeah, they block the roads. They are the latest. They need to be protected. So it's the number one citizen of the country. So I don't really expect less of what happened, really. So. But nonetheless, they're gonna make a big deal out of it. It's gonna be blown out of proportion. So there we go. It's Jagaban. Let's enjoy it.
Prince Daddy, don't you think it's high time we get used to all these useless sensationalism about Tinubu, all those useless things that they just have to make out of.
Send the talking point. Just the talking point.
Well, yeah, I mean, so if Mohammed didn't bring it up,
I have not spoken.
Bishop, you are the anchor of the show right from the
beginning. Me, I have not talked.
I just came in, so.
I was gonna say if Mohammed didn't bring it up, and if I didn't see it on Rise News, if I just saw it somewhere on a YouTube clip, I won't pay mind to it. Again, this stuff's like irrelevant, and people just gonna overburden these little issues that means nothing. I'm more focused. I'm more focused on what Tinubu is going to do for the economy, and so far it's doing good. I want real and concrete results, not this, headline grabbers to just talk. I don't care.
Prince Daddy, please. Sorry, can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, of course. Yeah, the prime. Come.
Yeah, I think this is a simple thing. I think the Dumb Barrack to Bodilon is not far. and probably there is presidential helicopter. So when it gets to Lagos through the airport, it can get a copter to the Don Barracks, which is also a secured location, and then probably does journey 4 or 5 kilometers to his place. It's going to be, I think that will be its mode of transportation after this triumphant entry. So it's understandable. I understand Arise TV's opponent party, so they have to blow it out of proportion. But I think that has always been the short route for head of states coming, because most head of states visit Ikoyi at regular interval, and probably that is a short and secure route to go.
So do people wanting to be in Lagos traffic and end up like Murtala Mohammed? I mean, obviously, we all know what happened to Murtala Mohammed. Don't mind those obedient and those refined people.
Mike. Whenever president is coming to a town, to the city, guess what they'll do? Right from the morning, or let's say 4 or 5 hours before you even landed, they will shut down that road. No vehicle will move. So, and that can become a big issue, for commercial purposes and all that. So that's why people are grumbling and complaining about all that. But but if you take that away from it, that won't be an issue. And so I think it was someone that talked about.
But before, this thing used to come with excitement. People will even line up
But
along the road to
welcome. How many vehicles were on the road at that time? There are not as many as what we have now. And coupled with the fact that a lot of people, I want, what do you call it in Yoruba? People, haters are plenty now. I mean, did you see the way people were jubilating and waving at him at the airport? Even that Jagaban
yes, and your lovely television, all they could see is the negative.
No, I'm not their fan. I don't watch Sleep TV. I don't. That's not my favorite television.
I don't think maybe one man should not be bringing this kind of thing, so that will not be causing distraction for us.
There's no way we'll ride a helicopter that short distance.
Simba, can you check your screen? Our screen. Check your screen. What do you see there?
That's an official proclamation by Mr. Pensant. He already told us.
Pensant. Real quick, let me digress a little bit. Yesterday, there was a topic that you guys talked about, but unfortunately, I could not join you guys yesterday about the new vehicle registration tariff.
1,000 naira a year.
Let me come out from this angle. Maybe people will understand me better. A lot of people were against it, complained about the fact that people are overpaying tax. That is not tax. That is not tax. Yes, Bishop made an argument that wasn't the responsibility of the federal government but the state government, which is correct. But government can also change amend the constitution. The legislature can decide that what, this is going to make it federal. But the bottom line is this: in your own micro setting, in your own home, every now and then, you and your spouse and your kids or whatever, you contribute certain amount of money together in one commonwealth, right? No matter how tough situation is with every single one of you, you still struggle to make sure you pay your own fair share contributions to that wealth, so that at least the family will be able to have something to fall back on. Now, that is exactly what is happening to us. What the federal government is trying to target is that if you are able, you are fortunate enough to own a automobile, a vehicle, or or whatever it is, that means you no longer belong to that level of people that are born with a motor.
So are you saying that's a category of luxury?
As of now, yes, because you can afford automobile. Other people that cannot afford it, they can't own it, they will not be subjected to it. But one way or the other, you are going to supplement. Okay? You are going to at least pay your own fair share, because and I think in other way, they're trying to use it maybe to deter people from owning, but the government also have to meet the people in the middle by providing, public means of transportation. All right, because the money realized from this should be used or plowed back into infrastructural development. Okay, but people that owns automobile has to pay their own fair share, and the government coming out with this noble uh, uh, method of of generating fund. 1,000 naira is what somebody who owns a vehicle, okay, can easily take to a beer parlor to buy. Maybe you're able to buy 2 bottles of
Adibale,
anything.
if you own a car, you can't pay 1,000 a year. Would you advise that person to go and sell off the
Go
car?
sell your vehicle because you
Go
are
and say
not.
you can't drive, you don't afford to use a car.
You can't afford to. I mean, see, there was a time in Lagos State that when you have odd number plate number, you cannot drive in island. They rotate it on a weekly basis, right? They were just trying to make sure that the road, they ease out traffic and all that. But when the government roll out this or bring this kind of idea, it's not to inconvenient people. Yes, 1,000 naira per annum is nothing. Here in Texas, you are required to pay for your registration and inspection every freaking year. What do? You take your vehicle to the inspection, they check the catalyst, convert everything to make sure your vehicle is, up to the standard for you to be able to drive on the road. Because if you don't meet it, you will not be able to, renew your vehicle. And at the end of the day, and people take the state to the court, and the state still win. But I think they also find a means to generate the fund by trying to, you know, stop doing yearly renewal. But to me, I believe it's an ingenuity way of generating funds, because if you own a vehicle versus somebody who does not own a vehicle, then you have to own your own fair share by making sure that you are contributing. But the government has to be transparent with the fund, with that money that's being generated. Because if there's nothing concrete to reflect what that money was meant for, be doing for 1 year, that means that purpose has been defeated. But to me, I believe it's a noble idea and people should embrace it. 1,000 naira for crying out loud is like how much to
Let's
dollar?
divide it into even to 12
And
months.
and,
How
and,
much is
Nin-
that?
and Nigeria
It's
was the
not
one.
enough. It's not enough to buy 2 liters of petrol.
2
Exactly.
liters of
Right.
petrol.
Exactly. And in Nigeria standard as of now, 1,000 naira is nothing. So
It's
when I
Well,
nothing.
hear people cry, I
say
mean,
that's just the
complaining
beginning.
about it,
I was gonna say that's just the beginning of more creative ways to come to try to get money from the people, which is legitimate, which is fine. And I also suggested yesterday that I don't know if they pay um uh sales fuel tax every time you buy petrol. If Nigerians are not paying right now, we should expect them to be paying soon, because that'll be the next natural progression for revenue generation. I mean, that makes sense. And yeah, they need to try to recoup or make as much money from the people, especially those that actually use the roads. Just like you said, if you have a vehicle, not everybody does, but if you do, well, you can pay a little bit extra to keep the roads clean, to get last mile on the road, and do what the government needs to do. It's a fair way
you, you know one
to
thing, Prince Daddy, sorry to cut you short. I also look at it this way. We have a federal road safety, which is federal, that oversees and issue driver license, correct? But you see, for once, we have not been able to establish a database of every vehicle owners in Nigeria. Do you know that when we are able to establish a database of every vehicle owners in Nigeria, we will be able to solve some crime, because now we can be able to trace certain plate number to some people. You know, if your vehicle is used for illegal activities, as long as people are able to track your plate number.
That is already in place. That is already in place.
I'm just saying that it has another way to be able to use it for the security purpose. Okay, so when you go to renewal, you can get a ticket, and when you go for renewal, it's right there for you, waiting for you to pay.
Let me give you what. Let me even give you. I think I mentioned it on this platform before, Adewale. My younger brother's Toyota Corolla was stolen, and then after 6 months, he was called from Abuja that his vehicle, somebody was trying to register his vehicle. Because of the database that they have, they saw that that vehicle has been registered before. They saw his phone number, his name, and everything, and they called him, and that was how he was able to recover the vehicle. What Nigerians, what they do now is that, because what they don't understand is that even if you want to sell that vehicle, you are not to sell that vehicle with that same plate number. But people are still doing that. They don't know the implication of what they are doing, because if you are selling your vehicle and you are selling with your plate number to another person, if that person committed that crime, a crime with that vehicle, yes, but people still don't understand that, and they are still selling with that vehicle. You're supposed to remove that vehicle number. You can buy another vehicle and still use that same vehicle number under your new number. What they need to do is just to deregister that number with the former vehicle and put it on your new vehicle, so that the person that is buying your old one will go and get his own number. But people still don't understand that.
But Simba, can they just the seller of the vehicle, can they go to the motor vehicle and just present document that they've sold the vehicle and have that name
That
removed?
is what they're supposed to do, Prince Daddy. But people still, they are used to that old method that when you sell the vehicle, you sell it with everything that you have, and you just move on with your life. They don't know the implication of
No, Simbi,
what they are doing.
there is no orientation. There should be
correct.
There's no when you have people in authority that don't give any
No,
orientation as to how things should be done.
Don't go
That's
that way. Abajale Koko. Why do I know? Road safety.
Don't say don't
Excuse
go
me.
that way. You are educated one now. It's everybody.
No. Let me tell you this. I heard this thing on television.
Is it
I heard
government
this
have
thing
to
on
educate everybody and
television.
everything?
Hold on, everybody.
It is the
One voice, please.
responsibility.
Yeah.
It's the responsibility of the agency in charge of vehicle registration to tell them as they are registering their vehicle, or ask them question that, okay, you want to register, do you have another vehicle you are swapping for this vehicle, or what? Do you have an old plate number or something like that? They should be able to ask them question, and from their answer, they can enlighten them
Ask who? Babajale Koko. Who are you asking?
Okay, hold on. If I go to vehicle registration office now and I want to register a vehicle, or say I want to obtain another registration number, or how do you call it in Nigeria? So that person in charge of issuing that thing, that registration number, plate number to me, should ask me some question. And from that question, from my answer, it can enlighten me of what I'm not aware of, or what I didn't know. Hey, this is what you can do. If you have an old plate number, you can still use it. We can swap it. We can do this for you. So when you are selling your vehicle, take out your old plate number, bring it to register that same number with another vehicle. So that is the way it should be done. But when they don't do it, what they are after is just to take bribe before they even give you registration number. They are all after bribe, to take bribe, and not to
But Babajale Koko, the road safety comes up on radio, television.
Oh, forget
every
about
time.
radio, television. How many people? Where is the electricity? Where Who watches radio and television? Who watches radio and television? Hold
Why
on.
did you
Mama,
always there are two sides to a
do
coin,
you have
Baba?
24 hours
He has
electricity
a he
that
has
can
a
make
he
you
has a
watch
mindset.
radio and television?
Babajoko has a
Is it because
mindset that you
you have
cannot.
generator in your
He's
house
always.
that you can watch
I
television 24
I
I
hours?
don't
agree
have
with
That is the
generator. I
question.
don't have generator.
Babajana.
Eh?
I don't have generator.
I agree
Eh?
with Babajana
One
Koko.
voice, please.
I
One
ag-
voice, please.
I
Yeah,
agree
A
with
country
Adewale.
where
Babajana
you
Koko.
don't have constant electricity, where people can come home, sit down in a relaxed mood, watching TV, eating, and then listening to news or information, new information right there.
Babajana
So
But
Koko,
when
but
you don't have
but
it,
they
how would you know?
they can be on their phone. They can
You
be on
don't want
their
to apportion
phone
blame
and
to the authority that should be blamed when
what
they
we
fail to
are talking.
orientate people.
See, Simba, Babajana
Every
Koko,
time
both
you
of you
want
are
to
right.
defend government shenanigans, Simba, why? Why do you want to
Babajana
defend
Koko.
them?
I'm talking. You are the one that is shifting into. I'm just giving an information.
Since I've been
So
in
you are the
America,
one
I've never
shifting
seen
it.
where American government come on TV to tell us everything. You
No.
have to figure it out
Oh,
yourself. Oh. If you don't,
Mike,
Yeah,
no.
look at this is the way he will talk. He just want to rub
so they
his.
come on TV to tell you if you want to register, do
When
this, do that.
Okay.
You have to figure it yourself, man.
When
Look at you. You
Simba,
got to figure it out
I
yourself.
disagree with you. When COVID hit, federal government took over the responsibility of sensitizing Americans on how to go about every establishment, every government establishment, every offices. They gave them some of those flyers and mandated training. You must train your people on, what do you call it, survivor or whatever, how to go about this thing. See, there was a time in Nigeria when we had MAMSA. Everybody remember MAMSA?
You're talking about COVID as if in Nigeria they were not educating us about how to survive
You're
the
the one
COVID.
talking about America. You said you didn't remember last
No,
time.
I'm saying I've never seen them come on TV to tell you how to go and register your car to take care of your personal responsibility.
Hold
So
on.
anything that has to
Hey,
do with
Mike,
personal
wait.
responsibility,
Mike,
American government don't come on TV to educate you. You have to figure it yourself.
Hold
there
on,
are
Mike.
1-800 number you can call to seek for information of
Babajale
what
Koko.
you don't know.
Babajale Koko.
Yes.
Before 9/11,
Yeah.
you can walk into any DMV office anywhere in America and obtain driver license. But post 9/11, Homeland Security was established,
And everything changed.
But no. Wait a minute. They didn't just mesh together like that, because this interagency cohesion or integration didn't just happen overnight. They found out that 9/11 was able to, succeed simply because some of these agencies from different states, they are not in communication with one another. So somebody can obtain a driver license in, let's say, Alabama, right, and go to New York and commit crime in New York and come back to Alabama, and
Yes.
nobody will know anything about it. So they now decided, now this is my line of work, but without going into full details, the federal government now decided they're going to establish Homeland Security. And they now make it a standard. Each state will now have their own database. So the DMV in each state will be connected to the database used by the same FBI, the same state police, or US Marshal. So if anyone, now if you want to register, let's say you apply for driver license, let's say somewhere in the California, right? And you drive your vehicle to, let's say, a state like New York, and you got pulled over by the state. Now they can able to, put your driver license and able to get update on who was the driver. Now that is a process. It took them a long time to arrive at that. Now they even took it a step further. Before now, I think more than 10 years or 8 years, federal government mandate every state under TSA to be able to have a standardized driver license or ID card, so that if anybody, because of course you are going to travel through the airport or any port, and for you to be able to, crisscross the country, you must have a standardized driver license. So that kind of compelled each state to comply with that directive. Now, in fact, it was towards the COVID time that Texas started complying with that directive. At first, they kind of neglected it because they gave them a timeline. So after that timeline, any Texans traveling out of the Texas will not be able to use that driver license or ID card. What does it mean is that there's enhanced security on those ID card. All right. So now you can travel anywhere.
Adewale, do we really interest in America driver license?
No.
You are taking us. You are taking us to the deep waters, please.
No. There's no deep water. See, Nigeria can do it. Now, when you have a centralized people, when you have a standardized and centralized system that you'll be able to put information and retrieve information, it will help you to plan for you to make a sound policy because you know the audience you are targeting. Now, in terms of sensitizing people, majority of people have phone, and if they are not interested in reading messages on their phone, we can go back in the old ways when we used to have a standard. We used to have an orientation agency like MAMSA. Government can put jingles out there, just like they did during the election time. Then they will use the NBC to compel all the media houses to place those jingles to sensitize people, because this is
all these things are there. They go to motor parks. They go to motor park. No, just wait. They go to motor park. No, I'm just saying it. Let me tell you, in Nigeria now, I don't think there's any state that doesn't have like 5, 6, 7, 8 radio stations. This one that Babajiroko is talking about, most of these villagers, they have their wireless radio that use battery. They love listening to radio. They listen to radio. The only thing, the problem, let me tell you, the problem is that Nigerians don't care. We don't like to obey law. Let me talk. I know this. Let me tell you. If I'm talking, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Adewale, hold on, Simba. Adewale, you spoke extensively. Nobody stop you.
Okay.
Simba wants to interject now. I was
just trying to make correction or something. Okay.
No. Let him land. Then you can correct him, please.
Let me give you one thing. Just 3 days ago, I have a vehicle that I want to dispose. And I told the person that I'm not selling this vehicle with this plate number. You know what the person is telling me? Because I told him the implication. And he said, no, that I have to give him another. I said, no, you cannot. It's my plate number. If you want to buy this vehicle, the Nigerian people know. They know a lot of things. But we always hide, and we have people that will also be protecting them and be hiding under that ignorance. They know the implication of what we are saying. You cannot be buying a vehicle with another man's plate number. And they know what they want to know is that they know that the risk is not on them, it's on you that is selling the vehicle to them with your plate number. So if you are claiming that you don't know, and you are saying it's very easy to rationalize and say in a country where you don't have electricity, you don't have government so useless, you don't provide anything for people that are just killing their citizens. It's very easy to go that route to whip the sentiment of the people. It's very easy to go to blackmail. Blackmailing is the cheapest thing to do for anything in the world. So if every time you just want to go.
So the country is running well for you, right?
I'm not saying the country is running well. It's very easy to say that, but I'm telling you that people know that certain things that people know that you just want to exonerate them. I'm telling you this one now, and the person is still insisting that if I want to sell, then he has to deduct the money for the plate number from the money that he has to pay for the vehicle. No, so there are certain things that we are not even supposed to be. We have to be balanced, whatever we want to. So when it's right for us to blame the citizen, we blame them. When he knows. I'm the one that is doing the transaction. Why are you? I'm the one. Why are you? I'm the one doing the transaction. I'm giving you an information, and you are still bent on your belief on whatever you want, the reality you want to pay.
Why does he want to take away your plate number?
Because he doesn't want to pay. 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 The implication is not on him. The implication is on me.
I don't get it.
What I'm saying, let me give you.
Let me ask a question. I want you to enlighten me. Maybe there's something. The way they transfer vehicle there maybe is different from the way it's done here. So if somebody buy vehicle from you now, won't he go and do registration for that vehicle? Hello?
That is what he's supposed to do, but he will not go. So because he need to pay for it, he doesn't want to do that.
So, or because he doesn't want to do, okay. If he doesn't want to go and do registration for that vehicle, how will he have the title in his own name that this vehicle belongs to me?
What they will go and do is they just go to one. They will go and do affidavit. You understand what I'm saying? And say, okay, this vehicle was sold from so person to so person, and he will still be using the name of that person, using the plate number, using the.
So that is legal. So someone can do it. It is legal to do it like that.
That's what they used to do before.
Okay,
that's what they used to do before.
Okay, hold on now. That is what they do. They still do that now, or they don't do it anymore?
That's what they are still doing. That's what I'm telling you. But they don't know.
Okay, hold on, Simba. If that is allowed by law, then who do you blame? You blame the authority that does it, that allow loophole, that allow that kind of corrupt processes to still take place. It's the authority you will blame. It shouldn't happen like that. Why must you use affidavit to acquire ownership of vehicle? No, it has to go through the registration office. And it is the registration office. Once you are doing it at the registration office, they will issue you a plate number because you just bought a new vehicle. That is the way it should be done. That is the way it's done here.
Let me explain how it done here, and it really makes sense. Well, we just bought a car.
That is the way it is done here in the United States. Once you bought a vehicle from somebody, you have to go and do the registration for you to legally own that vehicle, because it is that registration that will give you the title of ownership. So if
land it, yeah. I have a question I have a assertion from you. Then we have a story, a big story, a video I want to play to you, especially for you guys in America. So just land it, yeah.
So if you
finish it, yeah, finish, yeah.
Yeah. So if you have a system that allow affidavit for you to acquire the ownership of vehicle, then you have a bad system. You have a blame the authority, but you don't want to blame the authority. You want to blame people. You can't blame people for the failure of the authority. No.
Hello, Baba John Lekoko.
Yes.
Hello. Baba John Lekoko, can I interject, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Interject in 1 minute. We have to move on, please.
Okay. Baba John Lekoko, the situation of Nigeria has gotten to a point where the citizen has to make this conscious decision to change their attitudes. Otherwise, that country is going nowhere. There is civic responsibilities. It's always convenient for us to always want to put all the blame on the government, while the people are feeling in astronomical proportion in upholding their own part of the thing. Societies are not built only on leaders. It's always a leader-subject relationship.
Let's not forget that the people are the one that became leaders too.
Yeah, for example, this idea of a proper database for vehicle and all automobile, like even motorcycle, will go a long way in stopping the insecurity in that country, because there is no fucking idiot that wants to go commit.
Hey, my brother. Please, please.
Sorry.
You often use that word, please.
Please. Okay,
you these
sorry.
Americans, I don't want to. No. Come on now, please.
Okay, please.
In America, that's a normal language, Thomas. In America, on YouTube. Don't.
Oh my
Okay.
God! You often used it. You did yesterday, day before yesterday. I think that is the way of you talking. So when you're on this platform, please.
Okay,
FU is good money. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God! I hate that. I can shut you down. No.
You know,
Please.
Thomas, I cost more than the sailor. So let me just tell you that.
Thomas, they don't use it in Australia.
Calm it down.
No. Here is even worse. If Australia make a statement, that thing will be like 6 or 7 in a statement. I hate it. My brother, I hate
calm
it.
it down.
Okay. Let me just complete that. There is no rational person that wants to go commit a crime, that wants to trek to that spot. They always use a vehicle. So if all vehicles are registered, even if there are no cameras, people can now pick the vehicle numbers, either motorcycle, and from there it is linked to each and everybody's NIN. Then there's no point. They just come to your house and pick you, and you explain your relationship with that crime at this point and at this point. So it is beyond the money. I think they are going for data collection also, not only the revenue. There need to be a very strong database for people using vehicles. Sorry for my language.
No, that's all right. I know, you guys, is the way of life in America. All this your F.
Thomas, you are jealous of we Americans.
No. People here, even here is the way of life here. Oh my God!
You don't know how to
Oh my God!
Here,
no.
Thomas.
It's very disgusting, man. Somebody was a Australians, when they are talking to themselves, they always use that for S, F and S, F and S. When they are talking to me, I said, please, if you are talking to me, please remove that F and S. Talk to me as normal human being. But they can't help it.
So if you like it, what's wrong with the word?
No, I hate it. That is me.
Why?
I hate it. I hate it. There's no why.
Your father's language.
Calm it down, man. You are in what is what is this guy talking about? You are in another
people they don't like your language.
You say you hate the way they talk. Well, I mean, what is this?
That is me now. I'm a local man.
Then go back to your local village. You don't want to go back to your local village where you will hear your normal Yoruba language. You want to stay in America, you want to tell them that, they do not speak the way freely.
You're telling them they don't like your language. When they come to your own place and say they don't like your language.
I think it's a wrong word to use in a public discourse. I don't know the position.
Of course.
I agree. I agree. No, we cannot encourage it. We cannot encourage it.
No, we can't encourage it. But I can pinpoint some people on this platform. That is their way of life on a normal ground. Yeah, like the prince, the prime now. I know he almost calls almost every time.
No, Ajani Gokwa and Adewale, thank you for correcting who was Simba this evening. All these Nigerians that they blame the citizen on everything, but Ajani Gokwa and Adewale, thank you. See, what people don't know is
who else do you blame?
See, why
the foreigners? Should we blame the foreigners?
No, this is the way it is.
Everyone is a citizen, including government officials. We're all citizens.
No,
who else will blame foreigners?
In any organization, right, Mike? In any organization, you have your own code of conduct, and it's the responsibility of the management to enforce it. Now, because they believe that the staff will not behave very well at all time, so that is why you have those principles. So once they violate, you punish, because you don't expect people to do the right thing. Because people sometimes, whenever they see advantage, they want to take advantage. So people, when there's no rules that guide them, they want to disobey the law. It is the duty of the government to enforce things. It is the duty of government to put process in place. If everybody will do the right thing, we will not have law. as Yoruba would say, ìlú tí ò bá sí òfin ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ò sí. So if there will be no.
So Ola ọ̀rọ̀ ló sọ yẹn, òfin wà. People don't want to obey the law. You are saying, so what you are saying, are you not contradicting yourself? There is a law. And you are hiding under the ignorance. You are talking of enforcement. It's different from the law. Òfin wà, àwọn èèyàn fẹ́ obey òfin.
Simba, we've all belong to the corporate world, and we know how information works. See, when you establish the information, you make sure that there's what we call effective communication. You want to make sure that everybody can understand.
What you are doing is an assumption. I'm telling you, they will go to their motor park on television, on radio, every time the road safety will come and inform the people. You are still claiming that they don't have the information. I don't know what you want. So you want them to go to their house. You want them to go to their house and give it to them. It's very easy. I know. It's very easy to always blame government for everything.
Everybody, hold on, please. We have. Hold on. I said, hold on, please. You will talk. Hold on, please. Thank you. We have a video I want us to watch. So let us condense everything we want to say in 2 minutes and go to the video. Then we can respond on that.
Before you go there, one statement.
Yes. Hold on. Let Ola land. Ola hasn't land, so I don't want to cut him off. Yeah, Ola land it. Mike respond. Then we go to the video. Thank you.
You see one thing, Simba. My wife in this country that we have has information more than myself because she listens to radio. I listen to different things entirely. Sometimes the information I do not know, she will be the one to tell me. Now, sometimes I catch up with information that has been in circulation even for more than 1 year sometimes, just because I don't listen to the radio. I only listen to YouTube and some other channel. So the thing is, there is a way that when government want to pass information here, they can pass it to the community level. You know, your community center, the same information in the city, sometimes it may be within your community center. And that information, it is possible that the information has been in circulation for more than a year. So it's not as if government want to do something today and everybody will know. Like someone was referring to MAMSA and D-Free, all those days that, you know, there's a way government will make sure that every little place, everywhere you go to your school, everything, you will have the information. You see, if you are saying that thing is happening in Nigeria, okay, I have some people that we have to ask tomorrow and confirm. So because we are privileged sometimes, don't equate everything to our level. That's what we are doing. We believe that everybody is at our own level. That is fallacy. That's just what I'm saying. You are very complex. You know, how do we say? How do we call Yoruba? You are a very complex person in terms of your academic, your exposure, everything. Everybody is not like you. So when you blame people, you have to look at the levels too. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike, respond in 1 minute, then we move on, please. No interjection again, please. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know. I think the roots of this thing is something I would call it black culture. I don't know. I would just say it's a black culture because I don't want to accept that this is something that's genetic or just hereditary or something. Every society you go, it's just like black people they don't respect law. Even here in America, the population known not to respect the law the most are just the black population. Go to UK, go any country, go. It's just so I don't know. It's just that black people don't like to obey law. I don't think we are inherited. It's something inherent. I just think it's a culture. It's like a culture, global culture kind of thing, where we have to do something about it. And another reason why we are not really advancing as a people, we just don't respect law. That's just a fact. You can say government this and that. In Nigeria, people, you tell them, come, this is they will. We always have to find ways. We just don't like to respect law, respect authority. That's just the fact of the matter, man. So this blaming government thing, when you say don't blame citizen, it's not a citizen that become a government. Is this the citizen? Listen, those people you are calling government today, they will soon move on. Another group of people will take over. Guess where they are coming from? They are coming. They are the citizen. They are citizens today. They are going to take over tomorrow. So we need to start preaching this. The way to change a culture is to start preaching it to the public. Point finger at the people like this is wrong. When you start condemning certain behavior for a while, people will begin to change it. the way to hand an habit is to condemn it. If someone that does something, they always do something that's a bad habit, the only way to change that person is to constantly condemn it every time the person does it. So the solution to Nigerian problem is we need to start condemning our bad behavior in society. We have to constantly condemn it and then promote good behavior. That's the only way to change anything. Because the government cannot jail millions of people. Because millions of people break the law every day. They don't respect the law. How many prisons can government build for millions of people? So government cannot stop it. Millions of Nigerians don't obey the law. They don't respect it. So government will enforce and jail all of them. There's no prison.
Hey, Mike, I was gonna say, just like see,
I'm the one.
Obeying the law is
No. Oh no interjection, please. I've said it earlier on. No interjection, please. We have to move on, please. I'm very sorry.
I want to say something to you.
I am very Ola. I've said
it's not an interjection.
Before.
I want to say something to you. Listen to me now.
Yeah.
Don't be doing like a general almost every time. See, you just said something now. Mike just made a false statement, and someone wanted to correct. You said no interjection, and people will go on with false statement today. Mike represented black as criminals, whereas statistics from FBI is saying that the white people responsible for 69.4% of the crime in America. See the way Mike make the black look like a criminal, whereas about 70% white people committed crime. See, these are the things that we should be very, very careful of what we say. So I don't say you're a criminal.
You
heard me, Thomas. Did you hear me say
that statistics that you are claiming is a false statistics? Oh, what is the ratio of black to white in America? What are you telling
Mike didn't.
You cannot be quoting that statistics to us there. You cannot. There's even a wrong statistics to quote. He didn't say the blacks are criminal. He don't say. Don't flip it. Don't.
This is the problem with we black. We pull
can we just move on, please?
No.
Can we move on?
To ask me instead for Simba to ask me to paste the data, and it's already debunking it. I'm on FBI website, and this thing is the ratio. Not forget about the population. You are saying as if I don't know how to read statistics. Come on.
The black number in US is 13%, and they commit 40% of the crime, and you are trying to excuse them.
What are you talking about?
The black population in America.
Sorry, hold on, everyone. Ola, can you cooperate a little bit with Thomas just for the smooth flow of the thing? Back to you.
Yeah, please. I'm very sorry, Ola. Please. We just have to move on. Please. I'm very sorry, guys. Please. I have to explain. Then we go to the video, please. I think Nigerians, we are not paying enough, even in registration. And I'm not saying this for interjection. So if you interject me, I will mute you. I'm just saying this just for clarification. I think we are not paying much for our registration. I'm checking Nigerians how much we pay for registration now. They said in the renewing approved rate, the rate for private and commercial number is 18,750 naira against the old rate 12,500 naira. And motorcycle plate number is 5,000 naira from 3,000 naira. And the fancy plate numbers are from 200,000 to 80,000 naira. So that is chicken change. I pay almost 400,000 naira equivalent to Nigerian money for my rego for registration for my car in Australia. 400,000. Dollar today to Nigeria is 500,000. If you times it's 500 naira rather. If you times 500 naira, I'll be 510 today. 510 to $1 to 1 naira. If you times 510 times $800 that I pay here is almost 400,000 naira for a registration for 1 year in this country. So I don't think we are paying enough. Then secondly,
how much do you pay for your registration in Australia?
$800.
Just forget about that country. That's a jaga country. How much you pay $800? That's a useless country now. $800 for the registration of a vehicle. Are you using it for transportation? Even for transportation, is not supposed to pay. In my own place here,
How
I
can
pay
you rubbish
it's $82 I pay
country
here.
like this?
I pay $82. What kind of useless country is that? It's $82 I pay here.
How much do you pay? How much do you pay per year?
$82
per what?
To register my vehicle, to register it every year. $82
per year.
Yes. $82.
Jesus
less
Christ.
than $100. It's like
so what are you talking about? So
no,
if
I'm not
Nigeria
lying.
is for $500,
depending on the amount you bought your car in Maryland here. No, we don't register with $80-something. No, they will value the price of your car.
No.
No, you are talking about tax. You are talking about taxing when you buy a car, but we are talking about yearly registration.
Yearly registration. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yearly registration. What do you mean? What are they valuing?
They don't care about value of any car, man. It's just the sticker that you're going for now, so they don't know which car you're even driving. Just go to, just go and register. You mail in your registration, they mail it to you. You do an inspection, which is about maybe $20 or something like that. Inspection, and then to make sure your car fit match, and then you mail in your registration. It's like
Mike, hold on, please. That is why Nigeria is not moving forward. When I started my word, I said without interjection, and you will be blaming your politician. Even on this platform, you guys doesn't even listen to the general in command, the field marshal.
They don't obey law. They don't obey law. Thomas, they don't obey law.
They never obey law. Ajale Koko is the first person that broke the law. I said
and he
without
said it's your Kajaga country.
Ajale Koko, I'm not lying. No, the flat rate started from $800 per year. I just renewed my car license, vehicle license some days ago. $800 per annum.
Thomas, Baba Ajale Koko is the chief lawbreaker on this platform.
Happen in this America.
Yeah, so I think maybe I have to move to America now, but because of this, you're gone. You will not make me come to America. So my second comment, without interjection, so obey the law now. To change the registration in Australia, you just have to go to the person, you liaise, how much is the vehicle, 10 naira, $10, then you find. And you download the form from the government that I am selling so car from Mr. A to Mr. B. So for now, I'm no longer the owner of the car. Then the person that bought the car will take that registration, signature of both of you to the registration office. If you want to still keep the number on the car, you can still keep it, but the number will change to your name. But if you want to change the plate number, you can still change the plate number. So immediately you bought the car, you go to the registration office, which is Vic Road, they change the number to your name. So the number, the registration is no longer on the person that owns the car, that sold the car to you. So the number will change automatically to your own number. So that is what they will do here. And I think it does make sense. I just got a car for my wife. We are still using the same plate number of the previous user on the same car. So we just change the name to your own name. I think that makes sense. And they even asked us, do we want to change the plate number? I said, no, it's still the plate number, so we don't need to change the plate number. So our next topic is mainly for Ajale Koko and you Americans. Kumi, can you please mute yourself, please? Yes, please. Yeah, this video goes to the Americans, and I'm bringing this video is about this your gun problem in America. But I know you guys, you don't even care. You can continue to kill yourself. But what I'm really bringing this video for is how can we manage our anger, and how can we face situation that will not lead to loss of lives in our life. That is why I'm bringing this video. I don't care about Americana, because since now, anytime I bring about this, your gun shooting, you always defend them. So I don't even care, but I'm bringing this video. I'm anticipating that we discuss anger management. And in life, it's not only to the person that happened to, even to everybody and everybody listening to us. How can you handle things in when things are hot? You should be able to handle this anger management. The next video we'll be listening to is the video I'm talking about. I want us to listen attentively. It's just 6 minutes, 20-something seconds thereabouts. So there you go. Let's have it. Where's the video? Yeah. Sorry, 1 sec. 1 second. Yeah, there you go.
It's like this is the next car that came to seal the house or something. Yeah, because this is a crime zone and a crime scene, so nobody's allowed to go in or out. Well, God knows why. That's all I can say. It hurts.
I'm sorry. You said who's been shot? Hello, sir. Are you still there?
My friend, I said I shot this demon in the face. Yes, me. Subuike Ohuabuna. You can come and take me. She's lying down here. She's always lying.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir. I know you're very upset, but can you please tell me if there's anybody else hurt? Hello, sir? Sir, are you there?
I'm finished. Shabaka, you have finished me.
Hello, sir. Is somebody else hurt? Or you hurt yourself? Hello?
No,
sir?
No.
Okay, sir. Thank you for that. Now, can you please give me the address to that location? Can you please confirm the address? Sir?
I have nothing to say to you. Chukuna Zubike. So this is how it ends for you. What, Jojo?
Okay, sir. Emergency personnel are on their way as we speak. I need you to put down the gun so we can talk.
What? No, I can't do that. I need it. I can't do that.
I understand that, sir. But for right now and for the safety of the...
I will shoot myself before your people near me. Eh? You think I'm playing? Eh?
Sir, I know. I don't want you to do that.
Telling me that my mother cannot come and live with me. You cannot come and live with us in Dallas. Eh? Who the hell are you? Eh? You're enough, so you are gonna be. Eh?
Sir, are you there? Are you there?
So you can build house in your father's village. Eh?
Okay,
but I cannot send you
sir.
money. Eh? Me? As you be there, I should come and asking you for permission to spend my money.
Okay.
Eh? I'm also Kibu. Marine spirit Kibu. That's what you are.
Please.
You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Eh? You kicked me out of my own house.
Sir, please calm down. Sir, please calm down.
You want to be the man of the house, Abi? Impossible. I'm gonna request you.
Hello, sir. Are you there? Please speak to me. Sir, are there any children in the house? Sir, I would really like for you to...
Look at me. Look at my face. It is me that shot you. Eh? So you think you can mess me up and go for free? Eh? It is me that shot you. Eh?
Okay, sir. Can you please put the gun down? Can you please put the gun down, sir? Please. Okay. I have emergency services en route to your destination. All I need for you to do is put the gun down on the floor. Can you please do that for me?
You Americans, you think you can ruin my life, my destiny, spoil my name? But if you kill me spiritually, I will kill you physically.
I understand you're very upset right now, sir, but I need you to please calm
what
down.
are you talking about? Eh? Are you an imbecile? Me upset?
No.
Did I say she broke my phone? Eh? I said this Ogbanje finished my life. And she took everything from me. All my hard work, for what? For what? Because she's a nurse, eh? Because she's a nurse.
I understand your frustration, sir. I understand. But if you don't want to put the gun down, can you please go to another room
I
so
made
that
her
we
who
can...
she is. Ask anybody. Ask anybody. I made you who you are. Eh? She was in the village begging me to marry. Eh? All her family members. Oh, begging me. It was me. You was nobody. You were nobody. You become a nurse and then you start crying. You're carrying shoulder. Start carrying shoulder, acting like madam. Eh? So that you will not give me your check anymore. Eh? Eh?
Sir.
Akpala magbu egi nebo. Akpala magbu egi nebo. Eh? Akpala magbu. Pwah! 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 Akpala magbu egi nebo. Eh? Tell me I should leave. Tell me I should leave the house.
Sir, are you?
Tell me that I should leave the house now. Eh? No, tell me to pack my load from the house that I bought.
That is very pathetic. That was a guy in Dallas that deletes the wife. You can hear him saying, I brought you from village. You begged me to marry you. I marry you. I brought you to America. You became a nurse. You said my mother cannot come and visit us. You send me packing from the house. You send me out of the house. You take everything from me. Now I'm going to take you down. The guy shot the wife in the face. The next thing you should be hearing in that video, he shot himself as well and just finish it there. So I think this week, first of all, go to Ajale Koko. I think I don't know what to say. It's very pathetic. I'm almost crying. It's just pathetic. Ajale Koko, what do you think?
Okay, let me tell you, Thomas. This is not the first time this has happened. It happened very often here among Nigerians, particularly among the Easterners. This is very. If you go on Google now and type Nigerians, if you Google Nigerians that killed their wife in the United States with gun, you will see all the names that will pop out. So it's. I think what is responsible for this mainly is because when the woman go to the extreme to punish the man, took everything he labored for, because the law of the land favor you in America. What the man has built for several years, his house and everything, he has to lose it. And the man, too, doesn't have that control.
Anger management.
Yeah, doesn't have that godly heart to just accept his fate and just move on. You will see a situation like this, a response that will, usher in this kind of situation. So it's pathetic. As mentioned, it cannot stop. The only thing that can stop it is when women stop to use the advantage of the law to punish their men in the United States
Should Nigerians stop bringing wife from Nigeria? Just get a wife from America, or just get a wife from any country that you are.
I won't say that. That is not the solution to the problem.
But it's a part of it, Ajale Koko.
But Tomo, it's not where the woman comes from. It's the woman. Whether it was a woman from America or a woman from China or Nigeria, if the woman feel that way about you, she's gonna do the same thing. It's just you marrying the wrong person. That's what it is. Some people just marry just to marry. They don't care whether they're marrying the right person or not. That's what the problem is. Obviously, the woman never loved him, so.
Well, hold on a second. Let me interject you, Thomas.
Because the woman that loves you will not do evil to you. Will not go
well, I totally disagree, Mike. So we don't know the entire story, but I'll say this: is the issue marrying the wrong woman? I mean, marriages many times, as we know, at least in America, 50% of marriages at least about ending divorce. So the issue and all those marriages did not end in one of the spouses killing the other one. So are we addressing the main issue here? I mean, number one, I don't think the problem itself is the gun. Number one. Number two, well, things happen in marriage. Things don't always go well. But is there a justification? Yeah, it sounds like the woman. I think she became a nurse, and she may have done the man wrong. But nonetheless, does it have to result to Rashomon always say this thing. I think he had it in his profile. Your mental state of mind, or your mental mind, is important. See, it gets to a point when somebody's mind is gotten to a point whereby they can't reason or control themselves. The anger or the pain is reach a certain plateau that they don't know what they're doing. I mean, what will compel a man to shoot his wife in the face and even kick her? I think he actually kicked her on the ground, on the floor.
Yeah, he kicked her almost 3 times. After she's dead already, but she still kicked her.
I think the mistake he made, and the mistake those some people do is this: that thing build up to a stage before you get. You understand? You build to that stage. You just
exactly
like that situation. Things been going on. It's been going on. You're in the wrong marriage. Like, he's got to a point where it's just over. He could have moved on, but some people like to hold on till.
Well, see, Mike.
They are mental. Wait. He held on to the point where it lost his mind.
And you know why, Mike? You know why he lost his mind? He lost his mind because why? He doesn't want to take a loss. Because in life, sometimes you win, you lose.
Exactly.
It sounds like the lady may have gotten the best of him, and he doesn't want to take that loss. I mean, so what did he do? He took her life, and perhaps took his own life too, right? So when it gets to this stage, you need to have the right people around you to counsel you, or to give you the right advice, to move on.
True.
To move
That's
on.
the key. That's the key. He didn't have the right people around him. I've seen many, like, I've seen people without similar situation where they're just in a wrong marriage, and the people around them don't care. They usually act like they care, but they go behind their back talking. They say one thing in their face, but behind their back they're saying something different. But someone that actually care will actually see the danger coming and make the right move to help you get help out of that situation. So the guy, obviously, unfortunately, never had that right person around him. And again, being that he's in America, so he probably didn't have that chance to, have that maybe extended family member to be there to actually do something before he got to that point. So it's very unfortunate.
But Mike, almost Ajali Koko too. Almost these people that have all these problems or get deleted. Let's mind the word kill. So let's just use deleted for YouTube.
Okay.
They will be saying you are a nurse. You are now a nurse. Is it a problem? Hold on, please. Please. Yeah. Is it a problem to bring a wife to America or to Australia or to anywhere, and when she become a nurse, are they paying nurse $1 billion? Because anytime they turn to nurse, they just become like a devil to the wife, to the husband. They said the other one said is the big shoulder. What is going on with?
See,
I don't get it.
Thomas, there's a deal, man. Yeah, here's one thing that's very common with Nigerian men or men. No, I'm not Nigerian men. Some people is they believe in Nigeria and our culture. We believe when we've done something for somebody, that person owes us something. That's number one. Now, in this case, when Nigerian man brings a woman from Nigeria, now he believes that I have done this for you, so now you hold me. I have to have my way with you. You understand? You hold me something, so I've done something for you. How dare you now become this and you want to do your thing your way? And in this life, my brother, here's the reality: every human being has a right to live their life how they want to. I'm not saying you have a right to treat someone bad, but you don't say because you bring a woman or you bring somebody here, the person now holds you something. No, they don't. What they hold you is maybe to be good to you, but now saying that they hold you the way they have to do their thing, the way they have to be, or things like that. You should have learned where someone is before you marry the person. People are who they are. So you can't marry someone and want that person to now change for you. If you go to Nigeria and pick up a prostitute and bring her, that's already a nasty person, bring her here and believe that because you brought her here, she's gonna she's gonna change for you. No, it's not. Whether you marry a Nigeria or here,
But Mike,
who the person is, who that person is.
Ajale Koko, can you please address what I said too? Is the problem for? Is this nurse problem in America? How much are they paying nurse in America? Do they have
Nurses make a lot of money. They do. They make good money.
No.
So what most Nigerian men do when they bring their women, they put them into nursing school, so the woman can start making money and be taking care of, sharing the bills, or in most cases they start making more money because nurses work more hours, so they usually make more money. So and when those women begin to make more money, they begin to realize that I'm the one, so they begin to feel powerful, which is natural. If a woman, whoever is making the most money in the family, will feel more power, want to feel in charge. And the men, African men, can't stand it because they are used to the culture of, okay, I'm the man of the house, so authority, all those kind of things. So it's just unfortunate.
let's go back to Mike. Let's go, Ajale Koko. Let's come back to you. But before you make that comment, this personal to me. This story is pathetic. I purposely put my glasses on because my face is not that good. This is personal to me. My wife, I came to this country because my wife, she's a nurse. And we entered this country. When we came, I think it's just individual. When she came here, she's making more money than me. When we came here, she's a nurse, she's earning very well, but she doesn't use because of that. Now said, now something, you are nothing. Before I get my bearing, then now I'm making my money too. So I think it's individual. It's not about nothing. I don't get it. Ajale Koko, this story breaks my heart, man. It breaks my heart, man.
Hey,
Ajale Koko.
Calm it down. People with their own problem. Let me tell you this. You see, people from different tribes
Ajale Koko, we are losing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. We can hear you now. Yeah, continue.
I said people from different tribes have different culture, different tradition, different way of.
Ajale Koko, we are losing you. Heavily.
Can I say something till Ajale Koko come back?
Ajale Koko, maybe change your location a little bit. I really brought this video most particularly because of you. I want to hear from you, Kinley. Yeah, but let's hear from Ola. Ajale Koko, when you have a good reception, you come back. You still have the floor.
You cannot hear me yet.
No, we can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is that look, is this problem can be apportioned to individual. You just mentioned your own case that your wife is a nurse, make money more than you when you came to that country, and she doesn't brag, she doesn't treat you bad. So we have a lot of nurses like that make more money than their husband, and they still respect their husband. But you see, some will act irrational because they make more money than their husband. They feel they're on top of the world. They cannot be controlled again. And it is natural for African man to be the head of the house, to be in charge. We all like to be in charge. We don't like women to disrespect us. We don't like women to control us. That is who we are as African people. So, but when you see a woman and you can identify the reason that, it's because he's making money, that's why he's treating you like that, then problem will set in. Disagreement will set in. And maybe sometimes divorce will end the relationship. So what we can
or deleting each other,
deleting each other when it, at some extreme cases, just like this one that just happened. So you see, Thomas, when a woman doesn't love you, that is when you will see woman will treat a man like that. When a woman doesn't love a man, women are very, very good people, and they always appreciate every good thing that their husband does for them. But sometimes some that don't really love that man, there's nothing you want to do to make her happy. She won't be happy. She will be your greatest enemy. She will constitute the greatest enemy against you. That is what happened in some of these cases. Those men that went back home to bring those girls
from village
really have good and genuine
intention,
good intention, love for them.
Quick insight. It's not always the case. It's not always the case. No, it's not 100%. No.
Let me
That's
finish.
no, always 100%.
Let me land.
Let Agile Coco land here.
If a man can leave America, go there, pay so much as dowry for your family. You know, in Igbo land, it's not a joke to marry. You pay a hell of money. What is enough to build good road is what you will pay.
Ajale Gogo, I like that. Make me laugh a bit. Make me laugh a bit.
So if a man can sacrifice so much to marry a woman, to satisfy the family and take them as part of his own family, and bring that woman here, brought her here to America, develop her to a person of capacity, a professional. But only
Ajale Gogo, the guy said the lady is building house in his father's. Really?
So Ajale Gogo, are you saying he brought her for her? He did it for her. He did it for.
Let me land. I will yield for you guys to. So for that man to pay so much and brought her here, gave her the capacity to be a professional, only for you to return, and treat this man like this. And it is not good. It is inhuman. It is inhuman. She did not love that man. She used that man.
Exactly. So whose fault is that? Is it the man's fault or the woman's fault?
No, what I'm saying, I say the woman used that man. She got everything she needed from him, and then she abandoned the man. That I've got everything I needed. I can move on. I don't even love her anyway. So it is inhuman. So, but when you see a man that cannot process it and conclude that, look, let me let her go. God will take control. Some cannot process it like that, cannot leave it to God. They will think, for me to work for over 30 years and everything to collapse on me, oh, no, I will not let her go. I will destroy her too, because she has destroyed me. You can hear that guy in a statement that she doesn't even like her mommy to come around.
No, he doesn't want now.
Do you know the bond between child and mother? Do you know the bond that child and mother have between themselves? It is huge. So,
Bishop, hold on. Prince wanted to interject first after Ajale Koko. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Everybody, Ajale Koko, hold on. Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Ajale Koko. Everybody will have their share. So I just want to manage the interjection. Everybody on the screen will have their own time. So this is Ajale Koko's time, please. I don't want much interjection. So when it comes to your turn, you say what you want to say, please. So Ajale Koko, land it here.
So from what that guy was saying, she doesn't want the mother to come around. Obviously, she wouldn't want any family member of that guy, any relative, to come around. That is evil for a woman to do that to mother-in-law. So the guy cannot process it. And that is why she took that extreme action. So sometimes, if you want to blame that guy, you want to blame a man for not being able to control his anger.
And so that's the next question. How can we manage our anger management?
Man, that one is depend on individual. I know I can handle my own. I can manage my anger. I can manage it very well. I won't go to such an extreme, But some people cannot do that. Do you want to blame them? You don't blame them. It's just something that will just happen, and you won't know. You can hear him crying before he committed that deletion. According to the way you want to, you
yes, to use it, because of YouTube,
He was crying. He was crying.
But he later regretted, Ajale Koko. He later regretted. He later regretted in his voice. You can feel that he regrets taking that.
Yeah, he knew that this is the end time. He knew, but there's nothing can stop him. This guy has been thinking of this thing for a long time, and he finally concluded that, look, for me to go through pains and suffering for the rest of my life, I better take this sanction and put a stop to it permanently. So that is why he did that, took that action, Thomas. So it's unfortunate, but what can we do? I hope this woman, it has happened time again. Women, particularly from the East, is so common. It's so common with Igbo women. I don't know why.
I can bring like 6 or 7.
Yes. So cases. I think they have to stop it. When those women stop mistreating their man this way, I think the problem will stop. That is it, Thomas. Let me yield to others.
Thank you. Let me go to Adewale. Adewale, what do you think?
Yes. Before I move further, the video or the audio clip you just played, it's not real. Okay, it's a dramatization of one. Yeah, it's not real. The guy that made that video is my neighbor. He's also a comedian. As a matter of fact, he's in the nursing profession.
No. Adewale, hold on. Are you kidding me?
You know, that happened in Dallas. I think I heard about it.
That video,
and it's not even recent. It's not a recent video, sir. It's been out there for years.
Yeah, I've seen that video many years ago, Sean.
the person that made that
Oh,
video,
really?
Yeah, it's been a while.
is my
Come
neighbor.
on.
He live 2 streets where I live.
Let's just hand it there. Let's end it there.
No, don't end it there.
No, a lot of stories like that. You can't end it.
I like to add.
No, we're not going to end it.
I
You know
like
why?
You can't end it. A lot of stories.
Yes. I think, but that is a normal story going on. Yeah, let's just speak on it. But Adewale, you really you don't mean to so come.
The guy that
who told the story?
No, it's not true. The guy
I'm
that
very happy that you feel that
But
way.
I don't believe it's not true because that news went viral.
That thing it happened in Dallas.
Yeah, I don't believe it's not true.
Hold
it like
on,
it's
guys.
real
Hold on.
One voice. Yeah, Pansat, I will come to you. This is Adewale's turn. Yeah.
I'm not trying to debunk it so that we will lose interest in the subject matter. The guy.
But you already did.
No. He did that drama. His wife was the one that served as a 911 operator. But the guy is a known comedian, but at the same time, he's a comedian on the side. He's actually a nurse. Okay, he's into that.
But that woman don't sound like Igbo. That woman don't sound like
his wife is a Nigerian, but was raised in America. He's online. His name is Jidensky. He's my neighbor. He's 2 streets down where I live. We are both neighbors, and I also follow him. I'm a super fan on the social media. Now, what I want to say is that drama depicts what actually happens in Nigeria home. I'm a certified anger management facilitator. I'm a certified domestic violence teacher. Okay, that drama hit home. What happens in every home? The one that happens in Dallas is different from the one the guys acted out. This is just a drama. But you can also put it side by side how it happens when that issue was going on. Babajale spoke extensively on that topic. If you look at the reason why people behave how they behave, it is disheartening to see people that never see themselves beyond the environment that they were, but now seeing themselves in a different environment that they believe they can operate, and the law enables them, and they become somebody else from who they used to be. Why people change? Why people act differently? Human can change. Human being can change. There's no human being that can never change. Environment impact the way you act, impact the way you live your life. Now, your accent changes. That's just to show you a snippet of what usually transforms when you move from one place to another. Now, can you imagine you were nobody in Nigeria, then you move abroad. Now you're earning more money because you're a nurse or you're a doctor, you're whatever. Then you have more money, and a woman, for that matter, earning more than a man. God bless the soul of that man if that man is the one that sponsored that wife going to that nursing school. Now, people change for a reason. I've heard women saying that, look, I may be earning millions in dollars or in naira, but my husband's money is our money. My money is my money. Why is it so? And I teach classes. My students, I'll tell them, or participant, let me put it that way, that, look, if you have daughters or a daughter, and you gave birth to a boy and a girl, you send both of them to school. They both went to school, they graduated in flying color, and they both have a job. The man, society makes us to understand that the man has more responsibility than the woman. However, you train them both in the same school, you spend the exact same amount on both of them. But both of them now marry separately and go, have their own family. But the man, among the two, has more burden of responsibility more than the woman. Now, the moment that woman is earning more than the husband is nobody. Now, why people change all of a sudden, so sudden? Number one, the environment they found themselves impact them, and they are unable to manage because they're beginning to lose their sense of culture, sense of whatever it is. But the woman will say, well, the feminists now will tell you, well, it's more of a awakening moment. Everybody has to be feminine. Everybody has to, live your life to the fullest. You are no longer in Nigeria. That Nigerian mentality, that is the word, key word, Nigerian mentality. And when I hear that, and I begin to say, what is it? What is it about Nigerian mentality? You marry this individual, you put a ring on his or her finger, and say, "You do till death do you part." So what now changes? Here in America, I hit home. I have family members that I know that are separated because of issues like this, and I've seen men too mistreating their wife. Why? How? They wanted what they used to do in Nigeria, doing it to their woman here in America by terrorizing. The woman doesn't have a say at home. The man is the last call, which is African way of life. But of course, you have to run an inclusive home because the kids.
Adewale, can you say there is love lacking in marriages?
What I've realized in marriage is that, and I hope the older ones in the panel too also will support me on this. Sometimes older people tend to have, there's a moment in life where you just want to be you and you, especially when you've raised your kid and they are grown and they are now on their own, and people started going apart. Now the dreams and aspirations started changing. It's no longer merging together, right? So that is where people now begins to, kind of lose interest. But the moment you are able to deliberately work on it, like I want to make your business my business, you make my business your business as well. Then the communication gap is no longer there. You're able to communicate constantly. Of course, you know who your wife is, right? Then you'll be able to build it back the way it used to be. But I've realized that when people started getting to that age of 50, remember, a man only needs sex. If you do not deny him of sex and food, your problem is solved as a woman. If any woman is listening to us, but when you deprive a man,
Don't give all the secrets now.
okay,
Don't give all the secrets.
Because if you marry a younger person, that person will probably, at a point in life, you realize that the man still has a higher libido and the woman is kind of going into menopause. And at that moment, that man's life has to be put on hold too because this woman libido is kind of down, right? So how do you balance that? And that can create friction at home, not just money issue, not financial matters issue. And if money is also a factor, and
that's what they call the middle age crisis.
Well, exactly. And it happens a lot. But the funniest thing, Thomas, African, Nigerians, we are not used, even Asians, we are not used to go to counselor. We used to go to pastors and the family members. Family members that know us in and out, right? But if you go to a professional that has no interest in both of you, but just want to hear both sides and make a very, very unbiased judgment, or perhaps trying to navigate for both of you, it will go a long way. But African Nigerians do not do that. And that is why they decided, what I'm doing is right. Then you see the woman because it's earning more money and it's going apart from the man. And you see somebody who used to be ugly, well, let me put it that way in Nigeria, now looking more finer and fresher in America, believes that, who could not even write a complete sentence in Nigeria because he's now a nurse in America, now feel like, well, and the man who spent his entire savings.
Adewale, my wife being a nurse here is a total blessing to all of us in the family.
You cannot say you won't have disagreement with your wife from time to time, Thomas. You do have disagreement with your wife from time to time, correct?
Yeah, of course, but we will not. It's not about I'm good now. I'm making money more than her.
Yeah,
but when we came to this country, she was making more than me. But she was providing for the family.
Hold on, Thomas. You see, both of you are able to communicate. Let's say you are a cheating husband. and your wife is making more money than you, do you think you will have a happy home?
No,
You
no,
won't have
no.
a happy home because you believe that, okay, why am I stressing myself and taking care of this man? However, he will go out there and frolic with anything in scale, right?
Thomas, did you say when you guys started in America, she was making more money than you in the beginning?
When we started in Australia,
I'm in
she was
Australia.
making more. Yes.
See the way you started, the way he started, he's built so your wife didn't build you in Australia, you understand? So it's
No,
a different
Thomas said his
scenario.
wife was making more money than him.
No, that's what I'm saying. Thomas' case, when they started in Australia, she started doing. It's not like they both started together, and in fact, she was even she was making more money in the beginning. But in the case of that man, he started. He had everything. He brought her. He built. He was everything, and he built her. So it's a different story. You understand?
It's good to when you are in your local setting in Nigeria, you do what your mates are doing. If you want to go clubbing, go clubbing. You see, the moment you set your foot down in this America, things that you don't used to do when you are home, in Nigeria, then you start doing it when you get to America in the name of civilization. No, Nigerian mentality. And most of the time people do it, both men and women does it all the time, and that could also bring friction into the family. And you also have a a past trauma, where you have people who grew up in a household where their family, especially the parents, have the last say. They don't even have friends. They're always antisocial. They're always in the house. Now you found yourself in an environment like this where it enables you to do whatever you want to do. You go to work, you see people, you mingle with people, believe that you're on top of the world. Remember, you don't used to socialize with people in the past. Now you are now begins to live the life you're supposed to have lived when you are in your 20s and 30s. Then that could also make people to change and will also bring friction to the marriage. Now, at the end of it all, if there's no communication, when you see your partners drifting, now it is your job as a partner to call that person, okay, I've noticed this in your appearances, in your utterances, and your way of communication. Is this something we need to work on? And you know who you married. You know how you guys communicate before. You can't force something. You can't force things. Changes take time to happen, whether in your marriage or in your own personal life. So when you begin to see that changes happening, then you can tell, look, you earn more money. Responsibility also will come. You have kids to take care and all that. But you as a man, it's not as if you wake up every day, you sit down on the couch, and she comes home and make Eba for you. You go out there, do whatever it takes, even if you are going to flip burger, but at least you are being productive, you are doing something. And if that is the case, that you don't really do much, then you can take care of home. Then you take it off, that responsibility off her. Then she will be able to start saying you. But somebody who will still go out there will still go out there. But most of the time, what usually happens is that when a man who train a woman is making a demand from that woman that you must give me what you have. Now, to me, that is going to create friction, because when you were training her, you are not training her for your return. There's no agreement of RTO. So it was just like, you love me, I love you, and I'm going to take care of you. And you send the woman to nursing school. Not just nursing school, we have other professionals too that are also acting the same way. But America has a way of changing people. That is, if you don't truly know your own self identity. But if you know who you are, no matter where you go.
But Adewale, maybe my case, as Mike said, is quite different. I didn't send my wife to nursing school, obviously. She was a nurse from Nigeria. So we came into this country
My
as a
brother, is
professional.
different. It's different.
Yes, different. We came into this country through her as a nurse in Nigeria. Then she came in here as a professional, as a nurse. Then we came together with the family. So I think it's quite different. But if she can still come here and said I'm earning more than you, almost 3 months, I'm still trying to get my bearing. Almost 3 months she was taking out the family. She was taking care of the family. She doesn't say, now I'm here, now I'm the nurse. did it. No, but after 3 months, 4 months, things started picking up for me. But now I'm good. As a nurse, I'm even earning more than her now. But the family is fine. So I think I think it's individual. I think it's individual. It's not about me. That's what I think. That's what I think. Yes.
Thomas,
So
Okay,
Thomas.
let me interject. So,
One second, Prince Daddy. 1 second. I pasted something on private chat. That is the guy. If you click it, it will take you to his Instagram page. That is the guy.
okay, so yeah, well, I think Adewale, you say you kind of a counselor or some sort. See, we can try to permutate all the different scenarios. How if the lady's the wife is a nurse, or if he sends her to school or not. But even though it was a skit, right? These things, they do happen in overseas, right? So the question is, because if a skit or not, if it's real or not, the justification to take somebody's life because and I think Mike said it, we Africans sometimes we think people owe us something if we do something for them. So the question is, how do we how would you advise people, maybe African men or people from our diaspora that live overseas? How would you advise them to go about handling such situation? Because at the end of the day, if it came to shooting your wife or killing somebody, well, that does not really solve the problem at the end of the day. I mean, there has to be a better approach to dealing with it. To me, and it happens, it does happen. People don't want to lose, but sometimes you have to realize when it comes to a point that, hey, I've lost this battle, I have to move on, and maybe pick my battle elsewhere, or just take my loss, my L, and just move on, because people can't just get upset and say, okay, well, I mean, my last resort is to take somebody's life, as as pleasing as that could be, given one's condition or situation. We all know that's not the best solution to the problem, and this usually happens when we don't have people around us, or when we've gotten to a mental state of mind that we can't really control ourselves anymore, and we let the situation control us, and the result could be as dire as what we just listened to.
Adewale, I
Yes.
think you are experts. This forum is for us to start from everyone that is expert here. Let me just tell you something that just happened here in my own church. A guy of 23 years old. I want you to carve it with depression, anxiety. I know you guys always talk about that as well. Uh, the guy just commits suicide. I'm living in Melbourne. He traveled from Melbourne to Sydney and went there and commit suicide. A church member, somebody that I know very well. So I don't know why people think just wake up in the morning, they want to take their life, they want to take somebody's life. How can we manage this in life? It's are we going to we want to go to bury the person on the 8th of next month? Is my church now is just like, it's just pathetic. It's just it traveled all the way from Melbourne to Sydney and went there and commit suicide. I don't get it. This life self. Adewale, just advise us. I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know.
My own counselorship is, everybody handle things differently. Mental health is real. In Nigeria, when somebody is going through it, people look at the person like, man, he's crazy. He's going, and that's where we sees it as a stigma. That when somebody is going through depression and all that, we don't, because we want men to tough it out. And this is one of the classes.
Can we all talk on this matter before we shift, please? We need to interject about this story.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Were you
I'll come
coming
to
to
you.
me? Were you coming to me?
Yes, I
No,
will
no,
come
no,
to
no.
you, Pastor. I will come to Pastor next. Yeah, if you want to interject, you can interject, but you
I
still
need to
have your
finish
space. Yeah, yeah.
before
Adewale finish. I'll go to Pastor, then I'll go to you can interject, but not so long interjection because I will
okay.
still come to you. You still have your floor. So this is Adewale's floor. So finish
Okay.
Adewale, then I'll go to Pastor.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I asked, there's a question I used to ask, and I said, you as a man, who taught you that you must be successful, you must take care of your family, you must do this, you must do these are the things that men should do. I've heard it so many places where we say, why are you crying? It's only women that cry. You are crying like a woman, right? Now, that is just an example of most of the things that contributes to depression and all that. You realize that we shoulder a lot of burden, and sometimes to cry, who do we cry on? Not everybody can be religious in our way of approach to life. So what do? We keep it, we bottle it.
Adewale, can we say this man he has a mental issue?
Of
Because for
course,
you not to, yeah.
yeah, his probably his mental his stability is not there, so that's why decided to resort into such a dastardly act by killing his wife. I mean, it happens most of the time, especially when it comes to relationship and all that. Money issue, money matter, financial issue, stress, illness, all those things contribute to, what is especially what is being depicted on that audio and all that. But most of the time, Nigerians, we need to seek counselor, somebody who is a professional, and talk to them. You know, with that, we'll be able to at least speak your mind without being judged. Unlike when you talk to family member that knows you, Yoruba will say, "Tó ti rí ẹ tán," and at the end of the day, will make a judgment that is biased. But talk to somebody who is a professional who will listen to you without, what do you say, without making fun of you or go back and tell somebody about your business and all that. Even Obama's wife in her book said that the whole president they had to resort to talking to a counselor, you know, because we're talking about mental health. Okay, if a president, a whole president of a country, American president, can seek service
A
of a
counselor,
counselor,
a
yeah,
counselor.
yeah. So there's nothing wrong, but we are not used to all those things. We are known to tough everything out with the hope that everything will work out. It's not just about
And when African man will say go and see a counsel or go and see a psychiatrist, we take it as like a stigma. Like how can I go and see
it is
psychiatrist?
a
Ó
stigma.
ti ya wèrè
It is
nìyẹn.
a stigma. I said, what can you say, man? What is wrong? You are a man. Be a man. At the end of the day, be a man. You ended up, putting the nukes on your own neck or killing yourself or killing somebody and all that. Sometimes you need. He said a problem half shared is half solved. Or shared is half solved. When you're able to tell somebody your what is hitting you up, then the problem is half solved. Regardless of what it is. But we are not used to do that because in Africa, or let's say black men generally, we've been told you have to tough it out, you have to be tough.
Yeah, but I think we always think ourselves like a strong man. We can handle things. Yes, we
Yeah,
are strong. Yeah.
we box ourselves inside a box, and to get out of that box would be that you are, against the norm of the society. And I always say, who says that you must act this way? You must not be saying crying. You must not be emotional. President Obama cried. I don't know if you saw a video when he won the second time. He cried. He shed tears. A old commander in chief. I tells you, human being, we are the same. We have emotion, and if you don't let it out, it will hit you up. That's one thing, one way or the other. That's why, you talk to people, and God help you choose the right partner. And I don't think anybody can ever get the right partner. You can make of the relationship that you want. At the end of the day, you can build on something. After all, you are not born with that person. You only met each other, and you decided to, to claim to love your
Cohabit.
love. Exactly. You can work on it. You can make it better. Coexist and make a very formidable family. But human being, our own, personal and greediness and selfishness will always come first because we want to be. I don't even know why you choose to sponsor somebody in school and you'll be waiting for returns. When that person
Please, can I
money.
quickly ask the question? How long can it take for someone to date each other before getting married?
It depends. It depends. There's no relationship that is the same. At the end of the day, the person you are dating, if somebody is not pressurizing one person, the other person will pressurize. Something will pressurize you one way or the other. Men
You
generally.
mentioned about when you are building on one relationship and you end up discover it's not. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, human being. No matter how you're trying to get the right person to marry, you realize that. When you are dating somebody, you can tell who the person, you can judge their character at least a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's say 50%. Not necessarily that you get, because hey, I tell you, Bible will say, "Oh, they are kukulo right?" The same thing with men. Sometimes men don't usually change, but I
Yeah.
think women are the one that usually change the most. I'm not trying to bash women, but that is a known fact. But you see, one thing is that because it's possible that a woman will claim to be born again only to find out that they are just doing that just to get married or to just to be portrayed as a serious minded person. But at the end of the day, if you are dating somebody, it depends on you. If you are ready to get married, you are dating to get married in the first place anyway. But if you're not dating to get married, then you let them know, hey, look, we're just here to have a good time, and if something good come out of it, that's fine. So that you will not be wasting that person's time and will not wasting your time. And if you are dating the person within a year, you have a good job, you are stable emotionally. Not
Adewale, do you
somebody
agree
who
with this? Do you agree with this term? Let's say always marry your friend, meaning
no,
that always marry somebody you know that your friendship with that person outside of your love is good. When you say friends, yes, everyone have when you call somebody your friend, you and that person you just get along. You understand? So that makes that person your friend. You can say, "Oh, this guy's my best friend," because you and him, you just almost agree on, you know, things. When you're around, you hardly disagree or fight. So when you're dating a woman and you know that you two of you just agree, you get along very well. I think your marriage will be easier. But if you date, I've seen some people where they are dating, it's almost like they disagree on everything, but they just are attracted to each other. And then they end up getting married. When that attraction that bring them together is out of the way, their friendship is terrible. That's what usually end up leading to that disaster.
the day you will have a major disagreement, the day you find out you are not best friend in any way, shape, or form. But the thing is that, right now we've never met, and we come online every day to talk with each other, right? And if you don't see somebody for a very long time, we'll ask about them, or one man will, put a call across. Now you build relationship by, stages. The person sometimes that's why not every love is always at the what they call it, love at first sight. Sometimes somebody that you may even say that you despise, you might end it up falling in love with that kind of person. Now, there's difference between infatuation and genuine love. Genuine love is when you do something without being forced or compelled, and you just realize that you are doing it willingly, right? You can lay your life down for somebody, not because you expect something in return. Now, that is love. But I realize it's this my short time in life that sometimes the wind blows differently. Today it might be sweet, tomorrow it might be different ball game. And the person that you profess to, that you claim to love, at the end of the day, you might hand it out say, "Man, I hate this person. I don't even know how I ended up with this person." And yet, you claim to be best friend at the beginning. So, what changes? You realize that what brings you guys together is deeper than just saying, "Oh, I love you, you love me." I believe relationship usually gets stronger, as time progresses. But at the same time, it can also become a burden.
Go south. It
Yeah.
always it can go south.
Yes, because
Yeah.
people change, scenario changes, diseases and sicknesses can make relationships to go south, especially when a man is, let's say, somebody who is down with one disease and the wife is, only taputu, but the man can't taputu again. And then you realize that, okay, everything will not be the same again. So you realize that the same person that you claim to be your friend is no longer your friend, But by and large, changes will happen. Uh, Self-discovery will start happening, but you have to bring your partner into that, into that discovery, so that both of you can grow together. Talking is important. Talking. People don't talk. When people date, they don't usually talk. They don't ask questions. Can you imagine?
Communication.
Yeah, you taking somebody out on a date. You guys talking about family. He's telling you, okay, I don't want to raise my kids in Catholic, but you're a Catholic. Now, if you don't if you don't start meaning into that, then by the time you get married proper, you ended up, having problem in your home, because the wife will want something, at the end of the day will not be able to agree on something. So yes, dating is for the period to know each other, and that is why there's no timeline in dating. Because if you say you want to give it this timeline, 3 years, 2 years, if you date a woman for 2, 3 years, and you are emotionally stable, that even if when you have argument, you are able to talk it out with each other without somebody keeping malice or keeping for too long. Now they, and you're able to identify, able to take responsibility for your action. If you are wrong, you're wrong, you apologize. If you are right, you tell them, hey, you correct in love and all that. Then that is when you know that you are ready and you go for it. I don't subscribe to this Nigerian style of saying, go and meet my pastor, go and pastor is not a counselor. And even if they are trained counselor,
Adewale, let me shock you. One pastor, she was even beating her wife at home, and this guy was going to the same pastor to ask for advice. That how can I not beat my wife? So you can just see that irony, and nobody knew that the wife was even passing through a hell with the pastor beating her up. So you can just imagine that irony. You are going to somebody that is even beating up their wife to
or
counsel you how
pastor
to
or pastor gonna shy you bit,
So yeah, let's go to Pansat. Do we have Pansat?
Of course you do.
Yes. How are you, my brother?
I'm
Yeah.
doing very well.
Yeah, good. We are not talking about Peter Obi today. This is a sometimes we deviate to human whatever we call it. So what is your take about all what we have been talking about, brother?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is a very, very important topic, and I'm happy that Adewale brought a certain news that is just enactment. But it was so real that something like that does happen. And to be honest with you, when you put aggregate of what everybody has been saying, we pretty much have it nailed. When those who spoke before me, Mike, Adewale, and others, they nailed it. But let me just, because of that, I go to the pointers. What's more important, in my opinion, here, which is that it's pretty much a mental disorder at some point set in, okay, mental illness or whatever name they have to call it, with the guy, because that's in the enactment in the movie that we saw, the clip. We don't have a lot of information. We just have his lens. We're looking at it from his mouth and his eyes and what he's talking about, right? So when you come to this is clinical and things that have to deal with doctors, professionals who can
Professor Pansat, but let's just remove this
video is the is a what do you call it? It's cheap.
Enactment, yeah,
But
okay.
we can agree that this happens.
Yes,
Do you agree with me? Yes,
of
it does
course,
happen. Yeah,
it does happen.
yeah.
Okay,
Continue.
so
Yeah.
yeah, so that's why when you look at it, if there is a mental issue that the guy has, we don't know if it's clinical. I don't know if it's depression, if it's anxiety disorder, if it's bipolar, dementia. There's so many things in that realm that qualify for that. But now let's look at it culturally. Obviously, he's wrong, right? There are so many people who will judge him. So God will judge him. We're not God. The courts will judge him, right? But we are just judging him from a public.
Passat. The guy finally took his life as well. So no judge. There's no judge. There's no
that's
judge.
what I'm saying. Yeah, but we can still judge him. Let's just.
Yes. I mean the court. Because the guy finally took his life. Yeah, before the police arrived.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or whatever happened in that case. Sometimes they don't take their life when they do it. So, like you said, we treat it like something that happens. So I'm not going to be very particular about how this one ended, but in this situation that he found himself. So from that, we don't have that woman's voice or his opinion or what she took about the marriage itself, who's doing what to who. He's claiming that I brought her here. She's not gonna be giving me. I think he actually mentioned that. What do you mean you're not gonna give me your check anymore? I believe that.
Yes.
He has her depositing. Depositing her money with him. Okay, so when you look at all that, what does he do with that money? Does he go gambling at night with it or whatever? So we don't have all that information, so we're not gonna judge that. So when Adewola mentioned something about counseling, they needed counseling a long time ago. So anybody who's in that situation, right? Because all of us have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, of a dysfunctional relationship. So somebody also mentioned that it's not in our culture. As a man, it's not a sexy thing to do to go to counseling and all that. But so to bring it down to this panel, though, what I'm saying is that you cannot. I think I generally could.
But do you endorse seeking a counsel if you are in that category?
Even before that, way before that, once you begin to have there are certain things you will have, then you know you need counseling. If you've grown apart, you should be able to know somebody you met, who she was.
Pastor, one question quickly.
Sure.
Do you believe in assimilation? Because that's one thing a lot of Africans overseas complain about. Well, in attempt to reject Western or American or British culture or the way to do things, they don't want to assimilate. Now, assimilation, of course, allows you to transition from your culture to the way they do things in the new place that you reside. Not necessarily to be like them, but you have to accept the way things are done in your host country.
Right. I believe in assimilation, and you have to assimilate, even as you come in and you go through all that cultural shock. Now, some things we even do better than they do. So assimilating doesn't mean it's a wholesale thing. But when you do go to Rome, you do have to behave like the Romans, right? So assimilation is especially in this melting pot called the United States. And they're pretty savvy, so most of the time they have it right. But there are still things that we have right. But to go back to what I was saying, when you do grow apart, you do need counseling at that point. Now, if you have clash about money, you need counseling. If someone has been unfaithful in the relationship, you need counseling. No matter what you're going to do afterwards.
What do you believe in family? Is it 50-50 or 70-40 or 60-40? I mean, within the spouse.
I believe in 50-50. Now, that 50-50 does not...
50-50, my brother.
Yeah.
You are a man now. You should be taking 70. Your wife take 30 or you take 80.
No, because it means when you say 50-50, it's not like identical, right? So it's something usually that the two of you will be able to... It's like magnetism. Maybe you pull some. The 50, it's not predetermined. It's between the two of you. But the psychologists Basically, like Teddy Pendergrass says it, right? You scratch her back, you scratch your back. She knows if you get the woman's respect, not, or even any counselor who could be talking like myself, I don't have the answers. Nobody knows. Women are very, very different from men, right? So nobody knows it, the balance, but you should be able to know when you get it right. You have to get the respect of that woman, not the love. The love is good. It's a good thing to be loved, but if a woman respects you, and of course it's reciprocal, and you respect the woman, it's magic, right? It's a lot of things that's going to be able to help family, church, this and that, and purpose, right? But so I don't want to speak like an expert.
But Pastor, when it's 50-50, did the man have the respect? Is the man is in control of the house?
Yes,
are you sure?
Yes, because like I said, if you have the respect,
quick to the 50-50 thing. Look, see, it's an issue of equity. See, 30, 70, 60, 40 can be equity. Okay. As long as there's an agreement between the two partners that that percentage contribution is adequate. Say trying to be 50-50 or a man trying to be more than he can handle, that in itself also create problems.
Right. That's why I was saying it's not an assigned thing. It's magnetism. It's sometimes you have length, but the power of the magnet can make up for that. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not physical. Now you should be striving. See, here's the trick. You should be striving to give her 70. And say, okay, I'm gonna take 30.
Why can't it be 50-50 though?
Yeah, but it will be if you're gonna talk about it like we're doing, right? If we're gonna voice it out, it's 50-50.
I will try to be westernized now.
You shouldn't.
There's no 50-50 in Nigeria now.
Let me land. Somebody spoke about assimilation a minute ago. So, but let me just land before. Here's what I'm saying, right? You shouldn't pull out your tape measure and try to make sure you gave 50 and you took 50. You should strive to give 70, 80, right? And she should try to give 70, 80. So at some point, it's gonna find its level right there. It's like if you put oil, you put water, the water's gonna find its level. You're still gonna be the man. If she respects you, she wants you to feel like a king, and then you want her to feel like a queen. That is, it's not up to you to do that measurement. But let me go back to what I was talking about, because I thought that's more important in the with people who are watching us, right? So as far as counseling, because that's the thing. It's not taboo, right? So if you're fighting a lot about politics, about whatever, you go to counseling because it's easier at that point. If you have lots of unproductive, hurtful arguments, if you have different parenting styles, you say you guys already have kids at this point. Like I think that movie, there are kids involved, and he feels that she's trying to take her kids away from him, right?
Yes. He said the kids rebel against him because of the wife.
Right. Even if everything is hunky dory, and you guys just went through a big transition, say you moved to another city.
But Pastor, let me ask you this. Sorry, this topic is a big topic, my brother. Sorry for cutting you in. As you are speaking, I'm getting some insight. What do you think about the husband and wife are having problem, and the next thing is the wife will be degrading their father in the front of the kids?
Right.
That the kids will be rebelling against their father.
Right.
What do you think is going on there?
It's commonplace. Trust me, a relationship is not easy at all. Especially the kinds of relationship we're talking about. No relationship is easy, not even friendship.
Thomas, that's the nature of women. Whenever they are fighting somebody, their children must fight that person.
Thomas, can I interject, please?
Pastor, you still have the floor. I think Pastor Brennan wants to interject.
Yeah, let him interject.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is a very good topic you guys have been discussing. I've been listening for a while now. And just like the question you just asked, but before you do that, I don't subscribe to 50-50. Now, let's give an example. If you make more money...
Yes, you are the man. Remy, you are the man. Yes.
If you make more money than your wife, do you also expect her to be 50-50? If you are making double of what your wife is making, and you want her to be 50-50, I support a working woman. Any woman that go outside there to work, I do my heart for that kind of women. Because some women, I'm sorry to say this, just some, not a lot of them, they are lazy. They just put all the burden on their husband to provide everything for them. And it's like they are lazy, they are controlling, they are also all sort of. And at the same time, a working woman will understand you because she also put in a lot of hours outside there. So you coming home, she already know that you also put a lot of hours, even more than her. She will respect you more. And you as a husband, you also respect your wife more because she also go outside there to make money. Even if she's not putting 50% down, that respect will be there. And I think both of you will have a good life if your communication level is also very good. I think that would be also okay. Now, the question you just asked now, Thomas, right? Can you refresh my memory, Thomas, please? The question you asked now.
Yes, I said in family we have problem. We have problems.
I remember now. The problem has to stem from men. Most men or most husbands always outside making money. Sometimes, if you find yourself in a foreign land, maybe you are doing 2 or 3 jobs. Tell me, how can you have time to sit down with your kids at home? The closest person to your children is your wife or or their mother. So sometimes and if you, especially this always happen if you have female daughters, there is a way for the mother to put some things in their head or control them more, or maybe they scared and they are afraid of her more than you because she's always at home with them. So when this kind of situation pans out, sometimes you not at home from their childhood, you're always outside there making money to make your family better. So sometimes this pans out a lot. It always happens to women, always use this. But as the kids grow up and they continue to realize that, oh, it's my father that is bringing most of the money, then things change. But in their early stage, if it's a very terrible woman, she can use the children against you a lot. And you will continue to lose her and continue to ask yourself, are they really my kids? Or what is really going on? This is a very
let me quickly add to that. See, it's very important, man. Like you get close to your children. One big mistake a lot of men do is, especially African men.
Me, Mike, how can you get close to your children when you have a lot of bills? When
it still doesn't matter if it's 1 hour a week. Wait, let me say what I mean.
No, I'm not talking about more than a week. You have 2 or 3 jobs you are doing. You are not. This is not Nigeria.
Wait. This reason why I'm making this statement. The big mistake many African men make is, even beside being busy or not, is they want to be this disciplinarian that they just want to be discipline kids and keep telling, okay, go and sit down there. They don't form a bond and get close to their kids.
No, I'm not.
So the women take out that. That's when you mentioned. The reason I mentioned is because you mentioned how women turn the kids into their father. Because
I'm not talking about such men that are good.
No, I'm just saying, like, the reason why women. Hold on, now. I'm not going against you in anything. I'm not going against anything you said. I'm just trying to.
Let him land, Remy.
I'm not going against anything you say. I'm not speaking contracts to anything you say. I'm just trying to put one advice out there. Like, the reason why those women successfully, when they want to turn kids against their father, the reason why they successfully do it is because women actually are closer to the kids and they build one bond with the kids. And then children love both their parents and they're smart. But the mistake a lot of African men make is we like to be this disciplinarian and we don't. It's good to be a disciplinarian, but spend time with your kids, personal time with them. So that way, whatever it is that they may have, give them that freedom to express it. So whatever their mom is saying about you, they will be able to tell you, to confirm from you. But if you don't give them the opportunity to confirm things that their mother has been saying about you, then they may just believe it. So that's one mistake many African men make. So I just want to put it out there. Spend time with your kids and give them that confidence to communicate with you.
Mike,
whatever they feel.
I agree with you. But
100, Mike, 100%. Yeah.
Mike, I'm going to ask you some few questions. You are totally right, but I'm going to ask you some few questions. Now, assuming you are in a foreign land, when you arrive, maybe you are the only one that have a job and your wife does not have a job, assuming that both of you migrated together. So there are so many scenarios. If you migrated together, you have a job, your wife does not have a job. With time, she also have a job. But you are living in a small apartment. You are thinking about getting a mortgage or buying a house. You are thinking about stepping up your life. All these things need money. As you are thinking, your children are also growing up and they have a lot of things they need. Then you have to put in more hours to satisfy most of this.
But no, you don't need enough time to build the bridge with your children. You don't need
all you need is 1 hour a week. Just take them out.
You don't need enough time.
1 hour is too short. 1 hour is extremely short. 1
It's
hour
not extremely short. That, trust me, that 1 hour of going to the park with
10
them
minutes a day,
and play with them and laugh with them,
I'm leaving.
drink ice cream with them is enough.
Too much voices. Let's Passat is about. Hold on, I will come back to you, Remy, please. Passat is about going, so let him give us his feel. Then we can let him go. We know we love to listen from Passat every time. Passat.
I think we got this. So I'll step down now and listen, so somebody else could come in. But when we're talking in public, please, Remy and I don't know who else. Let's not try to talk, women did this or a group of people, any group, because it makes our listeners and all that. It just doesn't look right in this discussion. So I'll step down and see if Ms. Okafor is going to add a woman's perspective to this, if it's a woman. Thank you very much, fellow panelists.
Okay, when I say women, I did not generalize it. I said some, and I have. If you are talking objectively, there is nothing to hide or
that's fine. Yeah, a little qualification like that is fine.
I did not say generalize. I said some. I never say generalize.
Okay. Maybe I didn't hear it. I'm just saying it's a good rule of thumb to go
What
by.
I just want to put out there is that when you are in a foreign land and you want to step up your life, and even if you don't want to step up your life, the first person that will push you to step up your life is your partner, your wife, because she wants a better living environment. She wants a good education for her children. She wants a lot of things. And you yourself think that your wife is saying the right thing. And you guys say 10 minutes or an hour spending with your children is enough. You might discover this is not enough at all. Because sometimes the children will need you to see the teacher at school. The children will need you to attend some functions, maybe in their
Take
school.
them for basketball, music.
And you are just out there doing two works. So sometimes by the time you come back, the children already sleep. And before they even wake up, before 7 or 8, you're already off to work again. Maybe you have weekends if you are lucky. If you have weekend, that will be super good for you. Then you can bond with them very well on weekend. But sometimes you don't have the weekend. Sometimes you also work on Saturday or Sunday. So it's not easy until you find your feet. So that is one of the reasons why some women, but if you have a good wife.
Well, are you saying are you saying in context of saying when a woman is turning your children against you? Is that what you are speaking of?
I'm just saying that it's one of the reasons that because they are close to the children, if the woman is that type, then she can use the children against you. So, but some women,
I think if you still spend that little whatever time with those kids,
I totally agree. But sometimes I'm trying to say that spending time at home is not enough. Children of nowadays, they also want to step outside with their father to go to functions.
And that's what we are saying now.
Yeah. So, but Mike, if you don't have that kind of time, you are doing too much.
You always have time. There's no excuse for that, man. Come on. There's that time, man. I'm not saying you have the time for everything.
You can create time. You can create time. Yeah. You can create time. Yeah.
Okay, you can make time. So this topic is a very how to say is an important topic. There's a story that somebody told me here, and if you permit it to share the story in 2 minutes, and then
yes, of course, yeah, share it with us. Share it with us.
This guy is about maybe 38 years old, and he has been living here for some time.
I'm sure this one is a real story.
Yes, and then it's time for when you are 38 years old as a man, then there'll be a lot of pressure from your family or whatever to get married. So he went to Nigeria and then met a girl.
Well, you are not Rufai Hosseini.
Yeah, I'm not Rufai Hosseini.
When is Adewale, when is Rufai going to get married?
That's a good question. Let these people ask him.
Met this young lady of, I guess, 23, 24 years old. and blah blah blah. Kid they married in Nigeria, and the guy always go home for the first 2 years. They have their first child, and he was doing everything he's supposed to do: get the woman an apartment, give money for what do you call it, monthly support. But as you know, the wife will say, "No, I'm done. Tired staying in Nigeria. You want to come to this place." So the man facilitated the movement here. And after she came down here, after about 1.5 years, they have their second child. But the problem start happening. What is the problem? The woman saying that the man does not let him go out, that the man always do buy a lot of stuff in, make her feel comfortable, that she want to make friends. But the man was afraid that if she makes friends, maybe she's going to meet a lot of divorced women or single mom or something like that. Okay, to cut the long story short, this man decided to send this woman to a nursing school. And then she went for this 3 years nursing school. And then after she finished her education, the problem started the day she received her certificate. Because she received her certificate. After about 2 days, she got a job. And when she got a job, she started making money. She was not even making more money than the man. But the problem is that this woman wants freedom. Our wife, she wants to go to bar. She wants to meet people outside. She just wants this kind of, go to public bar. Go to disco bar or something like that.
Married woman go to bar.
What's wrong with that?
There's many people like that.
Nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong. So after a while.
No. Wait, Remy. Don't fast forward.
Okay.
Married woman going to bar. To do what?
I don't know.
Yeah, she was on
they used to do it. Most of
Adewale, what is going on here?
Okay, let me continue so that you can She wants that freedom, but demand like, I provided everything you need. Now, before the husband could know, the woman started sending money home, and she was building a house in Nigeria without the husband knowing. So by the time the man knew she was building a house in Nigeria, what nothing the man can do. He himself have not started building nothing. But by the time she knew, of course, that one will bring a small friction between them. How come you are building a house in Nigeria and I don't know? And you, as the husband, you are providing everything, supporting the family. Why the money you are making from your nursing, you are building a house in Nigeria? So that is another crisis. So to cut after.
But Remy, that house that woman is building, what is the house for? Is it not for the family? Is it trying to why will a wife go behind her husband building house? Building house for what?
For the husband not to know about it. He said he knew about everything after about 1 year. So
did they continue the marriage after that?
Yeah, they're still living together, but in a foreign land, especially here, a lot of.
So my confusion is this.
We better listen to the story final so that you can now.
Let Remy conclude. Yeah.
Because but the man loves the woman and say, okay, fine, it's your house, no problem. I was going to discharge my responsibility. So after about so the woman continued to do her work, but she started to say she want to go out. So when the man goes to work, because the man is doing 2 jobs, sometimes leaving home by 8 o'clock and coming back maybe in the evening, maybe 8 or 9. Then when he came back home, he will see that the children will not be happy. He said that they have not eaten, or he said that the house is in a mess. He said that there's some drinks at home, or things were just messy, and then he will confront her. What happened? And this one will be a fight. But the man dare not raise the hand to beat the wife because that might be deportation or probably so he can't do nothing. So there was this particular incident that was so tough that, but luckily for the guy, he used his phone to record. The wife slapped him several times, and then the wife now caught himself, and there was a bleeding in his hand. But the man recorded everything. So Immediately after she caught her hand, she called the police. The police came, and when the police came, they tried to arrest the man. But what saved the husband is the recorded video, and show it to them later. So before we know, the social service came in, and they're trying to say, they tried to settle. They listened to what happened between the husband and the wife. So the first thing they did was that in this situation, they asked the wife, "Do you still love this man?" Of course, she said no. So the first said, you guys have to separate. And if
separation,
now,
for now.
This husband lived home. You are the one paying the house rent, but he has to leave the home, the children and his wife. She left home. So, but another thing that happened. One day they called the husband from the first child school, and they said that the child narrated that she often records some video for her mother on TikTok. And you know this one, they are very nosy. And they are asking the kid, what kind of video, blah, 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 blah. The video is that this wife liked to post not totally nude picture, but nearly nude picture, you know. I don't know whether she
half nude.
Yeah, whether she wants to attract men or whatever, I don't know. Some guys like to wear this revealing clothes or something like that. Because of that, the authority, they don't like that. They said it's not good for the children. Now, they called both the husband and the wife to the social service office, and at the end of the day, their decision was that they are going to take the children away from both husband and wife.
Wow.
And then the wife does not even blink, does not even care. And you are the mother of these children, and she does not care. So, but after the guy plays so many times, they say, okay, fine. We are going to take the children away from the two of you, but you have authority to come and pick your child, maybe every weekend, the husband, to stay with you. And when you are really, really ready to take your children back, they talk to the husband that way. Then we have to look at your behavior, everything, then we can now give you your children back. And to God, the wife does not care. That is the story for now.
Wow.
Remy, you are still saying the husband, the wife. Are they still married?
No, I'm just using it because divorce. They are not married again, but they gave the man.
They use the man and the woman. Then the woman and the woman, not the wife and the husband.
So that's the story for now. So
Remy, not to digress a bit. What is happening on TikTok?
We can hack this script. It's a script that Remy has described now. You can sell it. So
maybe I can say to movie something. I think
exactly.
Unbelievable. You can't. So the thing I say from it is that, is it a crime to bring a woman from your country? And Adewale already said that when people are already in abroad, they change a lot. I don't know, really.
Remy, I've asked this question earlier on before you came. I don't know, maybe you listen to us.
If you marry,
Thomas, we have one woman here now. I haven't let her talk since. The only woman here.
Yes, I'm about to go to the lady, to the woman. She ran away.
The woman don't just see.
This I did not really this is a true life story. I know the person that happened to, and it's quite and I've had a lot of stories like that.
Even this one you just talk now. Even this one is even a minor with many things that happen in Maryland here. A lot of men are going through domestic violence in Maryland here. A lot of people are going through a lot.
Pumi, let me tell you something. A person called me in my church, a man. He was crying. The wife is beating him. The wife is beating him.
The wife is beating him.
The wife is beating him.
It's not funny. I have to bother.
Why you gotta marry a woman that's stronger than you in the first place?
I have to bother that I know here that are going through that kind of thing.
You people that live the Western world, if a woman beat a man, what is the punishment? What is the punishment for a woman that beat a man? What about
hold on.
Supposed to be the same.
Timber, they will not believe. No, they would management. They will not. Oh,
no.
Adewale, what
First
are you
of all,
talking about?
Baba Johnny Koko mentioned something earlier. Baba Johnny Koko mentioned something earlier. When you marry a wrong person that
it's not about wrong person. The law should be vice versa.
Love is very important in marriage. Love, genuine love is very important. When you marry someone because that is when we just marry people from Africa.
There might be love.
Sometime, wait. Sometime. Let me
one after the other.
I never have chance to talk.
Finish.
See, many things that are going on here. Yeah. Some men will just go to Africa, go and bring woman that and you see woman, they are very sensitive. Your appearance, they may not like your appearance. The way you are talking, they may not like it. The way you are eating, you know all these things, and you never get used to each other before you bring your woman here. All those things will react. You understand me? Even it happens to men.
This is the woman that have kid in Nigeria. Stay 2 or 3 years.
I know. I'm just. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because second, another point. Yeah, love is very important because that's what one of my two brothers they are going through here in Maryland.
Is that love? Does love exist?
The love is not there anymore. And this man is almost, let me explain, he's almost finished paying his mortgage. You understand me? Because he's doing business, rushing everything. And the lady discovered that now. The lady is almost, he almost got out of this thing. You understand?
Yes, she was saying on the comment section that we don't want her to talk. I'm just writing on the comment section now. Please come back. Oh, we want to hear from the lady, please. Yeah, please come. Kumi land it. Yeah, I think Remy still want to say something.
But Thomas, you need to be conscious of like who hasn't spoken because sometimes I notice like when you some people don't speak for a long time. Especially in this case, I mean, there's no reason why she missed that lady. I mean, like she was there for a long time,
especially this kind of conversation.
Yeah. No. Hold on. How do you know it's a lady?
Thomas,
the picture shows a lady. The name is a woman's name.
No, it's the kids. It's the children now. It's the child on the picture now.
Hey, Thomas, when is your next performance appraisal?
Which one? Prince Daddy, I will bag you for today. You are out for today. I'm going to block you for today.
Okay.
I think when you look at
the only thing, please let me finish. The only thing I know is that we should take our time before bringing a woman to America or anywhere. You understand me? Woman, the way they will make you be a good person and the way they can make you be the worst person ever on the earth. That's all I can say.
So I am not putting all the blame on the lady too, because I asked the guy, do you still love your wife? Actually, from my own little observation, I think the man still loved that woman.
Of course now.
So sometimes understanding or wisdom, if God give you the wisdom,
sometimes what you people consider as love, don't you think that a man might be thinking that, okay, I've really invested in this woman, where am I going to start from?
Thank you.
Because I don't understand what you all people are referring to love. It's not really love.
According to him, he is not asking for any return.
Simba, don't you believe in love? What are you talking about?
Just afraid for the children. He's not asking for any return from this woman. He's just afraid for his children, and that
it's not love. Thomas, don't mistake. It's not love. It's not love that keeps. It's not love that keeps marriage. You kept on talking about love.
Hold on, Remy, please. I'll come back to you. So what keeps marriage?
You want to come to
Simba understanding that keeps marriage, not love. Understanding.
Yes, understanding and tolerance.
Exactly.
Mike, are you married?
Yes, now. Yes, that's what I told you, man. Listen, I didn't think
Are you married, Mike?
Yes, let me tell you.
Are you sure?
If women don't
that's why I say
hold on now. Hold on, Mike. You don't sound like a married man.
The reason
you sound like you sound like Agbero like me. You sound
let
like
me tell you
Agbero
why.
like
Let me
me.
tell you why. When you marry your best friend, you won't even know you got married. You still think you are single. I'm telling you, when you marry a woman that you just get along with, you know all these things you guys are talking about, that rules or that everything just fall in place because it's almost like you just understand. You understand each other. You like it's like before we got married. From the day when we met, everything we talk about, we are on the same page. We support the same team. We watch the same Premier League, support the same players.
You are so lucky. You are so lucky.
It's like we get along, just like we like good.
So you are just like a friend before you get married. So yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like, and I've had women that we equally was intimate into each other. In the past, I've had women that were equally intimate with one another. But we just didn't have that friendship connection. You understand? So in the past, usually I'm like, I can't marry a woman a headache. You know, like the way they behave. But this one is like, she understand me. Like, it's like, she understand me, I understand her. We just like, we go talk like this. Every gist. It's like, we talk for hours. That's the only woman in my life where we say, we talk for hours. Normally, when woman they follow me talk, we say, man, you're boring. But this chick, she's funny. That's what I'm saying.
Even some girlfriend is wala.
Exactly. Like now the only woman where I don't say, hey, this girl just click. You understand? So that's what I'm telling you. Like, hey, marry somebody.
Mike, may God bless your union. You are lucky.
Exactly.
You are very lucky.
You are lucky, but
come and see marriage here in Maryland.
We will talk about anything, even if I want.
I want to ask a question.
Yes, Adewale. Yeah,
for some of us that are fathers, they have both a boy child and a girl child. You train those child, you send them to school to be empowered, so that their future will not depend on anybody, whether they are partner, whether they are friend or anybody. Now, those two children get married, right? So the child has been trained, a girl child has been trained just like a boy child. Now grow up, have a good job, and yet you're saying it has to be 70-20. Why can't that female child of yours contribute 50% towards building her own home, train her own children, together with the husband? They both contributed 50. When you contribute equally to the commonwealth of your family, you are not depriving yourself, you are building yourself, because your children will benefit from it, whether you pay mortgages or not pay mortgages. But when it's one-sided, lopsided, guess what? The person that is wearing the big shoe, we will experience the difficulty, and that's why sometimes the other person will lash out, will react angrily, right? And you will not even have
but Adewale, African man like to dominate.
Thomas, let me put this question. Let me put this question to Adewale. Adewale, you are brought up in the Yoruba land in Africa.
Yes.
Okay. Now and then, some of you, maybe I can say you are living in diaspora now, so you might try to abide or try to follow what they are doing. You cannot live in Nigeria and be asking your wife to be contributing 50%.
Why not?
Doing it 50-50. Let me tell you.
That's what I was saying. No, you can't do that in Nigeria.
Excuse me. Adewale, let me finish my question. In a relationship, and that is why people talk about a man and a woman. You have a child, a male child and a female child. Your female child will learn from their mother how a woman can take care of a man in the house. And then the male child will learn from the father how a man will take care of a woman in the house. And that's how you bring a child up. And that is why if you are single, if you are raised up by a single mother, it's very difficult for you to learn those two things from your parents. And it also has a way of affecting your relationship whenever they get married, those ones who are raised by single parents. Now, in Africa, if the way you are raised, now you are not following the way you are raised now to react. Adewale, you learn this thing that you are talking about now. I'm very sure when you are being raised, when you are being raised, no, excuse me, excuse me, when you are being raised, you cannot tell me that your father will ask your mother when they are about to pay your school fees that time, that your mother should bring out of your school fees. You are not, you cannot tell me that.
The parents don't communicate how they are sharing the money with the kids. Now the children don't know how they do that.
Adewale, if Adewale will be sincere to us, that is not the way he was raised. I know the way the proper Yoruba man.
When you were growing up, do your parents tell you how they put the money together? They don't discuss that
But
with you.
we know who pay. We
know. Don't let us pretend, Mike.
You don't know, man. Most of the times, your father give your mother the money, and then your mother go to pay it.
In fact, my children, my own. The typical thing is when you need money, you go to your father.
One voice, yeah. Simba.
I go.
The typical thing. Oh, everybody, hold on. Everyone, please hold on. You guys should know me by now. Too much voices is not going to go now. So let's Simba land it. Prince has been quiet. We hear from Prince. We go back. I think we are even deviate. We are deviating from the video that we watched. I want us to go back to that video.
But it's okay. Let's keep going. We are already enjoying the way it's flowing. Let's flow. When it gets boring, then you go back to the video.
I want to respond to Simba.
I'm not finished with you, Adewale.
Simba hasn't finished. Yeah. Let Simba finish.
What I'm saying is that you cannot, if they ask you for your school fees in your school, you will not go to your mother and ask your mother to. My mother, they ask me. Your mother will even ask you to go and meet your father. That is a norm. So now, that is a normal thing. Don't let us just be pretending as if that's not.
Who created that norm?
That's what we were taught.
That is our own culture. That's our own culture. Everybody will believe they have a role.
Simba, time don't involve, man. Women only walk now. We're no longer living in agriculture.
We are talking. Oh God, Mike, just wait. Everybody has a role. What they believed then was that okay, a man should go out, bring food, bring everything home. The woman should take care of the home front. So it's like a division of labor. What a woman is doing at home, you don't let. The problem we used to have is that we don't put in terms of monetary. We don't quantify them. We just believe that whatever they are doing.
Simba, if your child, if your girl child tells you, Daddy, I want to study engineering, would you stop your child from studying engineering?
They are free to do whatever they want to do.
After that child of yours graduated in flying color, and you as a proud father flying your agbada on the graduation day, would you tell your daughter not to go to work, not to work at all?
Nobody. My wife is working. I'm not doing that.
No, your daughter, not your wife.
No, she will work now.
She will work now. So where are you going? What are you going to bring us?
Start your child now got a job that is paying 6 figures, right?
Mm-hmm.
You tell that your child not to do that job of 6 figures?
No, definitely no.
Okay.
So where are you going? Where are you going?
So will you now tell her not to marry a guy that make less than her?
Adewale, where are you going?
Will you tell her to keep her money and not add her money to her husband?
Hold on. I think I have to reduce. Hold on, please. I have to reduce the screen to those people that are talking. Don't let me do that now. Too much voices, please. Adewale, let the conversation bring among Adewale and Simba. They have some back and front. Then we go to new voices.
So after that graduation, that you fly your agbada as a proud father, right? You remember that day and the day your daughter get married, you will be crying. Oh, my daughter is getting married, right? So your daughter now marries somebody who is not hearing 6 figures, probably 5 figures, but your daughter is hearing 6 figures, right? So in their home, she felt like, look, my husband is doing enough. I need to meet my husband in the middle so that the body will not be too much on him, so that they can both have family work balance. So she decided to, you know what, my husband, don't worry. As you are paying this, I'll be paying this, so that the body would not be, it will be shared among us. The husband said no. The daughter said, no, my darling, that is how we are going to do, so that we ease the burden on each other. And you, your father, you heard about that. Are you going to stop your daughter from contributing?
No, the way our mother used to do it that time for them to, what they used to do that time is they know that the man, they want to maintain the man ego, and they know the man will be in control of the house. Even if the man doesn't have, what they will do is that they will give it to the man. They will not even allow the children to wear of it and assist the man, and the man will be the one doling out the money.
Okay,
so, but in this case, whereby you are now making it obvious to the children that, okay, this is what the mommy is doing, or this is what the father is doing, then that is why we have a problem in the society.
Yeah, but Simba, you yourself, if your wife said, my darling, don't worry, I'll meet you halfway, I'll contribute this so that it will ease the burden on you, would you say no?
No, definitely, I will not say no. But we are making it like a law now. We are making it as if, okay, you are working.
I'm not putting any law at all.
In what Adewale is saying now. You said if the woman is making
Simba, you are the one making law here.
5 or 6 figure. So of course, if she's making more money or she's making almost the same thing as the man, then we expect her to contribute more. But in most cases, most women, they don't make more money like their husband. So why are you enforcing her to put 50% down?
You don't force,
Thomas.
But
can I come in?
There.
But if a woman want to, why are you putting a percentage when a woman want to assist? You will assist when it's needful.
Anytime
why
you
you not
want to
saying
assist,
50-50? Exactly.
Yes, yeah.
You don't need to put a percentage. It can even be 80% at the time. It can even be 100%.
Even some women, even they collect little money, to just give it to the husband, they don't care. Just my money.
Yeah, let's hear from Patrick.
You know the proper rhetorics in Nigeria. They said your money, the husband money is our money. My money is my money. That's what they used to say. The husband money is our money.
So you believe that
their
rubbish?
money is their more money.
Hold on.
So you accept that rubbish, remember?
If we continue in that trajectory, that is the reason why men always die earlier than the woman. I am dead seriously. I'll take care of my family. I'm the head of the family. Sorry, Lunlo.
Yeah, let's hear from Patrick. Patrick, before you speak, I think if men of today forget about this your Westerner brain that's telling you 50-50, if men of today finally resort to 50-50, I don't think you are really the men. If you are talking of 80-20 or 60-40, yes, yeah.
You are saying Adewale is not a man, or what are you trying to say?
No, I didn't say that. Come on now. Why will I say that?
It's like, Thomas, don't mind them. We have lazy men out there now that's sharing 50-50. Don't mind them. Lazy men. Lazy men.
How will we be sharing 50-50? 50-50.
Let me tell you guys,
No, Mike, hold on. Mike, please hold on, please. Let's hear from Patrick. Patrick has been waiting. Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Say something that is very, very important, and it is very.
You sure Adewale is saying something that is important? 50-50.
That is important to us that can save a lot of men here, especially those of us in the diaspora, and we must take note of this, and not just that, share with other people in our private time. Let me tell you what happens in most cases in my encounter with people at counseling. Instances where the man contributes so much and he wants to do Nigerian man, especially in the Western world. The man will end up putting in so much. The man will have no savings. The woman will accumulate more savings. When there's a need to do a capital project, the woman is the one that is making that contribution. And by the time she does consecutive capital projects, she's seen the man as not responsible. Oh, we wanted to buy a house. I was the one that put more contribution in the mortgage. Because the man, when one of the parties is saving so much, it means that the other party is bearing most of the bills. And I'm sure people on this platform will be able to relate to that. If you have a wife that is saving so much, it's because you as a man is bearing so much of the bills.
But Patrick,
Simba, you can't talk. You are a doctor, so doctors make so much. I'm talking about doctors make so much in the West, and I don't think
I like that. Patrick, I like that. I like that.
And the expensive system we have in North America is as much as what you have in the Middle East. So we pay crazy taxes.
I should keep quiet. I should keep quiet, Patrick.
You keep quiet. Keep quiet. Simba, you make more money. Keep quiet.
Doctors make more money, and then the region where you are is not, the bills and the tax system is not as hard.
Simba, why is your wife working? What your wife supposed not to work? You are making more money.
No, the wife is even doing business, working and doing business. Don't mind him. He said it now. I knew when he said that. So what I'm saying is that that thing that I've just said, some of you will probably be able to relate to. He is able, and by the time she does that 3, 4, 5 times, you now look like you are irresponsible, because she can point to concrete things that you have done, that she has done. You can't, because you are the one spending the money that is the software that is running that system. But she is the one that has the hardware. I was the one that did this. I was the one that did this. I was the one that
Patrick, let me shock you. My wife make my wife is the one buying my clothes. She's the one making wardrobe for me.
My wife does that. Most women do that because they
all my clothes. She know what I want.
What I'm saying is that I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Bushman.
What I'm saying is that
I understand. Yeah.
If you are the one doing most of the bills, you are paying the mortgage, you are paying the utilities, you are paying
I pay the mortgage, full mortgage.
You don't have to even bring your own personal money into this now. This is a public. You can talk that. What I'm saying, when you pay the mortgage, you pay the everything. Your wife will have more savings than you, except the job discrepancies different. Maybe you are a doctor or you are a computer developer and your wife is maybe an aid care worker. So the salary, but if you are in the same realm or in the same realm of salary and you are paying all that much, she will have so much savings and you probably will have nothing.
Yes, totally agree.
And you'll be paying your bill to bill. And when there is a big challenge in the home, like your son is getting to university, you will not be able to contribute as much and you are seen as an irresponsible father.
You
understand you get what I'm saying? I know most of you can understand what I'm saying.
What kills say that man was a good man.
At the end of the day, you are now seen as irresponsible. Yeah. The boy now knows that money is coming from my dad, from my mom. But you will forget that the bill in your house is about $500 every month for electricity. Your mortgage is about $2,000 every month. By the time you put all that together, at the end of the month, you are spending close to $5,000 every month.
Wow! All the
to
money
run the house. And then somebody who's able to save almost 4,000 of our own money. At the end of the day, they say the school fees, or you just tell the child to go to the school without student loan, and you will look like you are stupid and you are not doing what you are supposed to do.
So are you telling us to adopt
my advice? Let me tell you. No. My position is this: you should pay based on the commensurate income that you make.
Exactly.
If the man is making, for example,
can I interject
you have 150. You have 150.
Yeah, let's Patrick finish. Yeah.
Sorry, let me finish. If you are making 100,000 and your wife is making 300,000, if your bill is 100%, that woman should take 60% of the bill, and you take remaining 40, because 2/3 of the bill, so to say, should go to her, and you take 1/3 because she's making 2/3 of the income in that house. If it's the other way around, it should be that way. If the man is the one that is making 2/3 of the income, the man should pay 2/3 of the bills.
She'll begin to bully you.
Patrick, don't you think that you have to treat that one for some things at home also?
You have to
and then it has to go with, if a woman is paying more than you pay.
Let me tell you the point.
Then
that's why I say you live.
That's when you start to bully you.
That's why I say you live in the Middle East. Ask all these guys that are on this platform. Don't they wash plates in their house? Don't they we all wash our plates, we do our laundry, especially when you have kids, when your kids are not too.
So you want me to admit that I wash plates? Yeah, it's me, my friend, gonna laugh me. Yeah, Mike, yeah, you
wash bra, you wash pants and all these things.
But the point is that when your wife is doing laundry and you are carrying vacuum.
May God forbid. May God forbid.
This is the plate I'm about to wash.
You are doing
vacuum. Want people to come here and admit that they wash plate and pants.
You are doing vacuuming. You are cleaning you are cleaning the worktop, you are cleaning, even if you don't wash, you are
But
leading it to dishwasher.
Patrick, Western world life is different now. You
no, you
can't
see,
compare.
that is, let me tell you,
I
okay,
think it's a pressure. I think it's a pressure that is
let
making
me now
things
take it
difficult.
home. You see, I've first of all said, for people on this platform, most of the Western, you have to listen to Adewale. I'm telling you.
No,
This thing that we
Adewale
have said here
is a bad
today.
advisor.
No,
He's
this
a
thing
bad
that we have said
advisor.
today, by the time we get to see, most of us get to 60, 70, we'll remember Adewale. And those of us that have
By the time
listened,
they are
we
singing
thank God.
Ilelo Lord,
But
that's when they start.
but by the time we realize that we have taken the step, we say, I thank God that Adewale and Patrick said this. Now, let's now go to Nigeria. You see, the reason why our situation was like that, the model then was an agrarian society. One of my brothers was trying to mention it here. It was an agrarian society where the men go to the farm and they cook the food, they come home with the food, and the woman cook. It make no provision for school. It make no provision for rent. It made no provision for utility. When you want to build your house, you do agbaro to do your farm work. You do iṣẹ́ àkójọpọ̀ aláfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ to build your mud house. You want to build ilé bàbá Wálé Adéwálé la fẹ́ lọ kọ́ ní ọ̀sẹ̀. All the people in the village will come together, mold the mud, do everything, build the house. When it's their turn, his father will go to that house to go and do it too. So that's how they build their households then. But now you have to pay school fees, you have to pay rent, you have to pay utility, you have to pay transport, you have to pay taxes, you have to now support people who are in need. You understand? All those things were not there. So it was just go on the farm, bring the food home with the boys, the woman cooks the food, and everybody lives and fine. You might not even spend so much money. And the woman sells what the man brings from the farm.
Patrick, is that how you are? Is that the way you are brought up?
That was the model. Let me tell you now. That was the model that was running. That gave birth to that culture. And then, as we continue to progress, new challenges came in. Now Western education came in. The only education we had then was education from our parents, and maybe you go to Alagbede, you work for him, when you learn something just like the woman, you will serve your guy, and that's your payment. And there was, you understand all those kind of system that was running there. But now there are new challenges. And we must adjust.
Patrick, the question I want to ask you before you go is this. Your speech, I really like it. Now, in abroad, like I said, some of your friends in Maryland, I also have a very good friend in Maryland. You usually visit me. Now, if your woman is making double of what you are making, now, let's say you make 100K and your woman is making 200K, and she put more money on the table more than you, automatically this has already forced you into kitchen to do some house.
No, even if you put equal, you put more, you will still do kitchen.
Yeah, I know.
Most of that do more.
The reason why we do like, I also do like that. The reason why we do like that because we do not have EPA like in Nigeria. Maybe my cousin come in or somebody help me. No.
You will still do kitchen. So
you are two people with your children. You have to help your wife.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is normal. So my question to you now is that how do you balance it when your woman is making way more than you, double? How do you balance it that this woman will still say, I still love my husband, I can still talk to him, we can still relate together? Because when a woman makes more money than you, averagely, it's not easy to really have a good relationship with this kind of people. Not
now,
all of them.
Let me tell you another.
How do you balance it?
Yeah. Now, let me tell you one thing, and that's a woman problem.
Yes.
And it's unfortunately so. That's the truth. Even if that woman is not contributing to the bills, even if you are contributing 70%, if the woman is making more money than you, most of the women still don't respect you. Yes. You are contributing more. You get what I'm saying?
Now she's not making more.
You are contributing. She's making more than you. Yet you are still contributing more to the house.
Yes.
She will still not respect you. The fact that she's making more money than you.
And before you conclude, let me put that scenario into two perspectives. In diaspora and in Nigeria, do you see any difference? Is there going to be any difference?
Very
the
good.
Same
Remy, you
situation.
have asked the right question. You see, when the woman makes more money than you, whether it's in diaspora or in Nigeria, it's the same response. And it is more in diaspora. You see, this crisis comes more up in diaspora because the woman have tendency, when you come into a diaspora with a woman, the system favors women more. I don't know of Australia or US, but in
you
Canada,
are right.
the woman is likely to even get a job earlier than you.
Yeah.
The woman is likely to get a job earlier than you. If they are paying child support, they are paying to the woman's account. If they are paying refund of GST, they are in Canada, they pay child support, you pay to the woman's account. They are paying refund of GST, they pay to the woman's account. If they are, you understand, anything that has to do with family, they pay to
goes
the
to the
woman's
woman.
account.
Oh my God.
You understand? And then the woman has opportunity to get more job than you, to quickly get job than you. Why most of us, when we first landed, were doing hustle job. Some people were doing security, warehouse. Those of us who were thinking, okay, let me quickly rush this my exam, were doing that. Most of our women were already working. And they have had that head start ahead of you. If you are not careful, you just be playing catch up because now they have more Canadian or Australia or American experience than you, which counts. I'm sure Thomas, in your place, they have what they call Australian experience too. And if she has started working before you, she has that Australian experience.
Yeah, you are right.
She has that Australian experience than you. So it means that she can always change jobs. She can do better than you. So the challenge is a challenge. And between you and me, at times when I look at it, I feel that you people should not laugh and shout though. I feel that celibacy is better than marriage. I say people should not laugh and shout.
Can you repeat, please?
I feel that celibacy is better than marriage. Celibacy is better than marriage.
That's a tough one.
That's why I'm silent and I want you people to process it. And I'll give you reasons. I'll first of all give you scriptural reasons. Then I'll give you some other reasons. And I'll give you life examples of people who have higher thoughts and have thought that that is the best way and their life. You see, when God created man and created woman, he said it's not good for man to be alone. So he created a woman for him. That was before they committed the sin. That was before the fall. That was when they were still glorious. Now, when Paul was writing in 1 Corinthians 7, he said, I would advise that you remain like me as a single person. He said, but because you cannot stay and everybody has his own gift, let everybody have his own wife. In other words, it is good for a man not to be alone. Is when they are godly, when they are righteous, when they are walking right with God. Then at that point, two of them will make very good family. The synergy will be so fantastic. All these things we are talking about will be irrelevant. Who contributes what, how much, it becomes irrelevant. But when the man is unregenerated, maybe he has fallen, the woman, they are unregenerated, it becomes issues.
Padoki, let me ask you this question. It happens to me. I will not tell the answer. Can your wife just pick up your phone and just transfer money from your account to account if she needs to buy something for the house without telling you?
Let me give you examples. In my own case, my wife, I'll give my own example. In my own case, my wife spends her money on the family the way she likes. There are months my wife contributes 90%. There are months I contribute 90%. We don't even know who contributes more in my own case. You understand? We don't know who does that. But I also know at times that some months I don't have anything left. I know that some months, you understand, or when I first came here and I didn't really have a job, she had a job. She contributed everything. You understand what I'm saying? And I was just trying to spend my own savings. You are bringing naira here, converting to dollar, you are spending. It's tough, but it's tough too. It doesn't. The fact that my wife can sign my account, in my own case, I even taught her my signature, even while as far as when we're in the bank. I taught her how to sign my signature, and I have an account in her bank where she happened to be the operation manager. So without even getting his signature right, she could take the money. But it doesn't suggest that we are fine. I am fine, though, but it doesn't suggest that the couples are fine.
Yes.
It doesn't suggest that the couples are okay, they are doing fine. You can do that. It could be so enjoyable like that because maybe you have more resources and she'll gladly do it, and everybody will be doing fine. I'll give you good examples. When I left the bank during that recession or during that Sanusi time, a lot of banks ran into trouble. And then I left before then. So the Sanusi thing came and a lot of banks crashed, and then a lot of people lost their job. Do you know the story I started hearing? We started hearing, Oga, please talk to so and so person. He's been beating his wife. Talk to so and so person. I now started looking at the way people were enjoying themselves, couples who we thought were okay, how they started fighting and breaking up and stuff like that. Reason, these guys, I know guys who were in the bank who felt, this our banking job is not reliable. Just invest in your wife. That was the teaching. Invest so much, set her up, set her business up, do everything. So that if there's a problem, because if you don't meet target, they can send you away even in the bank then. So you can have something to fall back on. Lo and behold, when those things happen, they couldn't fall back. The woman sat on her own money and said, I have to manage this money to take care of everybody. This was the man that was putting all his own salary into that same business. I'm telling you, true life situations, not one, not two, not three, not four.
So can we say women are selfish?
The point is this. I don't think that this generation are prepared for marriage. And I think the boys of this generation, they are beginning to learn that. You see, they are not even eager to get married. And I tell myself, I was telling myself, if my son approached me and said, Daddy, I want to be a celibate, I will not only approve it for him, I will support him, give him all the support that is needed for him to achieve that.
That is a tough call, Patrick, because when you talk about, the implication is very vast. It's very, very vast. What happened to all these developed countries will soon happen to maybe Africa. I know you are right. Most generation nowadays, they don't even want to get married or you talk less of having children. Even if you give some incentive.
The poor ones will sustain the population. It's the rich people, it's the educated ones.
They will continue to pump it out for you, right? At least they like pumping Nigeria very well. The poor are going to pump out 5 or 6 or 7 children.
Remy, do you know what Simba just said now? He said the poor won't support the popular. Who said that? Was it Simba, right?
It's Simba now. It's Simba.
You know the problem with that is that you will now discover that the rich and the educated ones are not replicating themselves in the society, which means that the society will not intellectually progress. For example, you are more educated than your parents, probably. I don't know, but the way you sound, it looks like you were somebody from my own kind of background, and definitely you probably have more educated than your parents. You are more educated than your parents. Definitely your children will be more refined than you now because you have 2 educated people raising those children. So you have replicated yourself. But you can imagine if you didn't reproduce yourself and replace yourself in that society, by the time you are gone, that intellectual, that capacity, that thing is lost to the society.
What I just know is that in the next decade, the Nigerian birth rate will reduce a lot because as more economic action, people have to readjust their lifestyle.
But wouldn't that be a good thing if our population reduces? I mean, we overpopulated.
I want it to reduce because it's already we are not generating enough revenue, and people are telling us that we should not tax anymore. I don't know, and then we should not tax. We should not borrow money.
That is Ajale Goko.
We should not tax. We should not borrow.
He's living in a different paradigm.
I don't want
everything should be
Nigeria to pay tax anymore.
I'm telling you. Free this one, free food, free education, free house, free.
You know when you said university level free.
Brad, you know, when you said that
Mike,
to
you are not
reduce the
here yesterday.
population, you said to reduce the
No,
population, wouldn't that be good for us? You know, the challenge that I have with that is that you will have a population of people that it will be reduced population, but you have a population of people that are raised more from broken homes in the next generation.
That
Because
not what it has already happened in Nigeria already. So
yes, these younger people,
all
they'll
over the
just
world,
have exactly,
everywhere.
and that will give birth to a broken society.
You guys know where the problem is. Like this celebrity culture. Like everybody wants to be like Davido now. Baby mama, baby mama.
Exactly.
Before we didn't know, and then Nigeria, we didn't know what the word baby mama didn't exist. We start emulating, we start watching Black America, want to be like them, everything. And then our musicians started copying them. Now they're bringing that culture to us. Now our young ones now.
Mike.
But Mike, sorry, Remy, sorry, just give me a minute.
Okay.
Mike, is that not the same mentality that we are now promoting here now? Because of the economic situation, that's why we are talking about this role reversal that we are talking about now, that a man 50-50.
No. That one has nothing to do with culture. That has to do with economic.
It's not economy. It's economic situation. It's economic situation that is causing that. I don't think there's any culture in the world. Mike, I don't think there's any culture. Just wait. I don't think there's any culture that started like this. We evolved to get to this stage because of economic situation. I'm very sure of that. There's no economy that started that a man and a woman will be sharing. Everybody has their role. And then this role reversal.
Role was never cultural. That's why financial role was never cultural. That's
No, it's not cultural, but there's no place in the world. Even if you look at even the books, even in the Bible, in the Quran, anything you look, a man has a role, a woman has a role.
Yeah, but not financial. It was never financial. The roles were never financial.
It's both financial and otherwise.
Tell me, no. Tell me where in any culture or religion the role, a financial role was described.
Okay, I can give you in Quran what Quran spell out the role of a man and the role of a woman. They say a man should go out and provide for the family, and that is why they leave their wife not to work. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
The man will be the one to so don't tell me that.
The Quran says the man should go and work, provide for the family. Where that's when the woman is not working. But in this case, the woman is also Let's go in context. The Quran say the man should go out and provide for the family. They didn't say the woman should go out and provide for the family. But now in this case, where two are now going out to provide, if you are talking about a case where a woman is not working, the financial. We're talking about financial role now, and I'll ask you to use the so-called religion to break down where the religion is say it describes financial role. Now you use the example saying the Quran says the man should go out and provide for the family. What the Quran is saying is the man should go out while the woman stay. The woman doesn't go out to provide. But now we are not saying but our argument here is not saying when the woman is not working, only the man is working, and then we are saying 50-50. It doesn't make sense now because she's not working. But in this case, of course, we can't leave it.
What made a woman to leave home to go and work? It's economy, it's financial.
Exactly, but the Quran, the Quran didn't say. The Quran didn't say, "Hey, man, go out and produce. Woman, go out and produce." And now don't make it 50-50. The Quran never mentioned anything about percentage, or no culture ever mentioned anything about percentage. What culture does, the time the culture were created was at that time. What the society was, where it was agriculture, horticulture, whatever they call it, society, where farming and hunting and farming and gathering, that's what it was. And because men have the muscle and the ability to hunt and do the physical labor, so they kind of look at it like it makes sense. Okay, let's split the role. Let the men to have efficient family economy and things like that. So let the men use what they have, which is the physical strength, to go and do the hunting and and farming, while the women use their little ability of getting together
To
and
take
working
care of
together
the
and cooking.
family.
Exactly. So that was then. But today we are no longer agriculture. We're more of a industrial world we live in, where
It is
it's more
you
of
that
brain.
Mike.
The
You are the one
listen
looking
now.
at it. You are looking at it that way. Let me tell you what is happening. It's because we believe that we are evolving and people need to earn more. Then the female, we are changing role because we want
It's
female to
not.
behave like a male. No,
It's
believe
not. No,
me,
no, no,
and
no,
it's
no.
not
Making
working.
money
It's
has
not
nothing to.
working.
Making
It's
money is
not
not
working,
male
and
and
that's
female.
why we are losing respect. That's why we're having more divorce. That's why the whole
It's not.
society is a
That's not
chaos.
true. That's
It's
not true.
not working.
Simba.
This
It's not true.
present
It's not
model
true.
is not working. It's not working.
Simba.
The
This
reason
present
woman.
model is not working.
Listen now.
Simba,
Okay,
do
Simba.
you
So
know
what do
the
you want us to do?
reason?
We should chase women
No,
away from work. Only men should be working. Is that
exactly.
what is? I mean, if
Simba.
women are working today, everybody work with their
Exactly.
brain. So we all both equal have brain. If
Mike,
woman is
Mike, hold on.
working,
Mike, what Simba is telling is the man should take charge. The woman can help,
you take
but
Mm-mm.
charge
man
of
should take
financially.
charge.
Take charge of what?
Take charge
Financially,
of
Take
what?
charge
yes.
of what?
No, you
Take
can't
charge
say
of what?
that now.
You can't say
You
that.
can't say
The
you
Financially.
must
men
take
of
charge
these days,
financially when
you
you're
are
both
looking
making
at the
money.
pocket. How can a man be looking at the pocket of his wife? I will say,
Of his
hey, my
wife.
wife is very
Come on
is
now.
earning more than
Simba,
me.
Simba.
Is earning 100%. He are earning this. Lazy men, go and look for more job. You have to what a man should be
Simba, what
pursuing.
are you talking
What a
about,
man should
man?
be
Simba,
pursuing.
you are
What a
meant to
man
be a
should be
smart guy.
pursuing is to have a financial. Let me tell you, the hallmark of a man is to look for a financial advantage over his wife. If you are earning less, go
Let me
and earn more. Go and
Okay,
earn more.
Simba.
Simba. Simba,
Wait.
let me
Wait, guys, give me 1 second, my brother. Give me 1 second, my brother.
Mike, you
Simba,
are a lazy
wait till now.
man. You are a lazy man.
Wait,
You are a lazy man.
Thomas. The world we live in today, right? Your degrees and things like that determine what you will earn, right? So men and women are equally going to school. So a lot of women are going to taking courses where they will pay more money, and not all men will take that same course. Yeah, those courses, right? So now
Why can't you take it? Why
you're
can't you
telling me
take
that
it?
a woman with brain, then I graduate from school that's very productive. That company start paying like huge amount of money, and she find the guy that she found that happened to be a match. It's a guy that can't possibly make anything close to what she's making. So what should that guy do? Go and find more work, more job, and what? Where can he where is he
and
going to
die
find? He
young
has to find 5 jobs to be able to
and
match her
walk and
income.
die
So
and
that
die.
Simba is saying you should go and find work. If your wife is making more money, you should go and find another work. I had more. So that means I have to go and find 5 jobs because I want to match my wife's income, and because she's making more money than me. Now, if she's making 5 times more than me, I should be paying more because I'm a man. I don't think finance is what determines who's a man, who's in charge, who's not. I don't think money is what determines
But
who's in
that
charge,
is
who's
what is
not.
causing the problem now, Mike.
Mike,
That is the
Money,
problem
money
now.
should not be a factor in it. I'm
Mike, do you
telling
know
you,
what
money
is
should not
But
be
causing
a
it's a
factor.
factor. It's a
No, no,
factor. You
no.
cannot run
But
away
it's
from
a
it.
Simba,
factor
It's a
now.
factor.
It's a
Simba,
It's a
factor
factor.
now.
Simba,
It's a
Simba,
factor.
do you know what is causing the problem? No, it's not money. You see, I'm happy that all of us are talking here, intellectuals. There's a power of idea. The ideas are the ideas at our center of learning, university. They come up with ideas. Women advocacy, women rights, women. Those are result of civilization. It's not because of the money that is causing the divorce rates. It is the man, even the poor woman, whose husband is richer than, still feel that he has a right and she should control things.
Okay, if
I'll
let
give
me
you a
get
good example. Please, sorry, let me
one.
just close with this. One of the ways you can control situation as a man is this. If I'm not earning as much as my wife, I'll make sure that all our expenses, our mortgage is moderate to the level I can afford. For example, if I'm earning less, I'll put my children in school that my salary can accommodate. I will make sure my family lives in a home that my
Well,
salary can accommodate.
But
hold
In
hold
most
on a
cases,
second,
in
Thomas.
most
Hold
cases,
on
the
Patrick,
too.
hold
woman
on.
will not agree.
Hold on.
Patrick, let me say this.
Okay, Prince,
Yeah.
mm,
If you remember, I don't know, maybe you listened to the audio that I play. The guy was saying in that audio that you are not even giving me your check anymore. Why will a man waiting for his wife's check What?
No, not
Don't
this.
you have your own
Maybe
check?
what he refers to.
So
Maybe what he
okay,
refers to is maybe he gives him a check of 1,000 to be added to the bill, not a check salary.
no,
Maybe
see,
he used to give
Go
her a
and
check
get
of
more
one.
job, as
hold
Simba
on,
said.
okay,
Then
hold on,
the
okay.
guy should downgrade now, and they should go and move
No,
into a
no,
smaller
it's
house
not
and
the
live.
wife does not want to downgrade. What about if she makes good money enough to live in a luxurious
Then
lifestyle
she
that she
should pay.
could? Okay, good, and she's willing to pay. What about that? Okay,
Yeah, that's
to
what I'm saying.
Sinbad, to Sinbad. So you make, let's say, make, I don't want to insult you, but let's say you make $200,000 a year. Your wife, she's a doctor too. She's a neurosurgeon. She makes $500,000 a year. Um, and she of course she can pay for everything. Now, because she makes more money than you, I as a doctor, are you forced to go do extra job to try to match her income, or in this case?
Praise Daddy, you heard what Patrick just said now. Me, as a man, I cannot be looking at what I don't even care about how much my wife makes. I will take care. I will do with everything. I will cut my coat according to the size of my clothes. I will not send my children to the school I cannot afford. I will not
But
live
no,
in the house.
your wife, she can afford it. She can. She's not
She
complaining. She
can
can
do that.
afford it.
She can. No, you cannot say she's not complaining. There's no way a woman will be doing those things that she will not complain,
She will not
Well,
complain.
and that is the problem. That is
for whatever reason, no, she likes the
Ah,
prestige. She wants the kids
Simba,
to go to very good
Simba, may
school.
God bless you. Women will always complain.
they will complain.
They will
They will
complain,
spill
man.
it on your face. They will spill it on your face. Let me
No,
tell you, and
okay,
that is a problem.
okay.
Please, Daddy, if I can get you, even she's making more money than you, and she wants the fame, she wants to send her children to good school. Let's say she started paying the school fees first year, second year, third year, and she also know that you're also making nearly what she's making. Don't you think the fourth year she start saying, "Oh man, won't you drop this time around? I need my money to do some other stuff." So you have to be careful in this. I think I support
And
Cindy in this.
she was the one that dragged you to that expenses in the first place too.
Cut your coat according to your size. I am a kind of man.
Exactly.
I don't care what my wife makes. I am doing all the responsibility I can do within my
See,
capacity.
well, I see. Yeah, well,
Whenever
see,
you ask my wife, how much
that's
are
the
you making? I don't care. I just do my own responsibility. So far that I can send my children to good school and they are giving good results. I also empower my wife in so many other ways, and I never ask for any return. But still, do you get that respect? Sometimes you do everything for a woman.
You don't.
A little respect from them. Do you even get it? They will tell you to your face.
well, yeah. See. So that's the problem that a lot of in diaspora, right? When men and women have problem, because the women don't want to feel restricted because of your financial capacity. If they can afford it, they can afford a lifestyle that you can give them. Why should they be restricted by your own lack of financial viability to take care of it? They should not be restricted, and so that's the problem right there.
Daddy, you know why? Let me tell you. Do you know the reason why a man usually marry a woman below them before?
Yeah,
That is the main reason. That's the main
Simba,
reason.
you know
I
what that
understand.
means that time. You
I
have to move on.
understand, but things are changing. No, things are changing.
Exactly.
Things are changing very fast,
If
and
you
that's
marry
why
a woman
you
that is below
more
you,
independent women.
One voice.
Sorry,
One
let
voice,
me
please.
address
One
Simba.
voice.
Let me
sorry,
address
Patrick,
Simba
I
point.
just want to put in this one. I just want to address Prince Daddy. Now, if you do your statistics, you will discover that more independent women are finding it difficult to find a man because a lot of men are afraid of this kind of woman. She's making more money than me. She has higher position more than me. Sometimes, just as we are human beings, sometimes you want to live up to this kind of women, but sometimes you ask yourself a lot of questions. You can ask yourself questions inally. Can I make
Those
a
men don't want to involve with society. That's the problem, not the women.
Yes. So I'm not generalizing the women, but I'm trying to say the world has changed a lot, especially in diaspora, where a lot of independent women with good high-paying job, with good standard, with everything. And when you have this job and you have this prestige, the ego will also come with it. Because you cannot say your wife is a general manager or a director, where you are just a middle-level manager or just a supervisor in a small
Oh, you're
company.
a teacher,
The difference is there. She has to put it to you.
But
So you have to live up to that one. If you cannot live up to that one, you better leave. because she will control you. That is for certain.
But here's the deal, Remy, here's the deal. That's what you guys need to understand. What a man needs to understand. As a man, when you're in a relationship, you gotta set the tone, you set the pace. You don't sit back and expect things to just
not
the thing is, no, here's the deal. Let me tell you.
You can't control what
No, you can. Yeah, let me explain it to you. Yes,
you cannot control. He cannot control anything without money. If you don't have money, you cannot control shit. You cannot.
See, that's the mistake most men make. You think money is what you have to use to control a woman. No, it's not always money. It's not money. It's your.
I am.
Listen, it's how you. It's how.
Let Mike land, please. Yeah.
Here's the deal, man. Here's the deal. Once you are such, what a woman is looking for in a man is your masculinity. It's not really money. Like the only thing, if it's money, the women that are making money won't need a man anyway. What they are looking for in a man is your masculinity, your assertion, like your when you're in a relationship.
Right? Is that what you are saying?
Huh? Your role as that protector. Wait, listen. Let me tell you. Let me if you allow me to learn. Women are looking for a man to be that protector. Like you are that guy that's there to be a protector, be that
protect from what now?
Wait. That energy of okay. I'm in this house.
You should go and get a gun and be protecting her.
Not necessarily.
Gun.
Listen. Okay. When you they need that masculine, that affection, protector, and then wait now. If you allow me to finish, you go know where I'm going, and then
let him finish.
That relationship,
Mike is a married man.
That relationship, first of all, when you start engaging a woman in terms of what do you think? Let's do it like this. No. You don't do that. Once that woman is in love with you, in fact, she'll be the one to even telling you what should I do. What should I do? You have to lead. You lead, but you lead responsibly. You understand? You let her know. Listen, okay, I'm the man here. It doesn't matter. Money doesn't mean anything. Money is not the money. You put that thing in place. You understand?
You are talking the olden way. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No. Listen, if a woman wants to be with you, unless you go and get with a woman that really doesn't want to be with you in the first place. But if a woman wants a man, she wants to be with you, then you gotta put the foot down. Like this is
how now you have not said it.
Okay, I'm explaining. Okay, she agrees. She wants to be a man, right? She agrees. She wants to be your wife, and then you set the rule. Like, okay, in this family,
then you say you are dictatorial.
Not dictatorial. No, not dictatorial. Okay, so you guys want to be dictatorial. Okay, so it's your money that will determine that it takes, right?
No,
so you are dictatorial that way.
So it's money that will determine. So what is that? What you guys? What do you want? You want to be in charge, right? Listen, what I'm trying to say is, it's not your money. It's not the money that determines
we are not talking about
your leadership position.
We are talking about if the woman have higher position more than.
What's the higher position? More money. Okay, the money that determines the position.
Position has to be. It's not only about money. It also has to be with the benefit that come along with that position. For example, if you're a middle-level manager, maybe you don't have a chauffeur-driven car. Maybe if she's a director, she will have a guard. She will have somebody to pick up.
She has men like
what does that have to do with your relationship? What does that have to do with your relationship?
Let's say she have a paid vacation annually, and maybe the company are buying an expensive car for her. She can change her car every 2 years, and you are just a two-level supervisor.
Okay, what does that have to do with your relationship?
Let me add one thing.
It has nothing to do with your relationship. I've dated a woman that's making. I've dated a very wealthy woman.
Why can't she marry her?
Why can't she marry you? Did you marry her?
No, I wasn't in love with her, but I dated a woman.
Do you think she's in love with you?
Marry her, now you go know.
Yes. Listen, I've dated a woman that was wealthy. I didn't even talk to her about money. I didn't talk to her about money, and she gave me my respect as a man.
Patrick, maybe let us see Mike. Maybe he's a guy that used to gym every day. Maybe he has all the masculine. So maybe the woman is just using him. Just maybe the guy can last longer. So just using him for that.
If you have a woman that wants to be with you, that respects you, all that material things is irrelevant. I'm telling you. the money, all those things, is irrelevant. The only thing that will matter is if you are talking about it, if you are sitting down without talking about, okay, my money, how much do you make? How much do I make? That's when it become a problem. But if you don't,
nobody
okay, quickly, I have a quick question though.
Let me land this point. If you keep your relationship strictly about your intimacy and your friendship, you're getting along, and don't involve your finance with it, you'll be in charge. But if you start making it about the money, then that's when you start saying, I'm making more than you.
You are getting it
Okay. Well, money will always come to play. But a question: is there a gender specific bill? Like, for example, if it doesn't matter how much a man or a woman makes, if the mortgage is $5,000 a month, is it the job of the man to pay it regardless of other bills? Is that my point again? Is there a gender specific bill?
No, Prince Daddy.
No. There is nothing.
If the couple are nearly making the same amount of money, they can contribute.
That's what we are trying to do now. We are making it gender specific.
Yeah, they can contribute to the same pool. And when we're talking about modern world nowadays, there is the pressure of equality outside there. What a man can do, a woman can do better.
So let them do this too.
It's when I came abroad, I saw a lot of women as taxi driver. I saw a lot of women as truck driver. I saw a lot of women doing plumbing. I saw a lot of women doing electrician. I saw
electrician,
mechanic. When I was in Nigeria, I never saw a lot of women doing this.
I saw a lot of women.
Okay, Remy, that's right, and that's why I ask if there's a gender specific bill. But if maybe an African woman would think that, hey, well, look, I'm not gonna pay for the rent or the mortgage. It's your responsibility. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Pay for it. Pay the $5,000, and you have to pay it if that been the case. Now, in the Western world and diaspora, that may not be the case because they would understand because pretty much there's no gender specific role in most occupation, right? But in Africa, I think we still have that, or the African psyche or mentality. Don't you guys think so?
So, you are not to look at
but
it.
That's why African men are putting their hands into many things.
Remy, please hold on. Let's hear from Patrick. Patrick, yeah.
You see, Prince Daddy, you are right. In Africa, we have gender-specific bills, and that's why in Nigeria and Africa today, African men, unlike men in the past, are putting their hands in so many bad things. You can imagine what our men are doing to get money now, especially this younger generation. That is a problem. In those days, all we knew was Owo Jebu. There was nothing like all these ritual killings, all this kind of stuff that we are seeing. It's because there's so much pressure on the male child, even from the parents first. I want to so much pressure on the male child. And so why would that happen? Why would that happen? So that's why I'm saying that if you weigh it very well, you almost think celibacy is better. Because there's so much pressure. At the end of the day,
you still going there.
Patrick,
no time queue. When you invest in those children and do everything, by the time you are old, before they give you ₦1, they have given the woman ₦2.
Yeah, Patrick, in addition, the contents are quite different. In Africa or in Nigeria, when you are growing up and you started working, your family or your parents will start calling you. The first thing is that when you already have a good job, when are you going to get married? And once you are married, so you have kids. And then the next thing they will ask you is that, don't you think you need to put a house? You need to put something down. You have to build a house. And then, it's different from abroad. You can get a mortgage. But in Nigeria, you can start building a house little by little, step by step. And that is why the woman does not, because at the end of the day, it's all your money you put into it. But when you live in abroad, both of you are working and you want to buy a house, both of you have to contribute. So the woman also have a say. But in Nigerian context, it's totally different. The burden on male child in Nigeria is so heavy. But in abroad, it's a dilemma. You also want to do it with your woman, but if anything happens, the house belongs to the woman. They will kick you out. Nothing for you. So the man in the we are just, sometimes I think we are just a play in the hand of women. So sometimes we want to try our best to make our family happy. But if any eventuality happens, who loses?
Whereas you lose that house, whereas when you want contributing 70-80% because you are demand, you contribute 70-80% of the house. When the chips are down, you call the police and they will throw you out in the house where you are contributing 80%.
Patoski, I want to ask a question. Must you have mortgage with your wife? Okay, whether you have it or not, when there's any problem, they will give it to the woman. So it's better to even share it in the first place.
Yeah, that's what we are saying. That's what we are saying. Because in the recent,
you people are in trouble. I don't think I'll be able to live in that
Steve, do you know in the West,
in trouble.
For you to get a house that is reasonable, you have to do it with your wife most of the time. Because your income might not
cherish that family something, especially in Europe.
Except somebody like you who is in medical line or something. But mind you, even if it's you that you are in medical line now, you come and your income, you're able to get the mortgage on your own. You got the mortgage on your own. Even if you don't put her name there, by the time you have problem with it, they will collect it from you and give it to her.
Yes, and here, if you want to get a mortgage, they give mortgage to people that are already married. If you are
you people, it's better you come and invest in Nigeria, so that if there's any eventuality, you have something to come and get.
So that is the problem with a lot of men in diaspora. They work hard, they put all their ass over there, and at the end of the day, they just lose it just with a trinket.
Let me give you an example. I have a friend who's a doctor in the UK. He migrated to UK with 3 children with this woman. Then he was working with NHS. Then they had an issue. What is an issue? The woman had the last pregnancy. She said she wanted to go and deliver in USA. And the man was saying, no, this money that you have to go to use for the traveling, let us invest it on our mortgage in UK. And that one became a fight. And the woman went and reported this guy. And the guy was deported from UK.
You know, when
he was deported. He cannot even practice. He cannot even practice in UK. So he has to leave UK. And the woman is in US now, enjoying her life.
That is scenario.
Hello, let me continue.
I'm trying to say it's synonymous with UK. You see a lot of female, only the landlady there. Because whatever you do in this diaspora, the law favors the female more than the male. And they will get the house and they can do anything to kick their money out. I don't understand the rules. When you have a small trouble with your woman, the next thing is to kick you out. Even if you are the one that put all the money there to pay all the money.
They don't care.
So they don't care. So you have to.
Let me get it, Larry. Do you know what they say? If they come, they say, they will not tell you to go out, but they say, do you have a place where you can put up tonight?
Yes, thank you.
They will tell you in a civilized way. Is there a friend or somewhere you can put up? If you say no, they say, what about the car?
What about if you get a small hotel? You can just put it
or get a small hotel, or get an Airbnb or a car. Later, if you don't get out, they say, what about shelter? You know.
Good night, guys. I need to leave you guys.
Okay, Mr.
Great discussion.
So I think at the end of the day, wisdom and understanding. And if you are lucky enough to have an understanding wife or a woman as a wife, then you can count yourself very lucky. But if you don't have, happiness is very important. I believe in one thing. If your woman is giving you trouble, whatever you have invested in that relationship, it's better you walk away and you can start your life afresh again.
Count your loss.
Yeah, count your loss and move on. Because if you want to fight it, you are craving for your death. So a particular story is I know a friend of mine. This was a terrible story, mind you. I don't want to share it because people you feel for him because it leads to his death finally. This guy have a kidney problem in UK, and he was in UK, and the wife was working with the American embassy in Lagos. So the woman also visited. The wife always visited the husband, my friend, in UK. But to cut the long story short, the guy has a kidney problem, and he has to go back to Nigeria because his paper has not been regularized that time. He went to Nigeria. He went to UCH. He was able to. After some years, it was better. But the problem is that all the money is sent to the wife in Nigeria to build a house, or the wife did not do nothing. The money, we don't know where the woman kept the money or what she used the money for. So
she's building her own building. Secret building.
Nothing. So to cut the at the end of the day, when my friend got better, my friend who has a kidney problem started to make trouble with the woman. Where is all my money I sent to you for the past 4 years when I was in UK? Well, did you not treat my children very well in Nigeria? Blah, 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 blah. That kidney relapse comes again. That is what finished the guy. The guy died 5 years ago. This same one I'm talking about now, she's now in America with her 2 children. Is she not going to remarry? Is she not going to move on?
Man.
Yeah. So you
Hey.
men have to be very, very careful in this world. If you just count your losses and move on, that's the best thing to do.
Count your losses and move on.
Yes.
I've given you people an idea. Try and invest maybe in another country or in Nigeria so that whenever there's any problem, you have something to fall back on.
I also support the idea that no matter what happens, you should put a structure down at home. Anything can happen all over the world because the forces and demand and supply always
exactly. Put your feet on ground. Let us contribute.
Today is inflation. Another day will be recession. So a lot of people.
So just know that you are losing 50%.
Yes.
Put your feet on ground.
Yeah.
50-50.
If anything happens, you still have somewhere to fall back to. But if you don't have nothing.
You see, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that. I always tell people recently, I've been saying, listen, you guys are living in this Western world. These countries, their economy and their wealth and their success heavily depend on other continents, particularly Africa, resources and things like that. And also, anything can happen where these countries, their so-called money, economy can just go down. And,
yes,
you understand what I'm saying? And their system, they're a place like Africa, everything you own there's no system like that. If you own a mansion, you own a farm, it's just there. Whether Nigerian economic collapse or anything, we are still kind of like in that leak, or place like America where everything is system.
We don't pay mortgage.
Exactly, where everything is a system.
You get house.
Because it has happened before in 1920, America suffered a Great Depression where everything collapsed. Everybody went straight to hunger, and so. When I always tell people, all of us that are living in West Africa, well, I forget, put something in Africa somewhere, like real asset, like land, property, mansions, or the best thing to have is like commercial property or rental property and things like that. Those are the best kind of asset to have because no matter what happens in this world, people will always need a place to stay where you can rent.
So don't go and buy taxi or don't go to transport.
And another thing you guys said, like having your asset here and being married, if you want divorce, you should take everything. So or if somebody in America, if somebody is free, they can take everything.
Mike, do you know what I even advise?
You can ask Tiger Woods now. What happened to Tiger Woods? If Tiger Woods is no more playing golf, what will have become his life?
Exactly. Mike, you know what I would advise.
But Patrick, here is different. If you divorce, yes, if you divorce, you sell the house and you share the money. Then everybody will go separate place. Yeah,
that's how it is.
That's how it is here. The woman can't just take the house.
Yeah, in Canada.
So no one is willing to buy the house yet.
No. But Thomas, what if you have younger children that are living in the house?
Yes, they will leave. Yes, that is another case. Yes, that's another thing.
In most cases, you have children living in the house. They leave the house for
they
the
will
woman.
The man will go out. They will keep the house.
They will keep the house, and the man is still paying the mortgage, even though he's not living in the house.
Thomas,
no. You are not. No,
Thomas,
hold on.
Thomas,
let me say this.
What happens there? Tell me what happens there. I'll tell you what happens.
Yeah. If the lady kick you out of the house, the burden of the mortgage is on her. You are not living there. Why will you be paying mortgage?
Thomas knows the law. Thomas is thinking he knows the law.
Who take custody of your children?
The woman with. Let me explain. You are you living in Australia? I'm telling you what is going on here. You are telling me.
Are you sure?
If you divorce, you have kids. The man will go out. The lady will get intervention or what they call it. No, intervention to tell you that you don't. They will give you the kilometers you have to stay away from the house. If you go there, you are go to jail.
Really? Your own house?
Yes. Oh my God. Your own house. Yes. The house. The woman will stay in the house with the kids until they are 18 years old. They are old enough. Yes. When they get to 18, then you can sell the house. But if the woman is living in the house, is the one that will be paying the mortgage.
Even when your children are there.
Yes, it's the one that will pay the mortgage.
So what about child
Sometimes
support?
yes, yeah. Now that is another thing. You will pay your child support. If you delinquish it once, you may go to jail. Your child support, they will calculate your child support in sort of like it will the mortgage will be there as well. But it's not that
And then
you
you're
will
paying
be
for the
paying.
mortgage now.
Well,
No,
but
Rara
Thomas,
is
what
different.
of if the woman cannot afford the mortgage?
Now, if they kick them out, government are giving the kids benefit now, so you will be able to pay the mortgage. And when she's working, most of the
benefit will be
divorce
done to
happen
pay
there
the
with
mortgage.
Africans is when they turn to they get they study nursing or they start getting money. That's the problem here, my brothers. Immediately they are buoyant financially, they kick their husband out. All the blacks women here, almost all the blacks here, all most especially the Sudanese. I'm sorry to our Sudanese brothers and sisters. Immediately they are financial buoyant, they kick the husband out straight.
And then go for the Nigerian
What
guy.
that is really they even form Egbe Kiloko Oshe, divorcees.
But Thomas,
They have clubs.
The Indians doesn't behave like that.
No. The Indians the Indians has culture now. They have brain. But our sisters here. Straight, it's not. There is no doubt. So what happened here
No, but what
is
of
crazy,
Nigeria?
man.
Sorry, tell us about Nigeria.
Can I contribute?
Thomas. Okay, Ola.
Yeah, Ola.
We hear from Pastor Ola.
Yeah, see, honestly, your discussion has been so enjoyable, and I think if people normally attend the association meeting there, you will hear a lot, and if you're outgoing people, if you're a outgoing person, you will hear a lot in this place. Are you guys aware that women to almost pay child support? Are you aware of that? It's not.
Of course, if the man has
No,
the
if the man has
custody.
the custody, we all know that now.
Exactly. So
what's the chance of you getting the custody? Come on now.
No. It's very narrow here. Unless if the woman, sorry, Ola, unless if the woman is in influence of drugs or if it's not
Exactly.
capable mentally
Drug
to take care
junkie
of the
or
kids. But
exactly.
yeah, the kids go to the mother. There is no how. There's no equivocation. The kids go to the mother.
I
Unless
agree.
unless the man can prove that they were not taken care of very well. That is
I
why the kids
agree.
go to the man.
I agree. You see, one thing with our people is this. I think the African culture, whenever we come here, we don't drop that culture. Men, we always want to be macho. Whereas here, you see the women, as you are driving tractor, the women are driving tractor. As you are driving rich in the warehouse, the women are driving rich. There's nothing you want to do here that the women will not do.
They are Uber driver. They do everything.
everything you want to be bricklayer or you want to be construction worker, so you compete fairly. But one thing with African women is let me just talk of Nigeria. I know that it's worse for the East African women than Nigerians. Now the thing is this: we still want to keep that our culture that favors women. Oh, I'm a lady, I'm all those things, but we want all the benefit of the Western world that favor the women too. So you don't want to give anything. You want to
God
absorb
bless you.
every favorable.
They want to eat their cake and still have it.
God bless you.
So exactly. So your most women, they don't even need to make it's just for the husband not to have job for a while, and the women start out making like say 30,000 or 40,000. Then air will let loose immediately. You've lost the respect because the system here encourages even women to even go on their own, because as you be accessing this facility, you'll be accessing that. There will be a lot of single women, divorcing group that will even accommodate you within the group and they'll be encouraging you. But men, the men who will encourage men will just go to beer parlor, That's the only thing. They just go into alcoholism, be drinking. So nobody helps men to settle. But what we are saying is this: some men too, over time, they be so clever. Like I was chatting about the story of a guy there that I've made an example. There was this man. The man was working with oil and gas and was making money. Got 3 houses. When things were going, he got 3 houses, but I think he made a mistake at the job and he was fired. Since that time, he never got any job. The next thing, the wife just turned against him immediately until it became a police case that they sent that guy away from his home, that they gave him that they don't want to see him within a certain kilometers away from that house.
That is Australia. That is Australian style.
Australia, UK, or the same thing. They are from the same mother and father. So the thing now is this: it's just for men to be on their guard. Whatever you want to do, do it. I was making another example too. There was a guy. The wife was shooted.
The kids are the one facing the problem here. The kids are wayward when the mother is taking care of them. If you see what is happening to the kids here with the single mother, oh my God. Continue.
I agree with you totally, especially those people in the UK. If I say UK woman, you say I will run. No, you see, UK woman. If UK woman is coming here, I will. If he's coming to Canada, I will run to America immediately. So the thing is this: men should be very careful, and we should stop doing all this macho and masculine thing. We should face the reality. The world is changing. And the way you can play the game, that's how it matters. I was narrating a story of a guy too. The guy, the wife denied him, say, okay, deny him. You know what I mean? Don't let me even say it.
Another room.
And denied him in the other room. And over time, the guy just developed he lost that appetite. It was later the woman started accusing him that, oh, you've not touched me for this. But when this woman will tell her story, she will never tell the story of when she was denied. The woman, the man, as far as she's concerned, is the only devil. But this guy is just a reserved guy. He will not talk. He will be looking at you. The guy just broke loose. When the wife just gave him trouble, the guy just, a very brilliant sharp dude. He just went to the US on, all this, when you are doing PhD in America, some of those PhD, they are just sponsored. You don't pay one kobo. The guy just find the excuse of what the wife was doing to him and escaped to America. The guy just got his PhD. You know one thing? Before the guy even finished his postdoctoral something, a company just grabbed the guy. It was any over 500K. You understand? The wife has been trying to get this guy since that time, but the guy for where? The guy know they look back again.
Like said, the woman, she denied the guy the other room, but then when the guy go outside to go and do something with another woman now, they'll say, oh, it's a cheater.
I'm telling you, men are always the devil. The women are always innocent. The women, they don't do anything. It is men that are the devil. Men are evil.
I was having a conversation with my woman today about Davido, right? They say Davido pregnant 4 girls.
One lady in one girl, yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay, now. So she started saying, men, and all these women. They say, men. I say, okay, hold on, guy, hold on. This disaster that just happened, there are 5 people involved. 1 man, 4 women. What is this? That men are the devil here. It's 4 women involved. These 4 women, didn't they know that the guy was married? Thank you. They never hear the name Choma. They didn't even hear that song. Choma, my love. So there were 5 people involved in this.
Adults, and they are adults.
They are all adults. So men are the devils here. So no woman is accountable, responsible for the part of the.
But why can't Choma leave Davido? Because
he will not do that.
He will not do that. Why?
It's in the Western world where they leave you. We've been talking all day where they would kick out of the house, all that rubbish. Like
you cannot happen in Nigeria. Chima will never dare that. She will never try it because she can't get another one.
In Western
Just
world,
imagine.
Tema go don collect that video house. Go don collect
Mike,
royalty.
just imagine the video will be settled down in America. By this time of the day, they could have kicked the
half of
video
his
out.
wealth.
Simba, if you are a billionaire heir and your wife has nothing against you, even if you have 1 million wives, she won't do anything. She will just be coping with you, except she has anything against you. See, the thing here is that men today, like, they are wiser. Do you know that it is possible that even if you want to go into mortgage, that you and your wife, you can document, you can call a lawyer and agree how you want to contribute to the family. So if katakata bust, that will be your defense. But you know, because people run marriage with emotion. So don't you trust me? Don't you trust that? Now trust people. They trust when they carry the child from outside. Children from outside come in, the husband say, "Nah, we want you do paternity test." You understand? If you want to shut some family up, just mention paternity test. Everybody will keep quiet immediately, because women, that's what they do in most cases, but men are still the evil, right? They are the devils. So to me, Shioma will not leave that video.
Ola, do you know I've heard of somebody that even know he knew that the child is not his. The man kept quiet for life. Kept quiet.
You understand?
He kept mute. He even said, "Where will I start from?" So far, she has one for me or two for me, and he's even tried to protect the kids, because you know, if the kids finally knew that this is not my dad, the kid is going to get broken hearted. Really, I said, this man is a man. No, no, me, I can't do that. So the heaven will let loose. The woman is gone for life.
You know,
there's some man can still I still respect some man. No,
Thomas,
I respect some man.
it's not that simple. It's not that simple, because it depends on the situation of everybody, individual. Like the one that acted the other time, Dewale said he knows the person that acted it. Some people will find themselves in that situation, they will just move on as if nothing happened. Some will not. I was discussing with a friend one day, said if that thing happened to him, he said he will carry all the children, the presence of that person, he will pie them up, pie the wife self. You understand? So that's this is a corporate person saying that too. Another guy will just look at him saying, no, you just move on, nothing will happen. So we have different people, we react to different things. You understand? It's just the way
but can we advise man to imbibe that culture of just move on, leave the woman, pack your belongings in the house, just move on with your life, than to go into that direction of taking somebody down and finishing your life as well? Just move on.
Men should just be strategic. That's this thing. We should stop all this blind thing. If you have a wife, before you get married, you can even enter into marriage contracts, or maybe child bearing contract, or whatever you want to call it. That okay, for every children you will bear, every child you will bear, you are going to do the DNA test. If the person doesn't want them,
there's no trust. There's no trust then.
See,
what is trust? What is trust? What do you mean by trust, Thomas? What do you mean by trust?
Why, Simba, can you tell your wife now that you want to go and do the? Come on now,
Thomas.
That means you are doubting your wife now.
Oyibo can do that.
Yeah, is that not your name? Doubting Thomas.
Thomas.
Are we not? Are we Oyibo? We are not Oyibo now.
Doctor. He might have done it without even his wife name.
See, Thomas.
Simba is the wrong person to ask now.
See, Thomas, let me why do people
Simba trust his wife now?
No,
why would he trust his wife?
Why do people sign prenup? Some people are bold enough to sign prenup, but African men, they don't want to sign prenup. Hey, if you want to marry Oyibo, better sign prenup and tell them, say everything you've got before you marry them. Say, Ogbeni, you know they claim
it is your own.
A guy once told a lady, she was bringing that lady from Nigeria. I said, look, I don't want to get retired and someone strip me of my savings. So look, you go agree or you no go agree. Nigeria so is going to get to that level where that people will say, okay, Some people.
Olami, God bless you. We should always have plan B. Always have plan B.
Exactly. So if you want to see, look
Simba,
at
I trust in God. There's nothing
So
will happen to my
Ola, sorry
family.
to interject you. Don't you think that this kind of notion, that means marriage become a contract? It's just a business.
That is it, Remy. Educationist.
That's the definition of marriage. Is a contract.
Marriage is a contract. Marriage is a contract. Marriage is
why
a
do you
contract.
go to, if it's not a contract, why do you go to court to get a divorce?
And
It's a
sign. Come on now. No, Patrick. The contract Remy is talking, you understand the contract. We know marriage is a contract, but if you are now saying before we get married, though, anything I have before marriage, it's mine. Anything we have after marriage, it is ours. Maybe
Thomas, let me tell you the benefit. Let me tell you the advantage of that.
Let Remy explain what he means by
Thomas,
contract.
what I'm just trying to say is that although it might look nice because of the prevalent situation nowadays, but that way is purely just have my child. If we can pull it together, fine. If we cannot pull it together, everybody get whatever. So it's no more pure love or genuine love or whatever.
That is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Nothing.
Yes. Yes, because we can do. I think love covers everything. We can do anything.
Thomas, the Oyinbo people that we are copying. Let me give you an example. Frank Lampard. People that used to watch football, Frank Lampard. Frank Lampard has 3 children, 3 daughters from 3 different women. After that, she went into a contract with a woman, got married, and she told the woman that they are not going to have children together. Look at Ronaldo. Ronaldo is there today. The woman that Ronaldo is just a friend. It's not a wife. So
yes, they
know they all know. Yes, they know the implication of their law, and they are now looking for a way of circumventing it. But you black men, you migrate to that, and you will be carrying your this is called love, trust, love. I beg my man, wise up, wise up.
Look at that Algerian footballer now.
That Algerian footballer, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Put on his property, his mother's name.
I want to blaspheme. The blaspheming is this: people claim to love God here, and we don't love God. We only having some kind of transactional relationship with God. So that's the example. So some people, they worship God because of what they want to get from God. That's the blasphemy that I am talking about. Now look at it.
It's the truth. Now it's not even blasphemy. It's the truth.
The earlier we face the reality, the better. That is where the world is going. You work for everything from the morning to the evening of your life, and someone from somewhere will strip you off of that thing. See, men are either borrow themselves brain, or they destroy themselves. There's nothing bad there. If you can tell a person you want, okay, if my son want to get married to anybody here now, before, I don't have problem. I'm not the kind of father that will say, oh, you must marry Nigeria. I know if na India you want to marry, or if na Pakistan, I don't care. But the question is this: you can't marry without me telling you that away. Before you can marry my son, you have to sign agreements. In fact, I'm telling you, I won't. If my son will not sign agreement with their wife, I won't. I'm telling you. I'm just.
What about your daughter? What about your daughter?
I don't have a. I don't have a daughter. Maybe I don't know. I'm not planning to have any children again.
Ola, what will be
is that not bias? Is that not bias?
Ola,
it's not bias.
What will be the nature? What will be the nature of the agreement?
The nature of the agreement. It depends on who my son is. Assuming my son is a star and it's made up, I will just say, okay, now this guy has been this before we met him.
Yeah.
Anything you mention, yeah, the rich people, they do that. The rich people, you can never beat them into that, because they don't want their generation well to be split over to another anybody.
When you what if after the marriage, that's when the guy makes the money? he actually worked hard to make the money after the marriage. Like
No,
some of us here.
see.
You know, most of us we married when we had nothing, and now we worked hard and we made money,
Yes.
and we are married. So what?
I agree with you. That's why I say I say it depends on the nature of that, the type of son you have. If the son is a star and it's already made before meeting that woman, it's make it easy. Now you can still sign some kind of prenup that's okay. Now you sign some agreement that okay, whatever I make, whatever you make, this is what we're going to be contribute to the family. And if there's any issue between us, we are going to share it this way. Don't just allow your contribution into any marriage just to go on unaccounted for. That's what I'm saying. Because if you don't sign some agreement to account for your contributions, I pity you, honestly. We have to face that reality. We should stop all those love is blind. Which kind of love that is blind? Both men and women, they have. So this thing is not women alone, it's both for men and women. See, you will see some women that because they are made, some men outside they can go and cause trouble for the marriage. Even some will even go juju to the level of juju to even attack another person. So because there are some guys here in the Western world that they specialize on married women, that they specialize on breaking news.
Ola, you are talking as a Westerner now. You are not talking as as African. What are you talking about?
After how many years in the Western world?
No,
but
Thomas,
you are still Africa.
What Ola
Come
is
on.
saying is also applicable to Nigeria. There are some young men that are specialized in marriage, and their target is to break the marriage.
Exactly. Okay,
So
just imagine now a man that could fire well at say between 18 and let's say at 50.
50.
You understand? You go make mistake and go marry a woman that maybe you have like 10 years gap. You understand? And the woman is ready and the woman is still active. And you see some kind of stupid guys that specialize in that. Once maybe the man is just a kind of business person, you travel over everywhere, China today, China, and that guy is the kind of person that keep them cool. You understand? Over time they will fall. And before you know, the woman now will start seeing her husband as someone that is irresponsible, that doesn't care. Some guy that you see, some guy that you see that some guy they gym themselves and make themselves muscular for married women just to scatter home. So the thing
in some cases, some women even kill their husband because of that. There are records now of if you watch all these true crime CSI, all these
see
in Calgary, all this 6-pack, 8-pack.
Oga Patrick, the Calgary we are here, I've heard of situation of two married women that they were fighting themselves on top of another guy because that guy's wife never arrived that time. The wife was still in Nigeria. The husband was there. Two married women, they were fighting on top of another guy. Two married women.
Thomas,
wow.
Ola, let me give you one true life that happened to one of our friends here. The guy came from Nigeria, landed here in Calgary, because when you start, you just get something. So the man eventually rented a basement from a white man. So the white man is the owner of the house, living on the upper floor. The couples are living in the basement. Do you know that this woman got pregnant for that white man? When the husband is hustling. But that girl told she has seen Oyibo and everything, got pregnant for that woman. When they gave birth, the child became Oyibo, half caste. The woman was saying, please cover me. Say, even if I cover you now, this one is half caste now. Everybody knows that this is not our children. So what? It is that terrible. Let me give you another thing that happened to one of our staff. That our staff came to Canada before me. That guy came to Canada with his wife and 5 children, and left the wife with a family friend, like elderly family friend. So the guy went back to Nigeria because he had not resigned his job. Bank was still paying well then. So the guy went back to work and started working. He had a feeling that the bank was going to downsize and give people exit package. You understand? Exit package. So he would rather take that exit package because that's something that was substantial. So because of that, guy was selling their properties and everything and sending the money to this woman. thinking that this guy sent over close to over $100,000 USD to this guy, only for this my staff to come to Canada and discover that this woman that has 5 children are gone with another man.
Hey, 5 children.
Yes, they are gone with another man. At a point, they were almost, in short, it was she had written to police and everything. Now they live in different part of Canada. You can't see his children freely now. They sold their house in Nigeria and sent the money to this girl.
Jesus.
Thinking that we are building a new life for ourselves.
Oh.
These boys started.
You see, when we just arrived, it's a sad story here, but there's a guy that was one Asian guy that outsmarted his wife. I think the wife was planning to divorce and run away. I don't know how they managed to handle that case. Already, I think he got that knowledge that the wife was about to do that thing. The guy just sold everything. He sold the car, he sold the house. And the guy just, how do we know? How did we know that it happened? We just arrived that time. So the guy advertised his car on Kijiji. So my friend now went to that place to buy that. So we're now asking them, why are you selling this? And the guy started telling us story. You understand? The guy sold the house, sold everything.
Everything soldable.
By the time the wife will come, he will not meet anything. She will not meet anything. So I know for him to say that out, it simply means that he is the absolute owner of the house.
Yeah.
You understand? Because he must have an idea of where the wife was going to, but he sold everything. So I was in a chat window. I was telling someone, a guy said there. The guy, the one the guy said it. We were just laughing. The guy lives in Calgary. The guy he was in oil and gas. He said any day his wife tests him that she wants a divorce, that will be the last day he will see him in Canada. That he will leave the Canada for her immediately.
No, his children now.
The guy doesn't care. The guy said, see, the guy has a UK citizenship too. The guy just said, I will see. She told her wife that any day you try that rubbish, that I will leave Canada for you, that there's nothing you will be doing in Canada that I cannot do somewhere else. That it's only because he said, I don't remember the phrase the guy used to say, I can't allow anybody to destroy me. So the guy has already planned it like that. Just by the mentioning of it, maybe the wife is playing alone. Just by playing with it alone, that is done. So the earlier men start facing reality, because in this world we are, women are very innocent. They are like a day-old kid that knows nothing, but men are like are worse than that serpent that deceived Eve. Men are the devil. Male women, no.
They are saints. They are saints.
They don't do anything wrong.
Let me give you. There was a guy that came on that the free show one day, and he narrated his experience in America. This guy is a truck driver, and he married this Yankee. This Yankee has a boyfriend. Anytime this guy travel, they used to go for like a week. They will not come back home. Then the guy will just come home. They will be using his own car. His own car. This is our Nigerian guy car. They will be using the cruise when the guy was usually not around. So this guy now installed camera. So one of these days, he lied to the woman that he will be traveling. So watching his camera, the guy just came in just like 3 hours after he left home. So this guy has to come back. When he came back, he saw his wife washing the panty of this other guy. And he called one of his friends. And his friend now just told him that don't go into that house. You go to that house, they can pie you. So he called the police. And the police said that he should not move near to that house, that you should respect the privacy of that woman, that Yankee woman. Can you imagine?
No, that's the problem, It's a big problem, It's a big problem, I'm telling you.
So that is how that guy lost that house to that Yankee woman. You know, it's I don't understand that this their law that they're
Simba, when I was in the US, I had friends that they said they would never buy a house with a woman. In short, they said they won't even buy a house. That they will be doing rent. That's how they say I don't buy any house.
But Patrick, that is not good in a family. That
What are
is
you
not
talking
good.
about? You see, let me tell you another thing. You see this thing that Ola said that people are saying, why? If you have that agreement, okay, you would. That Simba also said it that you sign agreement that you'll be doing DNA and everything. Though it looks like there's no trust, but the point is that it even strengthens the trust. In this case, it's not even trust. You already know. You are not only having faith, you even know that these are your children. So your mind is at rest in that area. If anybody is raising it, if you hear the news, somebody did DNA, your mind won't even be at anything. You just know that these are my own. So instead of it betray the trust, to me, it says strengthening the trust. If you are strengthening the trust with truth and facts, you understand? So, but because of our culture and our orientation, we say, no. Whereas in our culture, there are ways. Let me give you a good example. In my family, in the village where I come from, when we want to get married, like you normally do when the woman comes to your house, they pour water on the ground and tell the woman to step in on the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my village, what they do is if the woman is coming to my family, they will cock a gun and fire a gun. The belief is that if that woman goes out to go and sleep and bring children, that gun will kill those children.
The children?
Yeah, the children. If the woman brings a bastard child to the family, that gun will kill those children. But
why not the wife? Why not the woman?
No, that is our own DNA now. That is our own DNA, cultural DNA.
If the woman
DNA testing.
If the woman bring bastard children to kill those children, and then if after killing the first one, he brings another one. After killing the second, if as a man you don't take step, that gun will now kill you. That's the downside. That's the danger of it. And
Yes.
let me tell you, it happened to me. My father had a second wife after my mom. Do you know that my father almost died? All the children that woman had, all of them died.
Hey.
Only for them to have found out that the woman was having an affair with somebody that's supposed to be like her cousin. All the children were dying. There was a particular one that had even grown up to a point before he died. That one, when he died, I cried. The other ones, I didn't know them because they were far older. It was my brothers that were telling me, he had this one, he had that one. Initially, they thought it was Ogbanje, like Abiku, but later it was that they now discovered what happened. You understand what I'm saying? But when we were getting married, like when my eldest brother got married, they did it. But when I got married, I said no. So when we started getting married, I wasn't ready to do all those kind of things. But there are people in my village that still do that.
No, what Oga Patrick said, I can tell you for sure, blind. My family name, when I say, there's something here is that if you're a woman in my family, you get married to my family, if you bring a bastard, not only that we will lose that child in your own life, you yourself, you can never cross 50. You can never cross 50, no matter how. If you like, yes. That, yes. I don't know how potent is this now. Yes, because
the woman will never cross 50.
The woman will never cross 50 years. And the children will die in the present before even in the lifetime of that woman. The woman will never cross 50.
Yes. Have mercy now.
You know,
This
it's
can't
not
also
me.
be
It's
that.
not me. No.
That's our traditional this thing,
I
like my
came from a
family too.
warrior family. That Fajui
Yeah.
you look at, you know, is quite a
Alfajui,
big
yes,
family.
Alfajui.
You understand?
Oh my God.
From a warrior family. So it's not
Well,
this one is
that was too harsh.
Ola, I think that most of the problem that we're having these days, all these problems were there right from the beginning. And our forefathers, they have tried to find solution, but because of civilization and everything, we have tried to actually abandon some of this. Let me give you an example. I think I mentioned it before. I used to have this client, and because I don't want to, because of confidentiality. So we work together. He has a child that I think I mentioned it before, that has a sickle cell disease. And once you have a sickle cell disease, that means the both parents supposed to be a carrier,
A
ASAS.
carrier. Yes.
Yes. So we now discover that the father is AA, is only the mother that is AS.
So how do we get SS from?
Had it been that is the father that is AS, then the woman can be. But so how do you now come about the AS? So and that one now became a problem. So I was not telling the woman, okay, let us do another test that is actually more sensitive. You know what? The woman came to me and told me, I said, doctor, forget about it and don't let my husband know.
Hey.
You understand? It's thing. Let me tell you, yes, if you do paternity test in Nigeria, I'm very sure that over 70%.
No. You see, Simba.
Right.
That story I was narrating. That story I was narrating. The only way out of it is this. Like I said, if a woman brings a bastard to the family, not only that, she will lose all those children in her lifetime. She herself will never cross 50. The only situation, that's the bad aspect of it. Maybe it's bad or good, I can't say. If he confesses before that time, then you don't take.
But Ola, that's too harsh. That's too harsh, man.
How will you know? You are saying it's too harsh.
Hang on. Ola, hang on. What of the innocent kids? What of the innocent kids?
You see, I don't know.
Problem.
But the thing is that you don't have control over generational thing now, right?
I think, Ola, you know why, Thomas, you know why that our forefathers don't place more emphasis on those kids? Because they see them as bastards and they don't believe that a bastard can bring anything good to the society.
To the family.
I think that's exactly.
What I'm saying is those kids that was born from the bastard man, those kids are innocent. They don't know anything.
Return them to their father. That's what they're saying.
These people don't care.
Yes, return them to their father, chase their mother away.
So it's the woman that should return them.
Like I told you, my lineage, we are warrior. You understand? We are warriors. And you know what it means to be warriors, right? You don't want to go for any warfare.
I will tell my kids not to marry any Fajuyo. This is your law.
Every family has it. I'm just telling you now. Do you know my face? You don't know my face now. So
Simba.
So the thing is this. No,
Patrick, I can hear you.
Okay,
let me round up if you don't mind.
Yeah,
so that's the thing. If you confess, they take you. There's a place they take you to, and they do the thing. That's the only solution. And nothing will happen to you if you confess. The only thing is that they just ban you, just be sent away and they free you, because you too, you cannot refuse not to forgive if they confess. That's another taboo there.
But woman is very secretive. Woman can keep secret though.
No. If the woman knows and the woman confesses, you that were man, you must forgive. And the anointing is that you must not be too angry to you. You have to forgive her because he confesses, and allow her to go. But if he doesn't,
Simba, you know what I was trying to raise? That statement you made, like 70%. I've also studied and read it somewhere that if they do paternity tests in Nigeria, 70 to 80%, especially of the first child, don't belong to their father. especially of the first child, don't belong to their father. I don't know how you
Exactly.
guys.
What they attributed to the first child is that most women they will have this person that they are going out with before they find this man. Because let me tell you, in Nigeria, a woman will be having a boyfriend. Then by the time you now see a person that actually is financially capable, then that is when they will say they are ready to get married. But what they are actually looking for is not about love. And that was why I was telling Thomas that what is love? What they are looking for is financial security. A man,
Capability.
yes, financial security. Once they
So they
find any
still dey
man that
sleep
can give
with
them
that
financial,
boy.
exactly. So most is a finding. It's not as if I'm just saying it. Especially firstborn, as you said, firstborn. Yes.
Can you imagine that kind of nonsense?
I know our
So why
women
do you
are very
think?
innocent,
Why do you
very
think that
innocent.
boys? Why do you think that men with boys now? Because our young boys, generation of this generation, they are sharp. Oh. They are not ready for all this nonsense. They might just say, let me have the baby outside and be done.
The question I want to ask generally is that this thing that we are talking about now is not actually working for us. You see more we all this 50-50, 40-40, equality, gender masculinity, whatever we are talking about now. Is it really working? If it's really working, why is our divorce rate kept on increasing every day? It's not working, and we at the end of the day we end up breeding a generation that is actually that will not have empathy, will not have anything, because most of them will develop in an hostile environment. I think we need to go back to where we are starting from and then to retrace our step back.
The challenge is this: if we do 80-20, we are doing 80-20. At the end of the day, maybe the first child is another man's own. When the chiefs are there, you train all these children. Most of the care will go to the mother. You know those kind of. So the man feels like, okay, let's do 50-50. Let me know what I'm losing is just 50% of my resources, and then I can spread it to myself. It's true now, because at the end of the day, they'll take care of their mother more than you, whether you like it or not. Some of us on this platform, we are even doing it.
Even Patrick, if you look at our old system, and even we that were here on this platform, I've never before you see a person that will mention my father, you will have seen a lot that will say my mother, my
My
mother,
mother,
my mother, my mother, my
God
mother,
bless you.
and you'll be wondering that does their father really have a role in their
You
life?
look as if our father they are not existing.
Exactly.
As if exactly. So
That thing is so bad about us. But even though I didn't have that luck so much to separate so much between my father and my mother, because my mother died. My mother died not as old as my father. So what I'm saying in essence is this: anything I wanted to do for my parents that time, like if I wanted to buy, let's say, table, chair, dinings, TV, I used to do it as a family thing. Not that I will call my father, okay, Baba, take this 50K.
oh,
Mama, take that. No.
your own is you are a good boy, ni. Let me tell you,
Because no,
Ola, I don't know.
I was not even conscious of this fact, to be honest.
Exactly. You are a good
So
boy,
I
ni.
was
Let me
just
give
doing it
you a
for the
good
family,
one. Let
right?
me give you a good example. I'm sure all of you on this platform will be able to relate to that. When it is Mother's Day, I don't used to even know. It is my children that will wake us up with gifts. You say Happy Mother's Day, mommy. Hey, they'll give gift. Father's Day.
When it is Father's Day.
Father's Day. It's only when I get to church that I will know. I say, so today is Father's Day. Last year I now moki one. I say, this is nonsense. Father's Day come here, you people don't do anything. I'll be the one that
Patrick, I want to ask you, your children, are they male or female?
Both. I have one daughter. Even my daughter
I think as a man, please, if you are praying to have children, pray to have more of female children than to have a male child.
I
Believe
have
me.
female. See, me and my daughter, we are very close. I'm the one that take her to school, even though they have school bus and everything. I will still want to take her, despite the fact that I've paid for the bus. I'll take her to school. I'll bring her, teaching her driving. I'm the one teaching her to drive. I will drive. If she has any appointment, dentist, I'm the one taking her. I'm the one going. At the end of the day, she will still do that. So she was even the one that I was angry. I was angry with her since at that anger, that displeasure came from my heart. I felt bad. I said, I'm the one doing all this.
Let me tell you, Patrick. You don't know what is happening.
They bought me a lot of things.
You don't know what is
that is
happening.
good.
Let me tell you.
You ask for your rights. You ask for your rights.
Thomas, just listen to this. My wife, my daughter used me as a DP on her WhatsApp. She used a picture that I took with her mother. She caught her mother away from the picture. and it be serious fight. And the woman started attacking her. Do you understand? And as a man, you will not do that ordinarily. You will not even see it as if she did that one to you.
No, you just look away.
Exactly.
It's one of those things.
Let me tell you, they are the one that put all these things in their conscious mind for children, the women. They are the one doing this, and they are doing it deliberately. Exactly.
I agree with you.
You will be seeing maybe father is spending to sponsor the children. No, mother, you say, I'm doing everything for you. You say, when you hear what some women tell their children sometimes.
Ola, do you know the funny thing? When they want to correct the child for punishment, you say, I'll tell your father. I'll tell your father. Then when they call them,
they make you to look like a wicked one.
When she's calling them and they are not answering, you say, call them now, call them for me. I say, hey, okay, you used to raise your voice very well. They will hear you. You say, I'll call your father. I say, don't use me to scare my children.
One thing about female children is this. A female child, I've experienced it twice now. One was my schoolmate. See, if you toasted that lady, the first person she's going to report to is father. She will not tell her mom anything. So she was very free with her father and everything that happens. Okay, if the mother asks her anything, she will lie to the mother. But without even asking, she will tell the father the truth. Even to the best. Okay, I've not seen the lady now for a while now, but she talks about her father always. Before she will even mention her mother, his father. Then there's another one there. This one is even my friend, my wife's friend. Everything she talks about.
Ola, 1 sec. We will shut down in 10 hours sharp. So they just finish. Yes.
How many hours are we now?
10 hours, almost 10 minutes to 10 hours.
But let me say this before I drop. You say, Ola, that thing you are saying is good. But in my own case, they see me as the man that is always talking to them about study, about working hard. You have to read your books. And that's where I was raised.
So you're wrestling with my son.
I used to sing
football. I say, no way, you have to.
Exactly. I used to sing it all the time. You have to read your book. Where's your assignment? So because of that, they just feel this man's stress is too much.
But Patoski, mark it today. That your daughter, after you see when they grown up very well.
Yeah, they will honor you. Yes, they will.
Your daughter will be the one that will appreciate you more. Forget about guys. Yes. Once guys get married, they forget about you. But the women, let me tell you, if they have, they can even be taking their husband money to come and be giving you. Believe me. So it's better to have more female as a man. The woman will enjoy the male child because they will come and stay with them, say they are doing omugo, all those useless things that they used to do. But a female child will never forget their father. Believe me. If you're a good father, they will never forget you.
I hope so, Sha, so that they will know that by the time they grow up, they know that all these things you are telling them, study, do this, they will know it's for their own good. By the time they are grown up, they will know.
Wow. ODC is 100% right, guys. He's 100% right.
Patrick, I don't know why children these days, when you ask them to read book, they do somehow. A person like me, I was reading to escape my father's farm. You understand? Because my father, anytime my father used to see me, now I'm talking of a civil servant to a teacher, a military turned to a teacher later. Because anytime like this, now farm. That's where Buhari pushed us to that time. When Buhari destroyed the economy, now to they support ourselves with farm. Because I wanted to run away quickly from home, I took my education seriously. In fact, when I score F9 in English language like this, it was like hell will break loose. That, oh my goodness, I will still stay with this father for the next 1 year. I read like I was going to die the next day just to escape. But children of nowadays, you ask them to study and they start complaining. I want to sing, I want to be a musician, I want to be a footballer, I want to be an actor. I say, Benny.
You know why, Ola? Because they believe that is where the money lies.
I'm telling you, but I keep telling you, say, look, this opportunity you are looking at is competitive. So have your study first, then you can do whatever you want to do. If it doesn't work, then you fall back. They don't want to listen, though. Okay, no problem. I know they argue
if you
that to
keep telling them, you are now the one that is the problem. I say so. It's because I used to tell you.
In fact, let me tell you, Ola, what you are doing, you have to be careful. You know why? I've heard so many people telling that this same story. Those people are now became successful in entertainment industry and all those things. They will tell you that's their story. This story that you are saying, they say, hey, my father wanted me to become an engineer, wanted me to become a doctor. You understand? They will use it against you.
You are correct. So I agree with you. You know what I tell them is this. I say, look.
So you have to balance it. Don't be too strict about it. Just give them, just cancel them and then let them choose whatever they want to choose. If you try to, let me tell you, I used to have a junior when I was in medical school. In fact, it came out in the newspaper that this guy eventually graduated as a law student in LASU. He spent 12 years in medical school because the parents wanted him to study medicine. At the end of the day, he got the certificate and he went and presented the certificate to the parent and said, okay, this is what you wanted and I've given it to you. He went back to study law and he came with first class. He came out with first class. Yes.
Wow.
So we have to be careful because the mentality that we used to have is that because of our Nigerian background, that we don't have opportunity for people to go into diverse this thing, sports, entertainment, and all those things. Only now that it's just coming up. The only thing that they used to direct us is to read, go to school. You must become a doctor, you must become an accountant, you must become this. I mean, why it might not be their talent, it might not be what they wanted to do in life. Most of the things that we are doing.
Ola, check your screen.
So most of the things that we are doing, we are just doing it for financial.
Financial reason. We need to check. We need to check Tony very well. I don't know the blend Tony is drinking or smoking. What? He said, "I'm a great pretender." What did I do now?
Tony is enjoying himself. You see, what I do is this. We tell my son, look at Kwamata. He's a footballer. It doesn't stop him from going to school. Look at Butu Adeboju. I will give an example of those footballers that they went to school. I will give an example of Fikayo Tomori, that is a Canadian.
But those ones, does he know those ones? Is the one that they know that is supposed to.
He knows. I will show. See, because I show by example. I don't normally, because I know that they will yari if you don't handle them very well. Now, you know all this child. If you talk to too much, they will leave the house and go and stay with their friends. So you have to talk to them like your friend, not by force. If you use force, then go come out the house for you. Believe me, you cannot do anything. It's not Nigeria where you can just go and carry and you say you want to shakara. So I will show them. Then I will make example of some unfortunate sportmen too, that they could not get themselves out because they didn't back it up. I don't want to mention name because if I mention name, there are some pathetic names from Nigeria and good that will be so sad if I mention. So I will intentionally put the story before into, let's see. See, you will play your football. You can be a lawyer and play football. Because me that I'm talking, my father wanted me to study medicine. I tried to face biology. I tried to fail it. I'm saying it now because at the end of the day, I made thesis. The day I made thesis in biology, I felt sad. Yeah, but I tried to fail this course, but I still made thesis in this thing. But you know, when you are talking of chemistry, all those one are ECAs. You understand? All those, when you talk of physics, all those things are those things are my strength naturally. But eventually, I won the battle. Anyway, I won the battle. I didn't go for medicine because I kept telling people that if I'd gone for medicine, I would not have graduated. Trust me. When you are talking of one of the best NFA in my school, I'd be Babala NFA because the only thing is to listen to lecturer and just mimic them. I'm okay. But for me to go and sit down in school, unlike today, in school those days, maybe I want to read for 15 hours like the other students. Now lie, no be me. You don't go see me for that place. Lie. That's why I could do student unionism and all those stuff combined together. So it's a complex word this day, honestly. It's a complex word. And parenting, I now know why some Oyibo, they don't want to give birth. Parenting is very hard. Very hard.
Oh, thank you, guys. We have to go now. We want to carve it under 10 hours. Oh, it has been amazing, man. You guys are very amazing. Yeah, we went from south, we went to the north, we went to the east, we went to the west. We are all over the place. Thank you all so much for coming in again. Simba, thank you so much. Kumi,
I think
thank you so much.
people abuse me a lot on the comment section today, but I think
Simba, if you are talking and you are checking the comment section, you will be mad. Just forget about it. You know, we the comment section, we put them in one corner. You know, they are special, our special people. So forget about comment section. If you are looking at the comment section, you will not even come here anymore. So thank you so much, Simba. Thank you. God bless you. My regards to the family. Yeah. Thank you, Ola. My regards to the family. Thank you, Patoski. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I say, peace be unto you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló